Slavoj Žižek. The Courage of Hopelessness. Chronicles of a Year of Acting Dangerously. V for Vendetta, Part 2. In a wonderful comment on Italo Svavoj's novel Zeno's Conscience, Alenka Zupancic deploys a systematic matrix of the relations between repetition and ending. Point 1. The basic version is the false reference to the freedom of choice where, if we take the case of smoking, my awareness that I can stop smoking any time I want guarantees that I will never actually do it. The possibility of stopping smoking is what blocks the actual change. It allows me to accept our continuous smoking without bad conscience, so that the end of smoking is constantly present as the very source of its continuation. As Zupancic perspicaciously notes, we should just imagine a situation in which the subject is under the sway of the following order: you can smoke or not, but once you start to smoke you have no choice, you are not allowed to end. Far fewer people would choose to smoke under this condition. When I can no longer tolerate the hypocrisy of this endless excuse, the next step consists in an imminent reversal of this stance. I decide to smoke and I proclaim this to be the last cigarette in my life, so I enjoy smoking it with a special surplus provided by the awareness that this is my last cigarette, and I do this again and again, endlessly repeating the end, the last cigarette. The problem with this solution is that it only works, i.e., the surplus enjoyment is only generated, if, each time that I proclaim this to be my last cigarette, I sincerely believe it is my last cigarette, so this strategy also breaks down. In Svavoj's novel, the next step is that the subject's analyst, who, till now, has tried to convince Zeno that smoking is dangerous for his physical and mental health, changes his strategy and claims that Zeno should smoke as much as he wants since health is not really a problem. The only pathological feature is Zeno's obsession with smoking, his passion to stop doing it. So what should be brought to an end is not smoking but the very attempt to smoke. Predictably, for anyone with analytic experience, the effect of this change is catastrophic. Instead of finally feeling relieved and able to smoke, or not, without guilt, Zeno is totally perturbed and desperate. He smokes like crazy and nonetheless feels totally guilty, without getting any narcissistic satisfaction from this guilt. In despair, he breaks down. Whatever he does turns out to be wrong, neither prohibitions nor permissiveness work, there is no way out, no pleasurable compromise, and, since smoking has been the focus of his life, even smoking loses its sense, there is no point in it. So, in total despair, not as a great decision, he stops smoking. The way out thus emerges unexpectedly when Zeno accepts the total hopelessness of his predicament. And this same matrix should also be applied to the prospect of radical change. The predominant attitude among academic radical leftists is still the one that, back in 1937, George Orwell described apropos class difference. We all rail against class distinctions, but very few people seriously want to abolish them. Here you come upon the important fact that every revolutionary opinion draws part of its strength from a secret conviction that nothing can be changed. Point 2. Orwell's point is that radicals invoke the need for revolutionary change as a kind of superstitious token that should achieve the opposite, i.e. prevent the change from really occurring, like today's academic leftist who criticizes capitalist cultural imperialism but is in reality horrified at the idea that his field of study might really become redundant. The stance is here the same as that of the smoker convinced that he can stop smoking if he chooses to do so. The possibility of change is evoked to guarantee that it will not be acted upon. Then we get an entire panoply of strategies that amount to the same thing, up to accelerationism. Capitalism will collapse through its overdevelopment, so let's engage in it to the end. It is only when we despair and don't know any more what to do that change can be enacted. We have to go through this 0 point of hopelessness. In short, we have to enact in politics a reversal similar to the one enacted in Der Lehrmann, the song that concludes Schubert's Winter Reise. It appears to describe the utter despair of the abandoned lover who finally loses all hope, even the very ability to mourn and to despair, and conjures the man on the street playing his hurdy-gurdy. However, as many commentators have noticed, this last song can also be read as a sign of forthcoming redemption, While all the other songs in the cycle present the hero's inward brooding, here, for the first time, the hero turns outwards and establishes a minimal contact, an emphatic identification, with another human being, although this identification is with another desperate loser who has lost even his ability to mourn and is reduced to performing blind mechanical gestures. 2 years before his death, when it became clear that there would be no all-European revolution, and knowing that the idea of building socialism in one country was nonsense, Lenin reached this point when he wrote, "What if the complete hopelessness of the situation, by stimulating the efforts of the workers and peasants tenfold, offered us the opportunity to create the fundamental requisites of civilization in a different way from that of the West European countries?" 3. The basic ideological operation of Stalin was precisely to turn around Lenin's reading of the situation. He presented the Soviet Union's isolation as a unique chance to build socialism in one country. In that historical situation, Stalin's formula was one of hope. However, the next decade made evident the price paid for the attempt to live up to this hope: purges, mass starvation, etc. The lesson of 20th century communism is that we have to gather the strength to fully assume the hopelessness. Giorgio Agamben said in an interview that thought is the courage of hopelessness, an insight which is especially pertinent for our historical moment, when even the most pessimistic diagnosis as a rule finishes with an uplifting hint at some version of the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel. The true courage is not to imagine an alternative, but to accept the consequences of the fact that there is no clearly discernible alternative. The dream of an alternative is a sign of theoretical cowardice, functioning as a fetish that prevents us from thinking through to the end the deadlock of our predicament. In short, the true courage is to admit that the light at the end of the tunnel is probably the headlight of another train approaching us from the opposite direction. This approaching train has lately assumed many forms. In the last few years, troubles in our global capitalist paradise have exploded at 4 levels, with 4 figures of the enemy: the renewed fundamentalist terrorist threat, the declaration of war against ISIS, Boko Haram, geopolitical tensions with and between non-European new powers, China and especially Russia, the rise of new radical emancipatory movements in Europe, Greece and Spain, for the time being, the flow of refugees crossing the wall that separates us from them, thereby posing a threat to our way of life. It is crucial to see these threats in their interconnection, not in the sense that they are the 4 faces of the same enemy, but in the sense that they express aspects of the same imminent contradiction of global capitalism. Although fundamentalism and the flow of refugees appear as the most threatening of the 4, is ISIS not a brutal denial of our civilized values? The tensions with Russia pose a much more serious danger to peace in Europe, while movements like Syriza prior to its capitulation undermine from within global capitalism in its neoliberal version. But there should be no misunderstanding here. Western powers can easily coexist with fundamentalist regimes, while in the case of Putin, the problem is how to contain Russia in geopolitical terms. Recall that his rise is the result of the catastrophic Yeltsin years marked by corruption, the years when Western economic advisors helped to humiliate Russia and to bring it to ruin. So although the US formally declared war on ISIS, and although there is constant talk about the threat of a war with Russia, the true danger are the moderate and gentle new emancipatory movements from Syriza in Greece to the followers of Bernie Sanders in the US, and their putative radicalization. Because of this misperception of radical politics, we live in times of pseudo-conflicts. In the UK, Brexit yes or no; in Turkey the military or Erdogan; in Eastern Europe, new Baltic Polish Ukrainian fundamentalists or Putin; in France, Burkini or bared breasts; in Syria, Assad or Daesh. In all these cases, although one might slightly prefer one side to the other, the ultimate stance should be one of indifference, best rendered by Stalin, who, when asked in the late 1920s which deviation is worse, the right one or the leftist one, snapped back, "They are both worse." Is there still the potential for true change beneath these pseudo-struggles? There is, since the function of these pseudo-struggles is precisely to block the explosion of the true ones. Rage, rebellion, and a new power offer a kind of dialectical triad of the revolutionary process. First, there is chaotic rage, people are dissatisfied and show it in a more or less violent way, but without any clear goal or organization. When this rage gets organized, we get a rebellion with minimal organization and a more or less clear awareness of who the enemy is and what is to be changed. Finally, if rebellion succeeds, the new power confronts the immense task of organizing the new society. Remember the anecdote about the exchange between Lenin and Trotsky just prior to the October Revolution. Lenin said, "What will happen with us if we fail?" Trotsky replied, "And what will happen if we succeed?" The problem is that we almost never get this triad in its logical progression. Chaotic rage gets diluted or turns into a rightist populism, rebellion succeeds but loses steam and gets compromised in multiple ways. This is why rage occurs not only at the beginning but also at the end, the outcome of failed emancipatory projects. Recall, in the U.S., protests like those in Ferguson in August 2014, after the fatal shooting of Michael Brown by a police officer. Were they not today's exemplary cases of what Walter Benjamin called divine violence? They are not part of a long-term strategy, as Benjamin put it, they are means without ends. Does not the same hold not only for other protests that followed Ferguson, like the Baltimore riots in April 2015, but also for the French suburban riots of autumn 2005, when we saw thousands of cars burning and a major outburst of public violence? In these protests, what strikes the eye is the total absence of any positive utopian prospect among the protesters. If May '68 was a revolt led primarily by students and workers with a utopian vision, the 2005 revolts in suburban Paris were outbursts among ghettoized immigrant communities with no pretense to a collective vision. If the oft-repeated commonplace that we live in a post-ideological era has any sense, it is here. The fact that there was no program in the burning Paris suburbs is thus itself a fact to be interpreted. It tells us a great deal about our ideologico-political predicament. What kind of universe is it that we inhabit, which celebrates itself as a society of choice but in which the only option available to the enforced democratic consensus is a blind acting out? Here is how Goran Thurborn succinctly characterizes our predicament: never before have the possibilities of a good world for the human species as a whole been greater. At the same time, the gap between human potential and the existing conditions of humankind in its totality has probably never been wider. For why this gap? In his idea of socialism 5, Axel Honneth begins with the great paradox of today's situation: there is a growing dissatisfaction with global capitalism that often explodes in rage, but it is less and less possible to articulate this rage into a new leftist political project. If the growing rage gets articulated into a program, it is predominantly in the guise of a rightist populism. When we wonder about the enigmatic rise of Muslim fundamentalism, should we not also wonder about the no less enigmatic rise of religious nationalist fundamentalism in countries like Poland, Hungary, and Croatia? In the last decades, Poland was one of the few definitive European success stories. After the fall of socialism, the per capita product more than doubled, and for the last couple of years, the moderate liberal centrist government of Donald Tusk ruled, and then, almost out of nowhere, without any great corruption scandals as in Hungary, the extreme right took over, and there is now a widespread movement to prohibit abortion even in the limit cases of the mortal danger to the mother's health, rape, and deformity of the foetus. What is going on here? The case of Poland is also important for another reason: it provides a strong empirical rebuttal to the predominant left liberal dismissal of authoritarian populism as a contradictory politics that is doomed to fail. While this is in principle true, in the long term, we are all dead. As J.M. Keynes put it, there can be many surprises in the not-so-short term. The conventional view of what awaits the US, and possibly France and the Netherlands, in 2017 is an erratic ruler who enacts contradictory policies that primarily benefit the rich. The poor will lose, because populists have no hope of restoring manufacturing jobs, despite their promises. And massive inflows of migrants and refugees will continue, because populists have no plan to address the problem's root causes. In the end, populist governments, incapable of effective rule, will crumble and their leaders will either face impeachment or fail to win re-election. But the liberals were wrong. PiS, Law and Justice, the ruling rightist populist party, has transformed itself from an ideological nullity into a party that has managed to introduce shocking changes with record speed and efficiency. It has enacted the largest social transfers in Poland's contemporary history. Parents receive a 500 zloty, $120, monthly benefit for every child after their first, or for all children in poorer families. The average net monthly income is about 2,900 zloty, though more than two-thirds of Poles earn less. As a result, the poverty rate has declined by 20 to 40%, and by 70 to 90% among children. The list goes on. In 2016, the government introduced free medication for people over the age of 75. The minimum wage now exceeds what trade unions had sought. The retirement age has been reduced from 67 for both men and women to 60 for women and 65 for men. The government also plans tax relief for low-income taxpayers. 6. PiS does what Marine Le Pen also promises to do in France, a combination of anti-austerity measures, social transfers that no leftist party dares to consider, plus the promise of order and security that asserts national identity and promises to deal with the immigrant threat. Who can beat this combination, which directly addresses the two big worries of ordinary people? We can discern at the horizon a weirdly perverted situation in which the official left is enforcing the austerity politics, while advocating multicultural rights and so on, while the populist right is pursuing anti-austerity measures to help the poor, while pursuing the xenophobic nationalist agenda, the latest figure of what Hegel described as die verkeerde Welt, the topsy-turvy world. And what if Trump moves in the same direction? What if his project of moderate protectionism and large public works, combined with anti-immigrant security measures and a new perverted peace with Russia, somehow works? The French language uses the so-called ne expletive after certain verbs and conjunctions. It is also called non-negative ne because it has no negative value in itself. It is used in situations where the main clause has a negative, either negative bad or negative negated, meaning, such as expressions of fear, warning, doubt, and negation. 7. For example, elle a peur qu'il soit malade, she's afraid that he is sick. Lacan noted how this superfluous negation renders perfectly the gap that separates our true unconscious desire from our conscious wish. When a wife is afraid that her husband is sick, she may well worry that he is not sick, desiring him to be sick. And could we not say exactly the same about the left liberals horrified by Trump? Ils per qu'il soit une catastrophe. What they really fear is that he will not be a catastrophe. So let's jump to the other extreme, the construction of a new power. When, a day after winning the referendum against EU pressure and saying no to austerity politics, the Syriza government fully surrendered to that pressure, this breathtaking reversal stands for the ultimate infinite judgment, coincidence of the opposites, of contemporary leftist politics in power. There was no gradual mediation between the two extremes, no slow sliding into a compromise, but a direct and brutal reversal, immediately after a resolute no to the politics of austerity. Syriza became its faithful executor. We have to accept this paradox at its purest, not downplay it through references to particular circumstances, fear, or even outright corruption of the Syriza leadership, etc. We are dealing with a properly Hegelian dialectical reversal, where the highest ethical stance becomes a no less principled subservience. In the final scene of the film V for Vendetta, 2006, thousands of unarmed Londoners wearing Guy Fawkes masks march towards Parliament. Without orders, the military allows the crowd to pass into Parliament, and the people take over. As Finch asks Evie for V's identity, she replies, "He was all of us." Okay, a nice ecstatic moment, but I am ready to sell my mother into slavery in order to see V for Vendetta. Part 2, what would have happened the day after the victory of the people? How would they organize daily life? Echoing the rise of big popular protests in the last years, with hundreds of thousands assembling in public places, from New York, Paris and Madrid to Athens, Istanbul and Cairo, assemblage, not in the sense of the assemblage theory deployed by Latour and Delanda but in the sense of analyzing the phenomenon of assembling in public spaces, its performative effects, its power to challenge the existing power relations, became a popular topic of theory. One should retain a skeptical distance towards this topic, whatever its merits. It leaves untouched the key problem of how to pass from assembling protest to the imposition of a new power, of how this new power will function in contrast to the old one. Jean-Claude Milner reports that Althusser once improvised a typology of revolutionary leaders worthy of Kierkegaard's classification of humans into officers, housemaids, and chimney sweepers, those who quote proverbs, those who do not quote proverbs, those who invent new proverbs. The first are scoundrels, Althusser thought of Stalin, the second are great revolutionaries who are doomed to fail, Robespierre, only the third understand the true nature of a revolution and succeed, Lenin, Mao. If we leave aside Milner's reading of this triad, the successful authentic leaders imported the revolutionary idea from abroad, and to make it appear rooted in their country they have to dress it up in the popular form of Proverbs 8. Its importance resides in the fact that it registers three different ways of relating to the big other, the symbolic substance, the domain of unwritten customs and wisdoms best expressed in the stupidity of proverbs. Scoundrels simply reinscribe the revolution into the ideological tradition of their nation. For Stalin, the Soviet Union was the last stage of the progressive development of Russia. Radical revolutionaries like Robespierre fail because they just enact a break with the past without succeeding in their effort to enforce a new set of customs. Recall the utter failure of Robespierre's idea of replacing religion with a new cult of a supreme being. Leaders like Lenin and Mao succeeded, for some time, at least, because they invented new proverbs, which means that they imposed new customs that regulated daily life. One of the best Goldwinisms tells how, after being informed that critics sometimes complained that there were too many old clichés in his films, Sam Goldwyn wrote a memo to his scenario department, "We need more new clichés." He was right, and this is a revolution's most difficult task, to create new clichés for ordinary daily life. There is an idea circulating in the underground among many disappointed radical leftists, a softer repetition of the decision for terror in the aftermath of the 1968 movement, Action Direct in France, the Baader-Meinhof in Germany, for example. Only a radical catastrophe, preferably an ecological one, can awaken the large crowds and thus give a new impetus to radical emancipation. The latest version of this idea relates to the refugees. An influx of a really large number of refugees could revitalize the European radical left. I find this line of thought obscene, notwithstanding the fact that such a development would for sure give an immense boost to anti-immigrant brutality. The truly crazy aspect of this idea is that it attempts to fill the gap created by the absence of proletarians by importing them from abroad, so that we get the revolution by a surrogate revolutionary agent. One can, of course, claim that the repeated defeats of the left are just steps in a long educational process that may end in victory. Say, Occupy Wall Street created the conditions for the Bernie Sanders movement, which in its turn may act as the first step in the rise of a large, organized leftist movement. However, the least one can say is that, from 1968 onwards, the power edifice demonstrated an extraordinary ability to use movements of contestation as a source of its own renovation. But if the picture is so bleak, why then not call it a day and resign ourselves to modest reformism? The problem is, very simply, that global capitalism confronts us with a series of antagonisms that cannot be controlled or even contained within the frame of global capitalist democracy. None other than Elon Musk, the iconic Silicon Valley figure, the founder of SolarCity and Tesla, proposed the formula: robots will take your jobs, government will have to pay your wage. Computers, intelligent machines, and robots seem like the workforce of the future. And as more and more jobs are replaced by technology, people will have less work to do and ultimately will be sustained by payments from the government, predicts Elon Musk. According to Musk, there really won't be any other options. There is a pretty good chance we end up with a universal basic income, or something like that, due to automation. 9. If this prospect is not the end of capitalism, then what is? One should also note that Musk's formula implies a strong government, not just some network of local cooperatives. So the only true question today is this: do we endorse the predominant acceptance of capitalism as a fact of human nature, or does today's global capitalism contain strong enough antagonisms to prevent its indefinite reproduction? There are 4 such antagonisms. They concern: 1. The commons of culture in the broadest sense, of immaterial capital, the immediately socialized forms of cognitive capital, primarily language, our means of communication and education, not to mention the financial sphere with the absurd consequences of uncontrolled virtual money circulation. 2. The commons of external nature, threatened by human pollution, all particular dangers, global warming, dying of the oceans, etc. are aspects of a derailment of the entire life reproduction system on Earth. 3. The commons of internal nature, the biogenetic inheritance of humanity with new biogenetic technology, the creation of a new man in the literal sense of changing human nature becomes a realistic prospect, and, last but not least, 4. The commons of humanity itself, of the shared social and political space. The more capitalism gets global, the more new walls and apartheid are emerging, separating those who are in from those who are out. This global division is accompanied by the rise of tensions between new geopolitical blocs, the clash of civilizations. It is this reference to commons that justifies the resuscitation of the notion of communism. It enables us to see the progressive enclosure of the commons as a process of proletarianization of those who are thereby excluded from the very substance of their lives. Only the 4th antagonism, the reference to the excluded, justifies the term communism. The first 3 effectively concern questions of humanity's economic, anthropological, even physical, survival, while the 4th one is ultimately a question of justice. But here we stumble upon the old boring question of the relationship between socialism and communism. Why call the goal of a radical emancipatory movement communism? In the Marxist tradition, socialism was conceptualized as the famous lower stage of communism, so that the progress was supposed to run from socialism to communism. No wonder that, with regard to the sad reality of life under really existing socialism, jokes abounded like the well-known one from the Soviet Union where a group of people in Moscow are reading a big propaganda poster which says, "In 20 years, we will live in full communism." One of the people starts to laugh and jump with pleasure and joy, and when others ask him why, he replies, "I have cancer, I will be dead for sure in 20 years. But the reality was different. Most socialist countries, rather, began with some version of primitive but radical communism, the Soviet Union in 1918-20, etc., and then, in order to survive, they had to regress and make compromises with the old society, so the line of development ran from communism to socialism, which combined the old and the new. The worst thing we can do today is to drop the name communism and advocate a watered-down version of democratic socialism. The task confronting us today is precisely the reinvention of communism, a radical change that moves well beyond some vague notion of social solidarity. Insofar as, in the course of the historical process of change, its goal itself should be redefined, we can say that communism is to be reinvented as the name for what emerges as the goal after the failure of socialism. The establishment reacts to today's radical theory in the same way as the one described by Hegel in the preface to the Philosophy of Right, where he mentions a letter of Jovi Müller who, speaking of the condition of Rome in the year 1803, when the city was under French rule, writes, "A professor, asked how the public academies were doing, answered, on les tolère comme les bordels. They are tolerated, like brothels." 10 is not most of what goes on today in radical academia tolerated in the same way. It is considered that though not of much good, they can be of no great harm. Hence the recommendation, so it is thought, if useless, can do no injury. 11 It is my contention that only a reinvented communism can return to theory its emancipatory force. This approach to communism, expounded in many recent books of mine, has lately been submitted to a series of criticisms. Basically, my critics identify 5 principal sins: my openly admitted Eurocentrism, i.e., my insistence on the European roots of the project of universal emancipation, my rejection of the Greek left platform proposal to risk a more radical measure, Grexit, etc., after the victory of the Syriza government at the referendum, my critique of the elevation of refugees and migrants into a new form of global proletariat, and my insistence on the problems of cultural identity, my doubts about some ideological components of the LGBT+ movement, and, last but not least, my support for the fascist Donald Trump. As expected, all these reproaches are combined into the thesis that I am effectively a homophobic Eurocentrist racist who opposes any authentic radical measure. The present book addresses systematically all these critical points. The Courage of Hopelessness is indeed a dark book, but I prefer to be a pessimist, not expecting anything. I am here and there nicely surprised, since things are usually not as bad as they could be, while optimists see their hopes dashed and end up depressed all the time. The 2 parts of the book deploy the dark diagnosis at 2 levels, that of the economico-political mess we are in, the ups and downs of global capitalism, and that of the ideological theater where political and economic battles are fought, the ideological theater of shadows. This theater is in no way just a secondary reflection of the true economic struggle, but the very stage where true battles are fought. Part 1 first provides a quick overview of the impasses of global capitalism. It then describes the fate of Syriza as the attempt to break out of the global capitalist imbroglio, and it concludes with an overview of the return of religion as a political factor from China to Israel. Part 2 begins with an analysis of the so-called terrorist threat of religious fundamentalism. It then deals with the worldwide battle for sexuality raging between conservatives and the forces of political correctness. It concludes with the populist rage as the predominant reaction to these impasses. A short finale paints an even darker picture of how the ongoing geopolitical tensions may lead to the Third World War. Part 1. The ups and downs of global capitalism. 1. Global capitalism and its discontents. Disturbances in a cupola. In Edgar G. Ulmer's classic horror movie The Black Cat, 1934, the opposition between the Bela Lugosi character, Verdi Gast, and the Boris Karloff one, Polzig, is the one between the 2 modes of the undead, both referring to the previous screen images of the actors. Lugosi is the spectral survivor obsessed with the traumatic past, while Karloff is a machine-like monster, i.e., we have the vampiric undead versus the Frankensteinian monster. This is clearly discernible from their acting. Lugosi's Dracula-like mannerisms versus Karloff's wooden gestures. The entire film thus points towards the final theatrically staged sadomasochistic torture scene, in which Lugosi starts to flay the skin off the living Karloff. Is this opposition not that of the class struggle reduced to its minimum, the opposition between the aristocratic vampire and the proletarian living dead? So what form does this flaying take in our times? In the first half of 2015, Europe was preoccupied by radical emancipatory movements, Syriza, Podemos, while in the second half the attention shifted to the humanitarian issue of the refugees. Class struggle was literally repressed and replaced by liberal cultural topics of tolerance and solidarity. With the Paris terror killings on Friday, November 13, 2015, even the refugee crisis, which still refers to large socio-economic issues, was eclipsed by the simple opposition of all democratic forces caught in a merciless war with the forces of terror, and it is easy to believe what has followed: paranoiac searches for ISIS agents among the refugees, etc. The media gleefully reported that 2 of the terrorists entered Europe through Greece as refugees. 1. The greatest victims of the Paris terror attacks will be refugees themselves, and the true winners behind the platitudes in the style of Je suis Paris will be simply the partisans of total war on both sides. This is how we should really condemn the Paris killings, not just by engaging in pathetic shows of anti-terrorist solidarity, but by insisting on the simple cui bono question. There should be no deeper understanding of the ISIS terrorists, in the sense of their deplorable acts, are nonetheless reactions to European brutal interventions. They should be characterized as what they are, as the Islamo-fascist obverse of the European anti-immigrant racists, two sides of the same coin. But there is another, more formal, aspect that should give us pause to think: the very form of the attacks, a momentary brutal disruption of normal life. Significantly, the attacked objects do not stand for the military or political establishment but for everyday popular culture, restaurants, rock venues, and so on. Such a form of terrorism, a momentary disturbance, mainly characterizes attacks on developed Western countries, in clear contrast to many third world countries in which violence is a permanent fact of life. Think about daily life in Congo, Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon. Where are the outcries and declarations of international solidarity when hundreds die there? We should remember now that we live in a cupola where terrorist violence is a threat that just explodes from time to time, in contrast to countries where, with the participation or complicity of the West, daily life consists of uninterrupted terror and brutality. In his In the World Interior of Capital, 2013, Peter Sloterdijk demonstrates how, in today's globalization, the world system completed its development and, as a capitalist system, came to determine all conditions of life. The first symbol of this development was the Crystal Palace in London, the site of the First World Exhibition in 1851, the inevitable exclusivity of globalization as the construction and expansion of a world interior whose boundaries are invisible, yet virtually insurmountable from without, and which is now inhabited by the 1.5 billion winners of globalization. 3 times this number are left standing outside the door. Consequently, the world interior of capital is not an agora or a trade fair beneath the open sky, but rather a hothouse that has drawn inwards everything that was once on the outside. This interior, built on capitalist excesses, determines everything. The primary fact of the modern age was not that the earth goes around the sun, but that money goes around the earth. After the process that transformed the world into the globe, social life could only take place in an expanded interior, a domestically and artificially climatized inner space. As cultural capitalism rules, all world-forming upheavals are contained. No more historic events could take place under such conditions. At most, domestic accidents. To what Sloterdijk correctly points out is that capitalist globalization does not stand only for openness and conquest, but also for a self-enclosed cupola separating the inside from its outside. The two aspects are inseparable. Capitalism's global reach is grounded in the way it introduces a radical class division across the entire globe, separating those protected by the sphere from those outside its cover. The latest Paris terrorist attacks, as well as the flow of refugees, are momentary reminders of the violent world outside our cupola, a world which, for us insiders, appears mostly on TV reports about distant violent countries, not as a part of our reality but encroaching on it. Our ethico-political duty is not just to become aware of the reality outside our cupola, but to fully assume our co-responsibility for the horrors outside it. James Mangold's Copland, 1996, is set in Garrison, an imagined New Jersey city across the river from Manhattan, where Ray Donlin, a corrupt lieutenant of the New York police, played by Harvey Keitel, has established a place in which New York policemen can live safely with their families. When Freddie Heflin, an honest local cop, Sylvester Stallone, expresses his moral qualms about Donlin's mode of operation, Donlin replies, "Freddie, I invited men, cops, good men, to live in this town. And these men make a living, they cross that bridge every day to that city where everything is upside down, where the cop is the perpetrator and the perp is the victim. The only thing they did was to get their families out before it got to them. We made a place where things make sense, where you can walk the street without fear, and you come to me with the plan to set things right, everyone in the city holding hands, singing We Are the World. It's very nice. But, Freddie, your plan is a plan of a boy, it was made on the back of a matchbox without thinking, without looking at the cards. I look at the cards, I see this town destroyed. Now that's not what you want, is it? It is easy to see in what way Donlan's quasi-ontological vision of social reality is false. The group of policemen create their safe haven by withdrawing from the corrupted Manhattan, but it is their full participation in the corrupted crime universe of Manhattan that enables them to keep crime at bay in their own hamlet and sustain their safe and friendly way of life. What this means is that it is their very concern for their safe haven that contributes to the regular reproduction of crime in Manhattan, and the same can be said for all the participants in the Manhattan crime, with the exception of the lowest level street criminals. Are mafia bosses also not doing what they do to protect their safe family haven? One should note the circularity of this constellation. The effort to create a safe haven and protect it from the crazy world outside generates the very world it tries to protect us from. Do we not encounter exactly the same paradox in Songdo, a new city for 250,000 inhabitants built out of nothing close to Seoul's Incheon airport in South Korea, a kind of supreme ideological manifesto in stone? In his report Songdo, the global city without soul, Francesco Martoni describes how Songdo is built. On 6.5 square kilometers reclaimed from the sea, by a human hand that alters boundaries and morphologies. It would eventually host 250,000 and is rapidly becoming a trendy location to the extent that various soap opera stars moved into what they would like to see as the Beverly Hills of the East. As it stands now, however, the city is composed of almost empty futuristic buildings, a few bikers rambling along its wide avenues, construction sites active around the clock. Canals filled with merchant vessels in the background. Walking among these high-rise buildings made of steel and crystal, semi-deserted roads waiting to be filled with cars, is like living in a Truman Show of liberalism with no limit, a sort of city-state where investors enjoy all sort of exemptions, from tax breaks and beyond. A plastic and virtual performance of extreme liberalism, the reification of daily reality, of nature transformed into a consumption commodity, the impossible equation between a Green New Deal and growth, fake stones and trees plucked on flat sand, battered by gusts of wind, icy cold in winter, steaming hot in summertime. Songdo is today considered and boasted of as the showcase of green economy, built at the cost of the displacement of a delicate ecosystem where as many as 11 species of migratory birds, among them the Platylia minor, used to live, a site of major importance for the Ramsar Convention. Super-green zero-emission power plants turn sea tides into energy, destroying fragile coastal habitats. Paradoxically, the world's biggest tidal wave power plant, the Sawa Tidal Power Plant, has been registered by the Clean Development Mechanism, set up to reduce emissions and generate carbon credits. A conflict of greens, green development versus habitat preservation, the case of Incheon, South Korea is the eloquent title of an article that pointed to the contradiction between green capitalism and ecology. What sort of ecological conversion is possible in an artificial place, where rights are subject to the rule of market and finance? A place that pretends to be a laboratory of a Green New Deal, antiseptic and without soul? It'll be those urban extraterritorial spaces, such as IFEX and many more, developed in vitro, suspended in space and time, black holes where exemption from labor legislation and tax breaks are the rule, that will represent the new frontier of wildcat liberalism, fueled by the expoliation of resources elsewhere in the world. The fact of the matter is that Songdo is currently one of those extraterritorial spaces, akin to the export processing zones that together with tax havens draw a parallel geography of power, a cobweb of parallel governance, away from public scrutiny, that envisages no anomaly or alternative. So, Songdo, designed by planning firm Kohn Peterson Fox, is a city that can be reproduced anywhere in the world, with its Central Park, its World Trade Center, its canals that evoke a futuristic Venice, a techno-park, and a biocomplex. Electronic closets in hotels offer various options to guests, from automatized enema to butt massages at varying temperatures. Supermarkets sell cosmetics produced with the genetic manipulation of stem cells, to whiten the skin and nurture the illusion of eternal youth. 3. This new form of a city is, to put it blandly, neoliberal ideology embodied, an impossible combination of market economy exempted from the state control with the usual progressive ecological, educational, and health concerns, the result being a green environment built on a ravaged natural habitat. To get a full picture, one need only imagine a gigantic transparent cupola, similar to the one in the films Xerdas or Elysium, to keep the city safe from its polluted environs, plus transgender toilets to guarantee that all forms of segregation are left behind, in a city which is itself a segregated area. Cupola, East and West. In today's historical constellation, is the cupola limited to the Western affluent countries, and its copies all around the world, so that the proletarian struggle to break into the cupola is to be identified with the struggle against the scarecrow of Eurocentrism? Along these lines, in his On the Twilight of the West, Pankaj Mishra advocates a return to the Ottoman-style confederal institutions that devolve power and guarantee minority rights. In the 21st century, that old spell of universal progress, whether through Western-style socialism or capitalism and democracy, has been decisively broken. The optimistic assumptions dating from the 19th century that these universalist ideologies and techniques will deliver endless growth and political stability cannot be sustained. The global crisis, which is as much moral and intellectual as it is political and environmental, puts into question above all our long submission to Western ideas of politics and economy. Whether it is catastrophic wars in Iraq and Afghanistan or disastrous interventions in Libya, the financial crisis of 2008, soaring unemployment in Europe, which seems like a problem with no solution, and is likely to empower far-right parties across the continent, the unresolved crisis of the euro, hideous income disparities in both Europe and the United States, the widespread suspicion that big money has corrupted democratic processes, the absurdly dysfunctional American political system. Edward Snowden's revelations about the National Security Agency, or the dramatic loss of a sense of possibility for young people everywhere, all of this separately and together has not only severely depleted the West's moral authority but also weakened its intellectual hegemony. This is why its message to the rest of the world's population can no longer be the smooth reassurance that the Western way of life is the best, which others should try to replicate diligently in their own part of the world through nation building and industrial capitalism. Reflecting on the world's pervasive raggedness, the American anthropologist Clifford Geertz once spoke of how the shattering of larger coherences into smaller ones, uncertainly connected one with another, has made relating local realities, with the world overall, extremely difficult. If the general is to be grasped at all, Geertz continued, and new unities uncovered, it must, it seems, be grasped not directly, all at once, but via instances, differences, variations, particulars, piecemeal, case by case. In a splintered world, we must address the splinters. The Western path to modernity can no longer be regarded as normal, it cannot be the standard against which historical change in other parts of the world is measured. Europeans had created their own kind of modernity in the very particular historical circumstances of the 19th and 20th centuries, and other people have been trying since then, with varying degrees of success, to imitate it. But there are, and always were, other ways of conceiving of the state, society, economy, and the good life. They all have their own specific difficulties and challenges. Nevertheless, it will be possible to understand them only through an open and sustained engagement with non-Western societies, and their political and intellectual traditions. Such an effort, formidable in itself, would also go against every instinct of the self-regarding universalism the West has upheld for 2 centuries. But it will be needed if we wish to seriously confront the great problem confronting the vast majority of 7 billion human beings, how to secure a dignified and sustainable life amid deepening inequality and animosity in an interdependent world. 4. These long passages are worth quoting since they render in a concise way the post-colonial common sense. We should recognize the failure of Western civilization as a global model, and the failure of those decolonized nations that tried to emulate it. There is nonetheless a problem with this diagnosis. Yes, the lesson of post 9/11 is the end of the Fukuyama dream of global liberal democracy, but at the level of economy, capitalism has triumphed worldwide. The third world nations that are now growing at spectacular rates are those which endorsed it. The mask of cultural diversity is sustained by the actual universalism of global capital. And this new global capitalism functions even better if its political supplement relies on so-called Asian values. Global capitalism has no problem in accommodating itself to a plurality of local religions, cultures, traditions. So the cruel irony of anti-Eurocentrism is that, on behalf of anti-colonialism, one criticizes the West at the very historical moment when global capitalism no longer needs Western cultural values, egalitarianism, fundamental rights, the welfare state, in order to function smoothly, and is doing quite well with authoritarian alternative modernity. In short, one tends to denounce Western cultural values at the very moment that, critically reinterpreted, many of them can serve as a weapon against capitalist globalization. And vice versa, as Slavoj Giri pointedly noted, it is possible that the immigrants who secure rights thanks to the anti-racist anti-colonial struggle might be securing the right to free capitalist enterprise, refusing to see, refusing to open your eyes, as the angry black yelled at the post-colonial immigrant. This right to free enterprise is another way to capital accumulation powered by the post-colonial entrepreneur. It produces unfree labor and racialized class relations in the name of challenging the colonial rule of difference. There is a closet Ayn Randian class position underpinning the anti-racism of hyperbolic anti-colonialists. It is then not difficult to see that the non-modern, radical alt-right upon which the anti-colonial is premised now stands for the capitalist universal. 5. Giri's last sentence should be taken in all its Hegelian stringency. The concrete universal of today's global capitalism, the particular form which overdetermines and colors its totality, is that of the anti-colonial non-European capitalist. Giri's point is not simply to assert the primacy of economic class struggle over other struggles, against racism, for sexual liberation, etc. If we simply decode racial tension as a reflection of class differences, such a direct displacement of race onto class is effectively a reductionist way of obfuscating the very dynamic of class relations. Giri refers here to Jared Sexton's writings in the aftermath of the 1992 Los Angeles uprising, where he critiques scholars like Sumi Cho who argue that the ability of Korean Americans to open stores in black neighborhoods largely depends upon a class variable. Hence, many of the tensions between these groups may be class rather than racially based, actually reflecting differences between the store-owning Korean immigrants and the African American customers. As Sexton shows, this class analysis does not have anything to do with class struggle, as class is abstracted from any real unequal social relations. Secondly, the mention of class-based relation is done in order to mitigate the resentment and hostility supposedly born of cultural differences and racial animosities. Thus for Cho, the ability to open stores, Korean businesses, largely depends upon a class variable, as opposed to a racial one. A watered-down politically sterile notion of class is invoked even as the question of anti-black racism is diluted. Sexton calls this approach subordinating the significance of race while pacifying the notion of class. This is where we encounter the familiar story of the post-colonial immigrants making great entrepreneurs and keeping the American dream alive even as other illegal and undocumented migrants are pushed to the bottom and even as a vast majority of blacks are reduced to not just marginalization and deprivation but social death. This backhanded emphasis on class is a way to reduce the overdetermined status of the black poor to what looks like the natural outcome of free market relations. 6. Do we not encounter here an exemplary case of the very reference to class being a means of obfuscating the concrete functioning of class struggle? Class difference itself can be the fetish which obfuscates class struggle. The Western legacy is effectively not just that of post-colonial imperialist domination, but also that of the self-critical examination of the violence and exploitation that the West brought to the Third World. The French colonized Haiti, but the French Revolution also provided the ideological foundation for the rebellion that liberated the slaves and established independent Haiti. The process of decolonization was set in motion when the colonized nations demanded for themselves the same rights that the West took for itself. In short, one should never forget that the West provides the very standards by means of which it, as well as its critics, measures its criminal past. We are dealing here with the dialectic of form and content. When colonial countries demand independence and enact the return to roots, the very form of this return, that of an independent nation-state, is Western. In its very defeat, losing the colonies, the West thus wins, imposing its social form onto the other. The three types of subjectivity that, according to Alain Badiou, are operative in global capitalism, do not cover the entire field. There is the hegemonic Western middle-class subjectivity that perceives itself as the beacon of civilization. There are those possessed by the desire for the West, and there are those who, out of the frustration of their desire for the West, turn towards self-destructive nihilism. But there is also the global capitalist traditionalism, the stance of those who, while fully participating in global capitalist dynamics, try to contain its destabilizing excesses by relying on some traditional ethics or way of life, Confucianism, Hinduism, etc. The European emancipatory legacy cannot be reduced to European values in the predominant ideological sense, i.e., to what our media refer to when they talk about how our values are threatened by Islam. On the contrary, the greatest threat to what is worth saving from the European legacy are today's anti-immigrant populist defenders of Europe themselves. Plato's thought is a European event, radical egalitarianism is European, the notion of modern subjectivity is European, communism is a European event if there ever was one. When Marxists celebrate the power of capitalism to disintegrate old communal ties, when they detect in this disintegration the opening of a space for radical emancipation, they speak on behalf of the emancipatory European legacy. That's why Walter Mignolo and other post-colonial anti-Eurocentrists attack Badiou and other proponents of communism as all too European. They dismiss the, quite correct, idea of communism being European and, instead of communism, propose as the source of resistance to global capitalism some ancient Asian, Latin American or African traditions. There is a crucial choice to be made here. Do we resist global capitalism on behalf of the local traditions it undermines, or do we endorse this power of disintegration and oppose global capitalism on behalf of a universal emancipatory project? The reason anti-Eurocentrism is so popular today is precisely because global capitalism functions much better when its excesses are regulated by some ancient tradition. Global capitalism and local traditions are no longer opposites, they are on the same side. 7. Let us take an example, one that challenges the stance that local customs are sites of resistance. In the autumn of 2016, a 55-year-old former pastor in Santiago Quetzalapa, a remote indigenous community 450 kilometers south of Mexico City, raped an 8-year-old girl, and the local court condemned him to buy the victim's father 2 crates of beer. Santiago Quetzalapa is in Oaxaca state, where many indigenous communities are ruled by an idiosyncratic system popularly known as usos y costumbres, traditions and customs, supposed to enshrine the traditions of diverse indigenous populations. Officials in usos y costumbres communities have previously used the framework as a pretext to exclude women from local government. For example, Eufrosina Cruz Mendoza, an indigenous woman, won the mayoral election, but was denied office by local leaders because of her gender. Cases like these clearly demonstrate that local popular customs are in no way to be revered as a form of resistance to global imperialism. The task is rather to undermine them by supporting the mobilization against these customs of local indigenous people themselves, as in Mexico where indigenous women are organized in effective networks. The rigged cupola. Why does a dog lick its balls? The division between the inner space covered by the cupola and its outside is not just the outcome of some objective logic of capital, the space of global capitalism is also quite deliberately rigged to privilege those within the cupola, as was made clear by the disclosure of the so-called Panama Papers. The only truly surprising thing about the leaked financial information in the Panama Papers was that there was no surprise in them. Didn't we learn exactly what we expected to learn about shadowy offshore finance? But it is one thing to know it in general, and another to get concrete data. It is a little bit like knowing that one's sexual partner is playing around. One can accept the abstract knowledge of it, but pain arises when one learns the steamy details, when one gets pictures of what they were doing. So, now, with the Panama Papers, we get some of the dirty pictures of financial pornography, and we can no longer pretend that we don't know. A quick look at the papers reveals two prominent features, a positive one and a negative one. The positive one is the all-embracing solidarity of the participants. In the shadowy world of global capital, we are all brothers. The Western developed world is there, including the uncorrupted Scandinavians, and they shake hands with Putin and the Chinese President Xi. Iran and North Korea are also there. Muslims and Jews exchange friendly winks. It is a true kingdom of multiculturalism, where all are equal and all different. The negative feature, the blinding absence of the USA, which gives some credence to the Russian and Chinese claims that particular political interests were involved in the inquiry. So what are we to do with all these data? There is a classic joke about a husband who returns home earlier than expected and finds his wife in bed with another man. The surprised wife asks him, "What happened? You told me you'd be back 3 hours from now." The husband explodes back, "Be serious, what are you doing in bed with that guy?" The wife calmly replies, "Don't change the subject, first answer my question." Is something similar not happening with reactions to the Panama Papers? The first, and predominant, one is the explosion of moralistic rage. Horrible, how much greed and dishonesty there are in people. Where are the basic values of our society? What we should do is change the topic immediately from morality to our economic system. Politicians, bankers, and managers were always greedy, so what is it in our legal and economic system that enabled them to realize their greed in such a spectacular way? The reality that emerges is one of class division, as simple as that. The revelations demonstrate how wealthy people live in a separate world in which different rules apply, in which legal processes and police authorities are heavily twisted not only to protect the rich, but even to systematically bend the rule of law to accommodate them. Does the same not hold for the Enron bankruptcy in January 2002, which can be interpreted as a kind of ironic commentary on the notion of a risk society? Thousands of employees who lost their jobs and savings were certainly exposed to a risk, but without any true choice, the risk appeared to them as blind fate. Those, on the contrary, who effectively did have an insight into the risks as well as a possibility of intervening in the situation, the top managers, minimized their risks by cashing in their stocks and options before the bankruptcy. So it is true that we live in a society of risky choices, but some, the Wall Street managers, do the choosing, while others, the common people paying mortgages, do the risking. There are already many rightist liberal reactions to the Panama Papers that put the blame on the excesses of our welfare states, or whatever remains of them, since wealth is so heavily taxed. No wonder owners try to move it to places with lower taxes, which is ultimately nothing illegal. Ridiculous as this excuse is, the papers expose transactions that do indeed break the law. This argument has a kernel of truth, and makes 2 points worth noting. First, the line that separates legal from illegal transactions is getting more and more blurred, and is often reduced to a matter of interpretation. Second, owners of wealth who move it to offshore accounts and tax havens are not greedy monsters but individuals who simply act like rational subjects trying to safeguard their wealth. In capitalism, you cannot throw out the dirty water of financial speculation and keep the healthy baby of the real economy. The dirty water effectively is the blood of the healthy baby. One should not be afraid to go to the end here. The global capitalist legal system itself is, in its most fundamental dimension, corruption legalized. The question of where crime begins, which financial dealings are illegal, is thus not a legal question but an eminently political question, a question of power. So why did thousands of businessmen and politicians do what is documented in the Panama Papers? The answer is the same as that of the old vulgar riddle joke: why do dogs lick their balls? Because they can. The rigged cupola 2, free trade agreements. Our cupola is rigged not only through tolerated violation of the laws but even more openly through systematic attempts to accommodate these laws themselves to the interests of those covered by the cupola. On June 19, 2014, the day after the second anniversary of Julian Assange's confinement to the Ecuadorian embassy in London, WikiLeaks rendered public the secret draft text for the Financial Services Annex of the Trade in Services Agreement, TISA, the largest of 3 proposed multinational trade agreements. This draft, the result of the last round of TISA talks which took place from April 28 to May 2 in Geneva, covers 50 countries and most of the world's trade in services. It sets rules which would assist the expansion of financial multinationals into other nations by preventing regulatory barriers. It prohibits more regulation of financial services, despite the fact that the 2007-8 financial meltdown is generally perceived as resulting from the lack of regulation. Furthermore, the US is particularly keen on boosting cross-border data flow, including personal and financial data. The draft document was classified to keep TISA secret not just during negotiations but for 5 years after it enters into force. While the TISA negotiations were not censored outright, they were barely mentioned in our media, a marginalization and secrecy that are in stark contrast with the world historical importance of the TISA agreement. If enforced, it will have global consequences, effectively serving as a kind of legal backbone for the restructuring of the world market. TISA would bind future governments, regardless of who wins elections and what the courts say. It will impose a restrictive framework on public services, from developing new ones to protecting the existing ones, the main reason for its secrecy, no doubt. TISA is by no means a unique case with regard to secrecy. Today more than ever secret agreements and decisions play a key role in economies and finance as well as in war. The decision to invade a country is often taken well before the broad public is prepared for it by reports on the threat this country represents. NAFTA was the last trade agreement widely debated in advance, although nobody read it in detail, and later agreements are kept secret precisely because the outcry about NAFTA taught those in power a lesson. Is this discrepancy between politico-economic importance and secrecy really surprising? Is it not, rather, a sad but precise indication of where we, in Western liberal democratic countries, stand with regard to democracy? A century and a half ago, in Capital, Karl Marx characterized the market exchange between worker and capitalist as a very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. For Marx, the ironic addition of Jeremy Bentham, the philosopher of egotist utilitarianism, provides the key to what freedom and equality effectively mean in capitalist society. To quote the Communist Manifesto, by freedom is meant, under the present bourgeois conditions of production, free trade, free selling and buying. And by equality is meant the legal formal equality of buyer and seller, even if one of them is forced to sell his labor under any conditions, like today's precarious workers. Today, we can say that we have freedom, democracy, and TISA. Freedom means the free flow of capital, as well as of the financial and personal data, both flows guaranteed by TISA. And what of democracy? The main culprits of the 2008 financial meltdown, from big bank managers to high state administrators, now impose themselves as experts who can lead us on the painful path of financial recovery, whose advice should therefore overrule parliamentary politics, or, as Mario Monti put it, those who govern must not allow themselves to be completely bound by parliamentarians. Which, then, is the higher force whose authority can suspend the decisions of the democratically elected representatives of the people? Already back in 1998 the answer had been provided by Hans Tietmeyer, at that time the governor of the Deutsches Bundesbank, who praised national governments for preferring the permanent plebiscite of global markets to the plebiscite of the ballot box. Note the democratic rhetoric of this obscene statement: global markets are more democratic than parliamentary elections since the process of voting goes on in them permanently, and is permanently reflected in market fluctuations, not only every 4 years, and at a global level, not only within the limits of a nation-state. The underlying idea is that, freed from this higher control of markets and experts, parliamentary democratic decisions are irresponsible. Democracy is thus the democracy of the markets, the permanent plebiscite of market fluctuations. The space for democratically elected political agents to make decisions is severely limited, and the political process deals predominantly with issues towards which capitalism is indifferent, like cultural wars. This is why the release of the TISA draft marks a new stage in the WikiLeaks strategy. Till now, their activity was focused on exposing the ways in which our lives are monitored and regulated by the intelligence agencies of the state, the standard liberal topic of individuals threatened by oppressive state apparatuses. Now, another controlling force appears, capital, which threatens our freedom in a much more twisted way, perverting our very sense of freedom. Since, in our society, free choice is elevated into a supreme value, social control and domination can no longer appear as infringing on a subject's freedom, it has to appear as, and be sustained by, the very self-experience of individuals as free. There are a multitude of examples of unfreedom appearing in the guise of its opposite. When we are deprived of universal health care, we are told that we are given a new freedom of choice, to choose our health care provider. When we can no longer rely on long-term employment and are compelled to search for a new precarious position every couple of years, we are told that we are given the opportunity to reinvent ourselves and discover new unexpected creative potentials that lurked in our personality. When we have to pay for the education of our children, we are told that we become entrepreneurs of the self, acting like a capitalist who has to choose freely how he will invest the resources he possesses, or has borrowed, in education, health, travel. Constantly bombarded by imposed free choices, forced to make decisions for which we are mostly not even properly qualified, or possess enough information about, we more and more experience our freedom as what it effectively is, a burden that deprives us of the true choice of change. Let's imagine a single mother with two small children, let's call her Sophie. She wants the best for her children, but, lacking money, she has to make some hard choices. She can send only one of them to a good school, so which one will she choose? Should she organize a nice summer holiday for them, buy each of them a new PC, or should she rather provide better health care for them? Although her choice is not as tough and brutal as Sophie's choice from the well-known William Starrin novel, where Sophie has to choose one of her children to be saved from the gas chamber, it runs along the same lines, and I would certainly prefer to live in a society that deprives her of this freedom of choice. No wonder parties that claim to represent people like Sophie effectively resent them. 81 should reread in view of these paradoxes Aaron Schuster's ironic observation that the great champion of free choice, the obsessional neurotic, is precisely the one who is unable to choose, who makes his home in an eternal maybe. 9. Perhaps, this paradox also allows us to throw a new light on our obsession with the ongoing events in Ukraine, and even with the rise of ISIS in Iraq, both extensively covered by the media, in clear contrast to the predominant silence on TISA. What fascinates us in the West is not the fact that people in Kiev stood up for the mirage of the European way of life, but that they, as it seemed, at least, simply stood up and tried to take their fate into their own hands, ousting their president and demanding change to a corrupted political system. They acted as a political agent enforcing a radical change, something that, as the TISA negotiations demonstrate, we in the West no longer have the choice to do. The rigged cupola 3, a descent into the maelstrom. Sometimes, faces become symbols, not symbols of the strong individuality of their bearers, but symbols of anonymous forces behind them. Was the stupidly smiling face of Eurogroup President Jeroen Dijsselbloem not the symbol of the EU's brutal pressure on Greece? When the public spectre of TISA was supplemented by the new spectre of TTIP, yet another multinational trade agreement, a new face emerged, the cold one of Cecilia Malmström, the EU Trade Commissioner who, when asked by a journalist how she could continue her promotion of TTIP in the face of massive public opposition, responded without shame, "I do not take my mandate from the European people." In an unsurpassable act of irony, Her family name is a variation of the word maelstrom. To quote Lee Williams's acerbic comment, one of the main aims of TTIP is the introduction of investor, state dispute settlements, ISDS, which allow companies to sue governments if those governments' policies cause a loss of profits. In effect, it means unelected transnational corporations can dictate the policies of democratically elected governments. I would vote against TTIP, except, hang on a minute. I can't. Like you, I have no say whatsoever in whether TTIP goes through or not. Point 10. The general picture of the social impact of TTIP is clear enough. It stands for nothing less than a brutal assault on democracy. Nowhere is this clearer than in the case of these so-called investor, state dispute settlements, ISDS, which are already in place in some bilateral trade agreements, where we can see how they work. The Swedish energy company Vattenfall is suing the German government for billions of dollars over its decision to phase out nuclear power plants in the wake of the Fukushima disaster. A public health policy put into place by a democratically elected government is threatened by an energy giant because of a potential loss of profit. But let us forget for a moment this overall picture and focus on a more specific question: what will TTIP mean for European cultural production? In A Descent into the Maelstrom, Edgar Allan Poe's story from 1841, a survivor reports how he has avoided being sucked into a gigantic maelstrom, or whirlpool. He observed how the larger a body, the more rapid its descent, and that spherical objects were pulled in the fastest, so he abandoned his ship and held onto a cylindrical barrel until he was saved several hours later. Do proponents of so-called cultural exception, treating the market for cultural products differently from that for general goods and services, not envisage something similar? Let our big economic companies get swallowed into the vortex of the global market, while we try to save cultural products. How? By simply exempting cultural products from free market rules, allowing states to support their artistic industries, with state subsidies, lower taxes, etc., even if this means unfair competition with other countries. For example, a country, France, say, may insist that this is the only way for its national cinema to survive the onslaught of Hollywood blockbusters. Can this work? While such measures can play a limited positive role, I see two problems. First, in today's global capitalism, culture is no longer just an exception, a kind of fragile superstructure rising above the real economic infrastructure, but is more and more a central ingredient of our mainstream real economy. Over a decade ago, Jeremy Rifkin designated the latest stage of our economic development as cultural capitalism. In a similar vein, Gerhard Schultz spoke of the society of experience. The defining feature of postmodern capitalism is the direct commodification of our experience itself. What we are buying on the market are less and less products, material objects, that we want to own, and more life experiences, experiences of sex, eating, communicating, cultural consumption, participating in a lifestyle, or, as Marx Lukács put it succinctly, we become the consumers of our own lives. We no longer buy objects, we ultimately buy the time of our own life. Michel Foucault's notion of turning oneself itself into a work of art thus gets an unexpected confirmation. I buy my bodily fitness by visiting fitness clubs, I buy my spiritual enlightenment by enrolling in courses on transcendental meditation, I buy the satisfactory self-experience of myself as ecologically aware by purchasing only organic fruit, etc. Although these activities may have beneficial effects, their main importance is clearly ideological. Second problem, even if Europe succeeded in imposing cultural exceptions onto TTIP, what kind of Europe will survive the TTIP reign? The question is thus not whether European culture can survive TTIP, but what it will do to our economy. Will it not slowly become what ancient Greece was for Imperial Rome, a preferred place for tourists, American and Chinese in the modern case, a destination for nostalgic cultural tourism with no effective relevance? More radical measures are thus needed. Instead of cultural exceptions we need economic exceptions. Can we cover the costs? Our growing military expenses, as well as our support for superb scientific institutions like CERN, demonstrate that we can afford great investments without in any way crippling our economy. In the post-Brexit atmosphere, opposition to TTIP exploded all around Europe, but the struggle is far from over. Even if TTIP or TISA are shelved, one should not forget that they are just expressions of a general tendency that works like a hydra. When its head is cut off, a new head grows up immediately. The first name of this new head is CETA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, a deal between the EU and Canada. George Monbiot writes, "As far as transparency, parity, and comprehensibility are concerned, it's the equivalent of the land treaties illiterate African chiefs were induced to sign in the 19th century. It is hard to see how parliamentarians could make a properly informed decision. Like TTIP, CETA threatens to lock in privatization, making renationalization of Britain's railways, say, or attempts by cities to take control of failing public services, as Joseph Chamberlain did in Birmingham in the 19th century, laying the foundations for modern social provision, impossible. Like TTIP, it uses a broad definition of both investment and expropriation to allow corporations to sue governments when they believe their future anticipated profits might be threatened by new laws. Like TTIP, it restricts the ways in which governments may protect their people. It appears to prohibit, for example, rules that would prevent banks from becoming too big to fail. It seems to threaten our planning laws and other common-sense protections. CETA claims to be a trade treaty, but many of its provisions have little to do with trade. They are attempts to circumscribe democracy on behalf of corporate power. Monbiot's sad conclusion is that the struggle will continue throughout your life. We have to succeed every time, they have to succeed only once. Never drop your guard. Never let them win 11. Progress towards slavery and the precariat. But are we not simply exaggerating here, painting much too dark a picture? Advocates of capitalism often point out that, in spite of all the critical prophecies, capitalism is overall, from a global perspective, not in crisis but progressing more than ever, and one cannot but agree with them. Capitalism thrives all around the world, more or less, from China to Africa. It is definitely not in crisis. It is just the people caught in this explosive development that are in crisis. This tension between overall rapid growth and local crises and misery is part of capitalism's normal functioning. Capitalism renews itself through such crises. Let's take the case of slavery. While capitalism legitimizes itself as the economic system that implies and furthers personal freedom, as a condition of market exchange, it generated slavery on its own, as a part of its own dynamics. Although slavery became almost extinct at the end of the Middle Ages, it re-emerged in colonies from early modernity till the American Civil War. And one can risk the hypothesis that today, with the new epoch of global capitalism, a new era of slavery is also arising. Although there is no longer a direct legal category of enslaved persons, slavery acquires a multitude of new forms. Millions of migrant workers in the Saudi Peninsula, UAE, Qatar, etc., who are deprived of elementary civil rights and freedoms and subjected to restricted mobility, the total control over millions of workers in Asian sweatshops, often consciously organized as concentration camps, the massive use of forced labor in the exploitation of natural resources in many Central African states, Congo, etc. This new de facto apartheid, this systematic explosion of a number of different forms of contemporary slavery, is not a deplorable accident but a structural necessity of today's global capitalism. Another blatant case of regress as part of the capitalist progress is the enormous rise of precarious work. Precarious work deprives workers of a whole series of rights that, till recently, were taken as self-evident in any country which perceived itself as a welfare state. Precarious workers have to take care themselves of their health insurance and retirement options. There is no paid leave. The future becomes much more uncertain. Precarious work also generates an antagonism within the working class. Between permanently employed and precarious workers, trade unions tend to privilege permanent workers. It is very difficult for precarious workers even to organize themselves into a union or to establish other forms of collective self-organization. One would have expected that this increasing exploitation would also strengthen workers' resistance, but it renders resistance even more difficult, and the main reason for this is ideological. Precarious work is presented, and up to a point even effectively experienced, as a new form of freedom. I am no longer just a cog in a complex enterprise but an entrepreneur of the self. I am a boss of myself who freely manages my employment, free to choose new options, to explore different aspects of my creative potential, to choose my priorities. There is a clear homology between the precarious worker and today's typical consumer of TV and cultural programs, where we are also ordained, as it were, to practice freedom of choice. 12 More and more, each of us is becoming the curator of our own TV and cultural life, subscribing to programs that we prefer, HBO, History Channel, selecting movies on demand, etc., according to our own desire, exposed to a freedom of choice for which we are not really qualified since we are given no orientation, no criteria, and are thus left to the arbitrariness of our bad taste. The role of authorities, models, canons even, is essential here. Even when we aim at violating and overturning them, they provide the basic coordinates, orientation points, in the messy landscape of endless choices. THIRD-WORLDISM shows us the key lesson of the combination of the precariat, which is expanding in the middle classes within the cupola, and the new slavery outside its boundaries is that a link between leftist protests, Occupy, etc., in the West and the Third World horrors is crucial to THIRD-WORLDISM shows us. Everyone agrees in principle this is the big task, but we have here a clear case of non-principled politics. One agrees in principle with the task, but one does nothing to actualize it. We can even say that the very principled position serves as an excuse to do nothing, a nothing that can assume many well-known forms. To quote Badiou, the leftists try in general to constitute autonomous groups composed of students or dropouts of the Western world, and are interested in the third-level questions like that of zones to be defended for ecological reasons or gatherings around the motif of let's change our life. There are real initiatives which effectively concern the nomadic proletariat, but they require political conscience and considerable personal efforts. 13. So, are immigrant refugees to be considered the nomadic proletariat? There is an immense problem in transforming them into part of a radical emancipatory movement. Their utopia is mostly to get integrated into welfare, capitalism plus to retain their cultural identity. They are mostly not sustained by a vulgar desire for the West but by a much more desperate combination of the need to survive and the desire to maintain some kind of cultural identity. On both counts, they will have to learn a hard and painful lesson. So, again, we can see the nomadic proletariat as an agent caught in the terrible tension between an authentic proletarian position and the populist temptation. The reason one should focus on different ways of life is not that they have inherent value but that, if we do not confront these types of tension openly, the universal class struggle for emancipation, and the only true social universality today is that of class struggle, will be displaced onto the fake clash of civilizations. The basic gesture we in the West should make is not to engage in some kind of very dubious and patronizing respect for the other, but to fight within our own tradition for the emancipatory dimensions, the legacy of equality, social justice, etc., that offer strong arguments against colonialism and racism. Furthermore, to establish the link between the Western left and the Third World poor and displaced, it is crucial to overcome the tension between Western modernity and Third World anti-modernity, even if it is masked as anti-imperialism. This link will only be built through a double self-critique. One side, the protesting leftists in the West, should get rid of the obsession with middle-class cultural and sexual politics issues, while the other, Third World, side should endorse cultural and sexual modernization as the only way to break out of neocolonialist exploitation, i.e., they should learn the hard lesson that anti-modernism ultimately serves new forms of imperialism. To quote Badiou again, The communist politics should wrest from Western capitalism the monopoly on modernity, concerning history of sexuality, customs, language, religion, and other aspects of symbolic identities. The first problem is here that this politics unites all those who consider global capitalism the principal enemy and a new communism the vector of this conflict. It is within this shared conviction that one should deal with the persisting contradictions, especially by showing, point by point, how abandoning to capital the monopoly on modernity, the death of gods, the symbolic of the sexes, internationalism, etc., goes against the unity necessary to combat it. Only from this discussion will emerge a new modernity relieved of the commodity culture. Point 14. Yes, the struggle for modernization should be led under the banner of anti-capitalism, but without the link to the struggle for modernization, the anti-capitalist struggle will remain a reactive movement destined to fail. Furthermore, there are some other ambiguities at work here. Badiou proposes a semiotic square which encapsulates the basic coordinates of today's world. Its two axes are a vertical one, the opposition between tradition and modernity, and a horizontal one, the opposition between capitalism and communism. The line between modernism and capitalism designates the space of the modern developed West, and the line between capitalism and tradition the space of fascism. On the opposite side, the line between tradition and communism designates the space of 20th century state socialism, Stalinism, while the line between modernism and communism opens up the space of a new political truth, newly reinvented communism. World wars take place in the triangle between the West, fascism, and state socialism, while the Cold War takes place between the West and state socialism. Although attractive in its explanatory power, this scheme raises many questions. How do capitalism and communism relate to modernity? Can capitalism reproduce itself without relying on a pre-modern core of traditional values and practices? Or is modernity, as Frederick Jameson sometimes suggests, another name for capitalism? I also find problematic the location of Stalinism on the line that connects communism and tradition. Was Stalinism not primarily an extremely brutal modernization, forced collectivization, fast industrialization, and does the same not hold for Mao's Great Leap Forward? Was even fascism not a conservative modernization, a modernization legitimized as a return to pre-modern tradition, exemplarily in Japan, so that fascism should be rather located on the horizontal axis between tradition and modernity? Even ISIS is not simply traditional. As with every fascism, it combines pseudo-traditional content with ultra-modern form. On the other hand, if we are looking for elements that fit the communism, tradition axis, it is not so much the Stalinist really existing socialism that belongs here but many elements of the Third World New Left, which look for inspiration in some ancient tradition. Latin America is full of indigenismo. Furthermore, some forms of the most dynamic contemporary capitalism, India, China, etc., refer to tradition in order to contain the disruptive effects of capitalist modernization. Don't misunderestimate the fetish of democracy. The lesson of all these complications is that, to paraphrase President Bush, one should definitely not misunderestimate the destructive power of international capital. In such conditions, can a democratically elected leftist government effectively impose radical changes? The trap that lurks here is clearly perceptible in Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century. For Piketty, capitalism has to be accepted as the only game in town, so the sole feasible alternative is to allow the capitalist machinery to do its work in its proper sphere, and to impose egalitarian justice politically, by a democratic power that regulates the economic system and enforces redistribution. Such a solution is utopian in the strictest sense of the term. Piketty is well aware that the model he proposes would only work if enforced globally, beyond the confines of nation-states, otherwise capital would flee to the states with lower taxes. Such a global measure presupposes an already existing global power with the strength and authority to enforce it. However, such a global power is unimaginable within the confines of today's global capitalism and the political mechanisms it implies. In short, if such a power were to exist, the basic problem would already have been resolved. Plus, what further measures would the global imposition of high taxes proposed by Piketty necessitate? Of course, the only way out of this vicious cycle is simply to cut the Gordian knot and act. There are never perfect conditions for an act, every act by definition comes too early, but one has to begin somewhere. With a particular intervention, one just has to bear in mind the further complications that such an act will lead to. In other words, the true utopia is to imagine global capitalism as we know it today, still functioning the way it does, just with the high tax rates proposed by Piketty added to it. This same utopianism is at work in Joseph Stiglitz's comment Democracy in the 21st Century. The title obviously refers to Thomas Piketty's, but with an important twist, shifting the accent from capitalism to our liberal democratic political system. Here is its concluding line of argument. What we have been observing, wage stagnation and rising inequality, even as wealth increases, does not reflect the workings of a normal market economy, but of what I call ersatz capitalism. The problem may not be with how markets should or do work, but with our political system, which has failed to ensure that markets are competitive, and has designed rules that sustain distorted markets in which corporations and the rich can, and unfortunately do, exploit everyone else. Markets, of course, do not exist in a vacuum. There have to be rules of the game, and these are established through political processes. Thus, Piketty's forecast of still higher levels of inequality does not reflect the inexorable laws of economics. Simple changes, including higher capital gains and inheritance taxes, greater spending to broaden access to education, rigorous enforcement of antitrust laws, corporate governance reforms that circumscribe executive pay, and financial regulations that rein in banks' ability to exploit the rest of society, would reduce inequality and increase equality of opportunity markedly. If we get the rules of the game right, we might even be able to restore the rapid and shared economic growth that characterized the middle-class societies of the mid-20th century. The main question confronting us today is not really about capital in the 21st century. It is about democracy in the 21st century. Point 15. In some formal sense this is, of course, true. The organization of a market economy is effectively possible only within legal coordinates that are ultimately decided by a political process. Stiglitz is also fully justified in pointing out that, in order to effectively change capitalism, we would also have to change the functioning of our democracy. Here, however, problems arise. In what precise sense is democracy a problem? It seems that, for Stiglitz, it is simply a question of enforcing new rules, laws regulating economic life. Within the existing democratic framework, we need an elected government to pass some simple changes like higher capital gains and inheritance taxes, greater spending to broaden access to education, rigorous enforcement of antitrust laws, corporate governance reforms that circumscribe executive pay, and financial regulations that rein in banks' ability to exploit the rest of society. But can we really imagine the transformation of society done like this? Here Marx's key insight remains valid, perhaps more than ever. For Marx, the question of freedom should not be located primarily in the political sphere proper. Does a country have free elections? Are its judges independent? Is its press free from hidden pressures? Does it respect human rights? Rather, the key to actual freedom resides in the apolitical network of social relations, from the market to the family. The change required is not political reform but a transformation of the social relations of production, which entails precisely revolutionary class struggle rather than democratic elections or any other political measure in the narrow sense of the term. We do not vote on who owns what, or about relations in the factory, etc. Such matters remain outside the sphere of the political, and it is illusory to expect that one could effectively change things by extending democracy into the economic sphere, by, say, reorganizing the banks to place them under popular control. Radical changes in this domain need to be made outside the sphere of legal rights. In democratic procedures, which, of course, can have a positive role to play, no matter how radical our anti-capitalism, Solutions are sought solely through those democratic mechanisms that themselves form parts of the apparatus of the bourgeois state that guarantees the undisturbed reproduction of capital. In this precise sense, Badiou was right in his apparently weird claim: today, the enemy is not called empire or capital. It's called democracy. 16 When Badiou furthermore claimed that democracy is our fetish, this statement is to be taken literally, in the precise Freudian sense, not just in the vague sense that we elevate democracy into our untouchable absolute. Democracy is the last thing we see before confronting the lack that is constitutive of the social field, the fact that there is no class relationship. If I may paraphrase Lacan's formula, there is no sexual relationship, the trauma of social antagonism. It is as if, when confronted with the reality of domination and exploitation, of brutal social struggles, we can always add, yes, but we have democracy, which gives us the hope of resolving or at least regulating struggles, preventing their destructive outcomes. It is the democratic illusion, the acceptance of democratic mechanisms as providing the only framework for any possible change, that prevents the radical transformation of society. The field of capitalist economy, of the organization of production, exchange, and distribution, has its own inertia and imminent movement, and the democratic political frame is already accommodated to this capitalist structure. To really change this capitalist structure, one should also change this democratic political frame. One cannot do it by enforcing changes through democratic electoral procedures that remain the same as before. Here we encounter Stiglitz's second, Keynesian, limitation. Does his designation of the present economic system as Ersatzkapitalism not imply that there is another, proper, capitalism, in which markets are really and fairly competitive, not our distorted markets in which corporations and the rich can, and unfortunately do, exploit everyone else? We can see Stiglitz's wager here: by democratically enforcing legal changes, we can replace Ersatzkapitalism with a more just and efficient one, thus combining the best of capitalism with the best of democracy. But what if this entire idea is utopian in the strict sense of the term? What if what Stiglitz calls Ersatzkapitalism is simply capitalism as such, capitalism that follows its imminent development, and not some secondary perversion? That is to say, although capitalist markets do not exist in a vacuum, the political process of democracy also does not exist in a vacuum, but is always overdetermined by economic relations. For this reason we should be suspicious of the critique of progressive movements or governments that is formulated, in pseudo-leftist terms, as a libertarian critique of their authoritarian features. Middle-class students and petit bourgeois libertarians, who want more freedoms and chances for themselves but abhor real change, complain about non-democratic government decisions, etc. Such a critique is the most perfidious rejection of radical change, which, at first, has to appear authoritarian in its resolute break with the established ways. Let's take the sad case of Venezuela. Although the Bolivarian Revolution deserves a lot of criticism, we should nonetheless always bear in mind that it is lately the victim of a well-orchestrated counter-revolution, especially along economic warfare. There is nothing new in such a procedure. Back in the early 1970s, in a note to the CIA advising them how to undermine the democratically elected Chilean government of Salvador Allende, Henry Kissinger wrote succinctly, "Make the economy scream." We can safely surmise that the economic difficulties faced by the Chavista government are not only the result of the ineptness of its own economic politics. Here we come to the key political point, difficult to swallow for some liberals. We are clearly not dealing with blind market processes and reactions, say, shop owners trying to make more profit by keeping some products off the shelves, but with an elaborate and fully planned strategy. In such conditions is a kind of terror, police raids on secret warehouses, detention of speculators and the coordinators of the shortages, etc., not fully justified as a defensive countermeasure? When, on March 9, 2015, President Obama issued an executive order declaring Venezuela a national security threat, did he not thereby give a green light to a coup d'état? At a more civilized level, the same is happening with Greece. Beyond capitalism. So, how are we to make the idea of socialism operative again in such hopeless circumstances? Axel Honneth 17 outlines three main weaknesses of the classic model of socialism. 1. The focus on industrial productivity and on socializing the production process, which neglects political/public freedom, the democratic formation of public space, and freedom in the intimate sphere, as if it can be assumed that the socialization of the productive process will automatically entail actual freedom in the entire social body. 2. Uncritical reliance on the notion of teleological historical necessity. Socialism will arrive more or less automatically, it will replace capitalism following the logic of historical progress. 3. The presumption that there is a privileged subject of liberation, on account of its objective social situation. The working class is predestined to be the main agent of the transition from capitalism to socialism. According to Honneth, if the idea of socialism is to regain its power of mobilization, one has to leave behind all these three claims. Socialism should be conceived as a process of expanding freedom that takes place in three spheres: cooperation and solidarity instead of competition in the sphere of productivity, the freedom of individuals in the public sphere, a freedom which renders possible the democratic formation of their collective will, and freedom from oppression in the intimate sphere. The agent and/or addressee of such an extended notion of freedom is no longer a privileged social subject, like a working class, but, potentially, all citizens. Furthermore, the progressive enactment of such expanded freedom can no longer be conceived in deterministic terms, as a process regulated by a historical necessity. It can only be a process of complex social experimentation with no predetermined goal or procedure. For example, in economy, one should not adopt an a priori anti-market stance, but rather attempt to purify the market of its capitalist distortions. This vision of freedom extended to the three spheres implies the primacy, not of economy but, of the sphere of public communication. The socialization of economy as well as the freedoms gained in the private sphere can both be conceived as extensions of the logic of democratic freedom. But do we not stumble here upon a key weakness of Honneth's model? Are we not witnessing today precisely a complex situation in which, relative, political freedom and exploding freedom in the intimate sphere are counteracted by the growing non-transparency of the economic sphere? So, today, the key problem is precisely the problem of economy, of global capitalism and its antagonisms. This neglect of antagonisms is clearly discernible in Honneth's resort to the organic metaphor of life, of a living organism as a model for the coexistence of three spheres. This model impels him to ignore radical antagonisms that are growing today, from ecology to biogenetics, from exploitation to new forms of social violence, antagonisms that resist being translated into communicational problems. So, when we talk about social totality, it would be appropriate to follow Hegel's assertion of the antagonistic totality, a totality oscillating from one extreme to another. Hegel's basic lesson is that the path to truth is not to be found by getting rid of unilateral positions, thus creating a harmonious totality of life, but by bringing each sphere to its extreme, thereby causing its reversal to the opposite. To put it another way, what is missing in Honneth's vision is an understanding of the paradoxical combination of growing freedom at one level with growing unfreedom at another level, a situation in which the new freedom is often the very mode of appearance for the unfreedom. Just recall the desperate plight of precarious workers, a plight celebrated by some postmodern sociologists as a new freedom to reinvent oneself every couple of years. If we want to reach some new freedom, we have to get lost in this mad dance of freedom turning into unfreedom. There is no direct way to freedom. Honneth ultimately remains an ethical socialist, i.e., he dismisses reference to a privileged social agent of change, the working class, as a hangover from 19th-century socialism, and instead grounds demands for change in ethical norms that concern all of us. But is it not reasonable to search for tendencies in today's reality itself that point beyond global capitalism, and to discern social groups that occupy a proletarian position? One can do this without any recourse to working class essentialism and historical determinism. One of the great ironies of contemporary social theory is that Peter Slaterdijk, a resolutely anti-communist liberal conservative, whom some Habermasians even suspect of pursuing a Nazi eugenic agenda, takes a step further in outlining the antagonisms which make a move beyond global capitalism a matter of our survival. In his new book, What Happened in the 20th Century, 18 after rejecting the 20th century's passion of the real as a harbinger of political extremism that leads to the extermination of enemies, Slaterdijk provides his own outline of what is to be done in the 21st century, best encapsulated in the title of the first two essays in the book, The Anthropocene and From the Domestication of Man to the Civilizing of Cultures. Anthropocene designates a new epoch in the life of our planet in which we, humans, cannot any longer rely on the earth as a reservoir ready to absorb the consequences of our productive activity. We cannot any longer afford to ignore the side effects, collateral damage, of our productivity. They cannot any longer be reduced to the background of the figure of humanity. We have to accept that we live on a spaceship Earth, responsible and accountable for its conditions. Earth is no longer the impenetrable background/horizon of our productive activity. It emerges as another, finite object that we can inadvertently destroy or transform to make it unlivable. This means that, at the very moment when we become powerful enough to affect the most basic conditions of our life, we have to accept that we are just another animal species on a small planet. A new way to relate to our environs is necessary once we realize this, no longer a heroic worker expressing his or her creative potentials and drawing from the inexhaustible resources of the environment, but a much more modest agent collaborating with the surroundings, permanently negotiating a tolerable level of safety and stability. Is ignoring collateral damage not the very model of capitalism? What matters in capitalist reproduction is the self-enhancing circulation focused on profit, and the collateral damage done to the environment is in principle ignored, even the attempts to take it into account through taxation, or by directly putting a price tag on every natural resource one uses, including air, cannot but misfire. So in order to establish this new mode of relating to our environment, a radical politico-economic change is necessary, what Slaterdijk calls the domestication of the wild animal culture. Till now, each culture disciplined or educated its own members and guaranteed civic peace among them through state power, but the relationship between different cultures and states was permanently under the shadow of potential war, with each period of peace nothing more than a temporary armistice. As Hegel conceptualized it, the entire ethic of a state culminates in the highest act of heroism, the readiness to sacrifice one's life for one's nation-state, which means that the wild barbarian relations between states serve as the foundation of the ethical life within a state. Is today's North Korea, with its ruthless pursuit of nuclear weapons and rockets to carry them to distant targets, not the ultimate example of this logic of unconditional nation-state sovereignty? However, the moment we fully accept the fact that we live on a spaceship Earth, the task that urgently imposes itself is that of civilizing civilizations themselves, of imposing universal solidarity and cooperation among all human communities, a task rendered all the more difficult by the ongoing rise of sectarian religious and ethnic heroic violence and a readiness to sacrifice oneself, and the world, for one's specific cause. Now, let us just take a step back and reflect upon what Slaterdijk is advocating. The measures he proposes as necessary for the survival of humanity, the overcoming of capitalist expansionism, wide international cooperation and solidarity that should lead to the creation of an executive power ready to violate state sovereignty, etc. Are these not all measures destined to protect our natural and cultural commons? If they do not point towards communism, if they do not imply a communist horizon, then the term communism has no meaning at all. Although Slaterdijk critically rejects all 20th century extremism, the shift he advocates is extremely radical, much more extreme than the standard communist vision, outlined originally by Marx, of a new society that continues to rely on unconstrained capitalist expansion. No wonder Slaterdijk remains vague about how to enact this immense transformation. A closer analysis would necessarily bring him to the old topic of the communist reorganization of society. The first step in this direction would have been the traditional Marxist move from external to internal antagonisms. The fact that relations between civilizations prosper under a permanent threat of war, i.e., remain barbarian, points towards a barbarian dimension that lurks within each civilization, the radical antagonism, class struggle, on which each civilization is grounded. Civilizing civilizations is thus not primarily a matter of external negotiations between civilizations but a matter of an imminent radical transformation of each civilization. For Slavoj, the great political and ideological struggle that lies ahead of us and that will decide the fate of humanity is the struggle between the politics of sovereignty, where each agent is ready to risk everything for its ideologico-political cause, as is the case with Islamic and other fundamentalisms, and the politics of unity through negotiations, which strives to enact a moderate compromise as the only option for our survival. But, again, does the struggle against particular sovereignties not involve a radically of its own, a clear break with the hitherto predominant mode of politics? Cooperative commons. To resolve this deadlock, one should perhaps follow the good old Marxist path and shift the focus from politics to the signs of post-capitalism that are discernible within global capitalism itself, in particular the rise of what Jeremy Rifkin calls collaborative commons, CC, a new mode of production and exchange that leaves behind private property and market relations. CC are to be opposed to the two other forms of social organization that were operative in modern history: market interaction, bottom-up spontaneous self-organization based on egotist competition and the search for profit, and centralized planning, the top-down regulation of society by a strong state, as in really existing socialism. The fourth form is the pre-state self-organization of primitive societies, to which CC relates in an ambiguous way. The two are radically different, but at the same time they strangely resemble each other. How, then, does this square of four forms function? One possible path to understanding it was outlined by Kojin Karatani, whose basic premise is to use modes of exchange, instead of modes of production, as in Marxism, as a tool with which to analyze the history of humanity. 19 Karatani distinguishes four progressive modes of exchange: a. Gift exchange, which predominates in pre-state societies, clans or tribes exchanging gifts; b. Domination and protection, which predominates in slave and feudal societies. Here, exploitation is based on direct domination, and the dominating class has to offer something in exchange, for example protecting its subjects from dangers. c. Commodity exchange of objects, which predominates in capitalism. Free individuals exchange not only their products but also their own labor power. And x. A further stage to come, a return to the gift exchange at a higher level. This X is a Kantian regulative idea, a vision that has assumed different guises historically. From egalitarian religious communities relying on communal solidarity to anarchist cooperatives and communist projects. Karatani introduces here two further complications. 1. There is a crucial rupture, the so-called sedentary revolution, which takes place in pre-state early societies, the passage from nomadic hunter groups to permanently settled groups organized in tribes or clans. At the level of exchange, we pass from pure gift to the complex web of gift and counter-gift. This distinction is crucial insofar as the forthcoming passage to X will enact at a higher level the return to the nomadic mode of social existence. 2. In the passage from A to B, etc., the previous stage does not disappear, though it is repressed and returns in a new form. With the passage from A to B, the community of gift exchange survives as the spirit of religious reconciliation and solidarity. With the passage from B to C, A survives as nation, national community, and B, domination, survives as the state power. For this reason, capitalism is for Karatani not a pure reign of B, but a triad, or, rather, a Borromean knot, of nation, state, capital, nation as the form of communal solidarity, state as the form of direct domination, and capital as the form of economic exchange. All three of them are necessary for the reproduction of the capitalist society. 20. One could thus conceive of CC as the return, at a higher level, of the gift exchange. In CC, individuals are giving their products free into circulation. Point 21. This emancipatory dimension of CC should, of course, be located in the context of the rise of the so-called Internet of Things, IoT, combined with another outcome of today's development of productive forces, the explosive rise of zero marginal costs. Many products, and not only information, can be produced in greater numbers for no additional cost. What lurks behind IoT is, of course, a properly metaphysical vision of the emergence of the so-called singularity. Our individual lives will be totally embedded in a divine-like digital other that controls and regulates them. This extrapolation confronts us clearly with the utter ambiguity of the Internet of Things. Two mutually exclusive readings of IoT impose themselves: IoT as the domain of radical emancipation, a unique chance to combine freedom and collaboration in which, to paraphrase Juliet's definition of love from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, the more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite, versus IoT as a complete submersion into the divine digital other, where I am deprived of my freedom of agency. But are these two readings really mutually exclusive, in which case IoT is the ultimate field of the emancipatory struggle, or are they just two different views of the same reality? The Internet of Things is the network of physical devices, vehicles, buildings, and other items embedded with electronics, software, sensors, actuators and network connectivity that enable these objects to collect and exchange data. It allows objects to be sensed and controlled remotely across the existing network infrastructure, creating opportunities for more direct integration of the physical world into computer-based systems, and resulting in improved efficiency, accuracy, and economic benefit. When IoT is augmented with sensors and actuators, the technology becomes an instance of the more general class of cyber-physical systems, which also encompasses technologies such as smart grids, smart homes, intelligent transportation, and smart cities. Each thing is uniquely identifiable through its embedded computing system and is able to interact within the existing Internet infrastructure. The interconnection of these embedded devices, including smart objects, is expected to usher in automation in nearly all fields, while also enabling advanced applications like a smart grid, and expanding to areas such as smart cities. Things can also refer to a wide variety of devices, such as heart monitoring implants, biochip transponders on farm animals, electric dams in coastal waters, automobiles with built-in sensors, and DNA analysis devices for environmental/food/pathogen monitoring, that collect useful data with the help of various existing technologies and then autonomously flow the data between other devices. In this context, human individuals are also things whose states and activities are continuously registered and transmitted without their knowledge. Data concerning their physical movements, their financial transactions, their health, their eating and drinking habits, what they buy and sell, what they read, listen to and watch, is all collected in digital networks that know them better than they know themselves. The prospect of IoT seems to compel us to turn around Friedrich Holderlin's famous line, "From but where the danger is, also grows the saving power," to "but where the saving power is, also grows the danger." IoT's saving aspect was described in detail by Jeremy Rifkin, who claims that, for the first time in human history, a path of overcoming capitalism is discernible as an actual tendency in social production and exchange, the growth of cooperative commons, and thus the end of capitalism is on the horizon. The crudest Marxist hypothesis seems revindicated: the development of new productive forces makes capitalist relations obsolete. The ultimate irony is that, while communists are today the best managers of capitalism, China, Vietnam, developed capitalist countries go furthest in the direction of collaborative or cooperative commons as the way to overcome capitalism. Markets are beginning to give way to networks, ownership is becoming less important than access, the pursuit of self-interest is being tempered by the pull of collaborative interests, and the traditional dream of rags to riches is being supplanted by a new dream of a sustainable quality of life. While the capitalist market is based on self-interest and driven by material gain, The social commons is motivated by collaborative interests and driven by a deep desire to connect with others and share. Point 22. As capitalist markets and wage labor becomes less relevant, an economy built upon new principles and social values will progressively emerge. Decentralized networks will take the place of markets. Access to an abundance of shareable goods and services will reduce the significance of ownership and private property. Open source innovation, transparency and collaborative co-creation will replace the pursuit of competitive self-interest and autonomy. A commitment to sustainable development and a reintegration with the Earth's biosphere will redress rampant materialism and overconsumption, and the rediscovery of our empathic nature will drive our pursuit for community engagement and social belonging in a rising collaborative commons. Point 23. But this gives birth to new dangers, even if we discount false worries like the idea that IoT will boost unemployment. Isn't this threat a good reason to reorganize production so that workers work much less? In short, isn't this problem its own solution? At the concrete level of social organization, the threat is a clearly discernible tendency of the state and private sector to regain control over the collaborative commons. National governments are increasingly moving to enact their own legislations, citing sovereign rights, which threaten to undermine the open and accessible nature of the Internet. The private sector is also moving away from the collective alliance, instead seeking to gain greater profits through more centralized control over how content is delivered. Similarly, large controlling companies on the web such as Google, Facebook, and Twitter are increasingly selling the masses of transmitted big data that comes their way to commercial bidders and businesses that use it for targeted advertising and marketing campaigns. Rifkin, Zero Marginal Cost Society, p. 199. In essence, vertically scaled profit-seeking corporations of the capitalist era are exploiting a laterally scaled and distributed collaborative commons for their own private ends. In other words, companies are operating a social commons as a commercial venture. Ibid, p. 204.24. Personal contacts are thus privatized by Facebook, software by Microsoft, search by Google. To grasp these new forms of privatization, one should critically transform Marx's conceptual apparatus. Because of his neglect of the social dimension of general intellect, the collective intelligence of a society, Marx didn't envisage the possibility of the privatization of the general intellect itself. This is what is at the core of the struggle for intellectual property. Antonio Negri is here right. Within this frame, exploitation in the classic Marxist sense is no longer possible, which is why it has to be enforced more and more by direct legal measures, i.e., by a non-economic force. This is why, today, exploitation increasingly takes on the form of rent. As Carlo Vercellone put it, post-industrial capitalism is characterized by the becoming rent of profit. Point 25. And this is why direct authority is needed. It is needed to impose the arbitrary, legal conditions for extracting rent, conditions that are no longer spontaneously generated by the market. Perhaps, therein resides the fundamental contradiction of today's postmodern capitalism. While its logic is deregulatory, anti-statal, nomadic/deterritorializing, etc., its key tendency of the becoming rent of profit signals the strengthening role of the state, whose, not only, regulatory function is increasingly all-present. Dynamic deterritorialization coexists with and relies on greater authoritarian interventions by the state and its legal and other apparatuses. What one can discern at the horizon of our historical becoming is thus a society in which personal libertarianism and hedonism coexist with, and are sustained by, a complex web of regulatory state mechanisms. Far from disappearing, the state is strengthening today. In other words, when, due to the crucial role of the general intellect, knowledge and social cooperation, in the creation of wealth, forms of wealth are increasingly out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production. 26. The result is not, as Marx seems to have expected, the self-dissolution of capitalism, but the gradual relative transformation of the profit generated by the exploitation of labor into rent appropriated by the privatization of the general intellect. Let us take the case of Bill Gates. How did he become the richest man in the world? his wealth has nothing to do with the production costs of the products Microsoft is selling. One can even argue that Microsoft is paying its intellectual workers a relatively high salary, i.e., Gates's wealth is not the result of his success in producing good software for lower prices than his competitors, or in imposing greater exploitation on his hired intellectual workers. If this were the case, Microsoft would have gone bankrupt long ago. People would have massively chosen programs like Linux, which are free and, according to specialists, of better quality than Microsoft programs. Why, then, are millions still buying Microsoft? Because Microsoft has imposed itself as an almost universal standard, almost, monopolizing the field, a kind of direct embodiment of the general intellect. Gates became the richest man in a couple of decades through appropriating the rent generated by allowing millions of intellectual workers to participate in the new form of the general intellect that he privatized and controls. Is it true, then, that today's intellectual workers are no longer separated from the objective conditions of their labor, they own their PC, etc., which is Marx's description of capitalist alienation? Yes, but more fundamentally no, they are cut off from the social field of their work, from a general intellect that is not mediated by private capital. The worst thing to do here is to simply oppose the good and the bad aspect, following the legendary US politician who, back in the Prohibition era, when asked what he thought about alcohol, answered, "If you mean by alcohol the dreadful drink that ruins families and causes fight, then I am against it. But if you mean the wonderful drink that makes the evening relaxing and brings joy to a company, then I am for it." Applied to digital commons, this stance amounts to, if you mean Google or another big corporation knowing us better than we know ourselves and regulating our lives, then I am against it, but if you mean free cooperation, then I am for it. The predominant view is that such companies play an intermediate role in the passage from market to collaborative commons, and they will disappear by themselves through the expansion of CC. Companies such as Uber and Airbnb will attempt to bridge the gap between the two economies and take advantage of both. However, as truly decentralized peer-to-peer networks begin to take over at near zero marginal cost, these hybrid companies will not last. Truly decentralized networks of exchange on the commons will allow for direct peer-to-peer transactions without the need for third-party intermediary trust or involvement. Point 27. Such a smooth solution avoids the real problem. Is this encroaching of big corporations just a parasitism to be overcome, or is it that CC cannot stand alone and needs an external controlling and regulating agency? What if, while, of course, we should fight against corporations that privatize our commons, the direction of this fight should not be to dream about the moment when decentralized collaborative networks take over the entire field, but to find another organization and form of power external to the commons that will regulate its functioning. Even if we abstract from this reprivatization of the commons and imagine full collaborative commons with no external power regulating them, another problem arises. In the management of CC, the significance of reputation systems should be noted. Reputation rankings will play an important role in ensuring compliance with norms and regulating activities. These systems are designed to rank an individual's social capital in the commons. With the growth of the commons, expect social capital ratings to become as important to millions of participants on the collaborative commons as credit ratings were to consumers in the capitalist marketplace. Rifkin, Zero Marginal Cost Society, p. 258.28. Okay, but how will reputations emerge? How will ratings be established? Envy enters here with a vengeance. In An American Utopia 29, Jameson totally rejects the predominant optimistic view, according to which in communism envy will be left behind as a remainder of capitalist competition, to be replaced by solidary collaboration and pleasure in others' pleasures. Dismissing this myth, he emphasizes that, in communism, precisely insofar as it will be a more just society, envy and resentment will explode. Why? Jean-Pierre Dupuy 30 proposes a convincing critique of John Rawls's theory of justice. In the Rawls model of a just society, social inequalities are tolerated only insofar as they also help those at the bottom of the social ladder, and insofar as they are not based on inherited hierarchies but on natural inequalities, which are considered contingent, not merits. 31 But what Rawls doesn't see is how such a society would create conditions for an uncontrolled explosion of ressentiment. In it, I would know that my lower status is fully justified, and I would thus be deprived of the ploy of excusing my failure as the result of social injustice. Rawls proposes a terrifying model of a society in which hierarchy is directly legitimized in natural properties, thereby missing Friedrich Hayek's 32 key lesson. It is much easier to accept inequalities if one can claim that they result from an impersonal blind force. The good thing about the irrationality of the market and of success or failure in capitalism is that it allows me precisely to perceive my failure or success as undeserved, contingent. Remember the old motif of the market as the modern version of an imponderable fate. The fact that capitalism is not just is thus a key feature of what makes it acceptable. There is another complication here. Marx always emphasized that the exchange between worker and capitalist is just in the sense that workers, as a rule, get paid the full value of their labor power as a commodity. There is no direct exploitation here, that is, it is not that workers are not paid the full value of the commodity they are selling to the capitalists. So while, in a market economy, I remain de facto dependent, this dependency is nonetheless civilized, enacted as a free market exchange between me and other persons instead of as direct servitude or even physical coercion. It is easy to ridicule Ayn Rand, but there is a grain of truth in the famous hymn to money from her Atlas Shrugged. Until and unless you discover that money is the root of all good, you ask for your own destruction. When money ceases to become the means by which men deal with one another, then men become the tools of other men. Blood, whips and guns or dollars. Take your choice, there is no other. 33 Did Marx not say something similar in his well-known formula of how, in the universe of commodities, relations between people assume the guise of relations among things? In the market economy, relations between people can appear as relations of mutually recognized freedom and equality. Domination is no longer directly enacted and visible as such. Really existing socialism in the 20th century proved that the overcoming of market alienation abolishes alienated freedom and with it freedom tout court, bringing us back to non-alienated relations of direct domination. To what extent are collaborative commons exposed to the same danger? Can they survive without a regulating agency that controls the very medium of collaboration and thereby exerts direct domination? 2. Syriza, the shadow of an event. A second rise of Syriza? The attempt by the Syriza government to break out of the financial clutches of Brussels having ended in failure, the situation in Greece drags on in a depressing state. The time has come to reflect on what effectively happened. Two texts appeared recently, both written by Greek theorists who were, and are, participants in the Syriza movement, Kostas Douzinas and Stathis Kavlakis. Their political paths split after Syriza succumbed to EU blackmail and agreed to implement the continuation of the austerity policy. Douzinas stayed with Syriza, while Kavlakis, a prominent member of the left platform, formally split from the party. How do they justify their decisions? The titles of their texts are telltale: Kavlakis' Syriza's Rise and Fall 1 versus Douzinas' Syriza's Rise, Fall, and, possible, Second Rise. 2 So while they both agree that Syriza's surrender to EU pressure was a traumatic defeat, Kavlakis rejects it as an unacceptable betrayal while Douzinas sees it as an enforced retreat that could be deftly exploited to lay the foundations of a new radical politics. Here is, first, Kavlakis' narrative. Things took a decisive turn back in the summer of 2012 when, after the elections, it became clear that, in some way, Syriza would take power. At this moment, the leadership of Alexis Tsipras made a series of decisions not only about the party line but also about the type of organization they needed. They advocated the transformation of Syriza from a coalition of disparate organizations and civil movements into a unified and centralized party. The great number of members of its central committee made sure that de facto decisions were taken in advance in the narrow informal circle around Tsipras, the paracenter of power. No wonder, then, that the surrender to Brussels decided by this paracenter shocked Syriza's popular base, which mostly withdrew into despair and passivity, thereby depriving Syriza of the main source of its strength, the combination of electoral activity with popular mobilization. However, when one talks about the loss of contact with the social movement space, it is all too tempting to reproduce the old opposition of presence and representation, of basic social movements and their representation/alienation in party mechanisms and state apparatuses, from which ensues the mantra that the left in power should at all costs keep alive its popular roots. But it is easy to show that this mantra covers up the true problem: how can we transform state mechanisms, make them function in a different way, instead of just supplementing them with popular pressure from outside? In short, it seems clear that, apart from two great models, social democratic acceptance of parliamentary democracy, and the Stalinist state, the left has no other practical model to offer. All the talk about active popular participation, about self-organization of the people, or multitude, in social movements, ultimately serves to obfuscate this lack. Furthermore, one should also be attentive to the dark side of the reliance of a leftist government on social movements. The case of Bolivia demonstrates that this reliance can also open the path to clientelism, different groups demanding privileges and financial gains in exchange for political support. Does this mean that Tuzinas proposes a better interpretation? Surprisingly, although his text contains many precious insights and observations, it is ultimately a series of variations on one and the same motif. Yes, there is a contradiction between Syriza's anti-austerity project and the politics it is forced to practice, but this contradiction is what characterizes the radical left in power. There is no way to get rid of it. But is there a left way of doing government? It is a difficult question, not only because we don't have an answer, but also because we don't even have a fully worked out question. There is no precedent in Western Europe. The government must experiment, take risks, use the imagination of party and movement, particularly that of young women and men who have consistently supported it. We have to learn to swim by jumping in the water. The left in power in the current hostile international, European, and domestic environment is a project marked by a series of paradoxes and contradictions. Its central expression is this: when a radical left party takes charge of the state, it encounters a hostile institution organized to frustrate its plans. The denunciation of the imposed policies by ministers manifests the contradictory and agonistic nature of left governmentality in a capitalist society. Nothing is more radical and scandalous than a government that proclaims its disagreement with the policies it has to implement, calls them the result of blackmail, and develops a parallel program to mitigate their consequences. Left governmentality means that critical distance, internal dissent, and even active resistance form part of the government's negotiating strategy and the necessary correction to the seesaw between rupture and assimilation. Let me repeat, contradiction is the name of a left government that swims in a sea of neoliberal capitalism. Point 3. Sounds nice, full of properly dialectical paradoxes, and Tuzinas even wrote a text justifying Syriza's surrender in which he refers to critics of Syriza as examples of the Hegelian beautiful soul, who are not ready to dirty their hands and engage in hard political work full of necessary compromises. However, there is another of Hegel's insights that should be invoked here. Hegel always emphasized that what matters in an act is not the inner intent but its actual social outcome. Recall Marx's brilliant analysis of how, in the French Revolution of 1848, deputies of the conservative Republican Party of Order perceived their republicanism as a mockery. In parliamentary debates, they generated royalist slips of the tongue and ridiculed the Republic to let it be known that their true aim was to restore the monarchy. What they were not aware of is that they themselves were duped as to the true social impact of their rule. They unknowingly established the conditions of bourgeois republican order that they despised so much, by, for instance, guaranteeing the safety of private property. So it is not that they were royalists who were just wearing a republican mask, although they experienced themselves as such. It was their inner royalist conviction that was the deceptive front masking their true social role. In short, far from being the hidden truth of their public republicanism, their sincere royalism was the phantasmatic support of their actual republicanism, it was what provided the passion in their activity. Is it not, then, that the deputies of the party of order were also feigning to be republicans, to be what they really were? And could something similar not be said about Syriza? It is possible that many of the Syriza members of government administration sincerely believe that they are doing some profoundly subversive work, superficially obeying EU orders but simultaneously using every opportunity to control the damage, to save what can be saved, to enforce progressive changes, and to organize forces for the inevitable future moment when the crisis strikes again. The Syriza government can, of course, do many things to declientelize and rationalize the ineffective state apparatus, to impose modern standards of human rights, etc., so it is difficult to pass a definitive judgment. However, what they are effectively doing is faithfully enforcing the EU demands, which amount to a de facto ceding of sovereignty. All government measures have to be approved by the EU Troika. What if this is the truth of their activity, and the profound inner awareness of their resistance is an illusion enabling them to do what they are doing? The question is here one of limits. How far does one go in compromises? At the extreme, there is the Vichy government in occupied France, which justified its collaboration with, "We also hate the Germans, we secretly resist, and it's better for us to do what Germans want than to let the Germans themselves do it, because in this way we can minimize the damage." Many social democratic governments play the same game. We hate austerity measures, but we have to be realists, and signs abound in Greece of symptomatic excessive compromises that belie the thesis of secret resistance. Among other things, Kavlakis pointed out the discrete continuity in relations with Israel, masked by big public gestures like the recognition of the State of Palestine. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued a statement disagreeing with the EU policy of labeling products from the occupied territories. Tsipras visited Jerusalem and recognized it as the capital of Israel. Even the Americans haven't done that. In September 2015, Greece took part in a military exercise on a scale unprecedented in the Eastern Mediterranean, with Israel, Egypt, the US and Cyprus. It's a strategic orientation. They're panicking about the situation in the region and think that aligning themselves with the Americans and the Israelis provides some safety. This is what I mean by nihilism. Schäuble asked for pension cuts, for home repossessions by the banks. He didn't ask for subservience to Netanyahu. Point 4. Instead of deciding who is right, Kavlakis or Duzinas, and the answer is, of course, neither. The only chance of success was to try a third option along the lines proposed by the then Minister of Finance Varoufakis, i.e., remain in the euro and proclaim debt default. We should rather question their shared premise, that the radical left in power, exerting state power, is a contradiction in terms, so that parliamentary state politics must be supplemented by and based on social movements. As long as the left remains stuck within these coordinates, it is doomed. To justify this conclusion, let's take a look at the troubled rise of Syriza. Troubles with left government ability. The difficulties the Syriza government found itself in gave rise to a series of extremely stupid criticisms. Apart from the expected standard reproaches, Syriza should return to its popular roots, Syriza should heroically risk Grexit. There were the complaints that the EU administration brutally ignored the plight of the Greek people in their blind obsession with humiliating and disciplining the Greek state, that even southern European countries like Italy or Spain didn't show any solidarity with Greece. But was there any surprise in all this? What did the critics expect? That the EU administration would magically understand the Syriza argument and act in compliance with it? The EU administration was simply doing what it was always doing. And there was the reproach that Greece was looking for help in Russia and China, as if Europe itself was not pushing Greece in that direction with its humiliating pressure. Then there was the claim that phenomena like Syriza demonstrate how the traditional left/right dichotomy no longer exists. Syriza in Greece is called extreme left, and Marine Le Pen in France extreme right, but these two parties have effectively a lot in common. They both fight for state sovereignty against multinational corporations. It is therefore quite logical that, in Greece itself, Syriza is in coalition with the small rightist pro-sovereignty party. On April 22, 2015, François Hollande said on TV that Marine Le Pen today sounds like Georges Marchais, a French communist leader. In the 1970s, the same patriotic advocacy of the plight of ordinary French people exploited by international capital. No wonder Marine Le Pen supports Syriza. A weird claim that doesn't say a lot more than the old liberal wisdom that fascism is also a kind of socialism. The moment we bring into the picture the topic of immigrant workers, this whole parallel falls apart. But the most depressing and demoralizing criticism of Syriza came from Žižek Fischer, the Green Party foreign minister in Gerhard Schröder's German government, who wrote a comment, Tsipras in Dreamland, where the title tells it all. The Tsipras government, with some justification, could have presented itself as Europe's best partner for implementing a far-reaching program of reform and modernization in Greece. Measures to compensate the poorest met with considerable sympathy in EU capitals, but Tsipras squandered Greece's opportunity, because he and other Syriza leaders were unable to see beyond the horizon of their party's origins in radical opposition activism. They did not understand, and did not want to understand, the difference between campaigning and governing. Realpolitik, in their view, was a sellout. Of course, it is precisely the acceptance of necessity that marks the difference between government and opposition. An opposition party may voice aspirations, make promises, and even dream a little, but a government party cannot remain in some imaginary world or theoretical system. 5. These lines are not just disgustingly patronizing, they are simply wrong. When one compares Fischer's description with Varoufakis's programmatic declaration, which contains the ultimate strategic goal of the Syriza government, one cannot avoid the question, who is dreaming here? This is what Varoufakis wrote in his article How I Became an Erratic Marxist. A Greek or a Portuguese or an Italian exit from the Eurozone would soon lead to a fragmentation of European capitalism, yielding a seriously recessionary surplus region east of the Rhine and north of the Alps, while the rest of Europe would be in the grip of vicious stagflation. Who do you think would benefit from this development? A progressive left, that will rise phoenix-like from the ashes of Europe's public institutions? Or the Golden Dawn Nazis, the assorted neo-fascists, the xenophobes, and the spivs? I have absolutely no doubt as to which of the two will do best from a disintegration of the Eurozone. I, for one, am not prepared to blow fresh wind into the sails of this postmodern version of the 1930s. If this means that it is we, the suitably erratic Marxists, who must try to save European capitalism from itself, so be it. Not out of love for European capitalism, for the Eurozone, for Brussels, or for the European Central Bank, but just because we want to minimize the unnecessary human toll from this crisis. 6. And the financial politics of the Syriza government followed closely these guidelines: no deficit, tight discipline, more money raised through taxes. What is so shocking about the Syriza government is precisely the pragmatic modesty of its policy. Some German media recently characterized Varoufakis as a psychotic who lives in his own universe different from ours, but is he really so radical? What is so irritating about Varoufakis is not his radically but his rational pragmatic modesty. If one looks closely at the proposals offered by Varoufakis, one cannot help noticing that they consist of measures which, 40 years ago, were part of the standard moderate social democratic agenda. In Sweden in the 1960s, the program of the government was much more radical. It is a sad sign of our times that today you have to belong to a radical left to advocate these same measures, a sign of dark times but also a chance for the left to occupy the space that, decades ago, was that of the moderate left-center. But, perhaps, the endlessly repeated point about how modest Syriza's politics is, just good old social democracy, somehow misses its target, as if we repeat it often enough, the Eurocrats will finally realize we're not really dangerous and will help us. But Syriza effectively is dangerous. It does pose a threat to the present orientation of the EU. Today's global capitalism cannot afford a return to the old welfare state. So there is something hypocritical in the reassurances of the modesty of what Syriza wants. They effectively want something that is not possible within the coordinates of the existing global system. A serious strategic choice will have to be made here. What if the moment has come to drop the mask of modesty and openly advocate a much more radical change that is needed to secure even a small gain? Can such an act remain within the confines of parliamentary democracy? Yes, indebted, but not guilty. Critics of our institutional democracy often complain that elections as a rule do not offer a true choice. What we mostly get is the choice between a center-right and a center-left party whose programs are almost indistinguishable. On Sunday, January 25, 2015, this was definitely not the case, as on June 17, 2012, the Greek voters were facing a real choice, the establishment on one side, Syriza on the other. And, as is usually the case, such moments of real choice throw the establishment into panic. They paint a vista of social chaos, poverty, and violence if the wrong side wins. The mere possibility of a Syriza victory had sent ripples of fear through markets all around the world, and, as is usual, ideological prosopopea has its heyday. Markets started to talk again as living people, expressing their worry at what will happen if the elections failed to produce a government with a mandate to continue the program of fiscal austerity. From this perspective, the Greek elections that brought Syriza to power cannot but appear as a nightmare. So how can this catastrophe be avoided? The obvious way would be to reflect the fright back on the voters, to scare them to death with the message, "You think you suffer now, under austerity? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait for the Syriza victory and you will long for the bliss of the last years." The alternative is either Greece stepping out, or being thrown out, of the European project, with unforeseeable consequences, or a messy compromise where both sides moderate their demands, which raises another fear, not the fear of Syriza's irrational behavior after their victory, but, on the contrary, the fear that Syriza will accept a rational messy compromise that would disappoint voters, so that discontent continues, but this time not regulated and moderated by Syriza. The only true solution is thus clear: since everyone knows Greece will never repay its debt, one will have to gather the courage and write the debt off. It can be done at a quite tolerable economic cost, just with political will. Such acts are our only hope of breaking out of the vicious cycle of cold Brussels neoliberal technocracy and anti-immigrant passions. If we don't act, others, from Golden Dawn to UKIP, will do it. The idea one gets from our media is that the Syriza government in Greece is a bunch of populist extremists who advocate irrational and irresponsible populist measures. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is, on the contrary, the EU's policies that were and are obviously irrational. From 2008, Greece had to enact tough austerity measures in order to put its finances in order. In 2015, after the country had suffered a terrifying ordeal, the Greek finances were in an even greater disorder, since the country's debt rose from 120 to 180 billion euros. If this is not irrational, then the word has no meaning whatsoever. Varoufakis repeatedly pointed out that, in spite of all the fuss about austerity, the developed Western countries experience only a minimal amount of it, at the level of 1 or at worst 2%. It was Greece on which real full austerity was imposed, with reductions that changed the entire socio-economic landscape. One can easily venture the hypothesis that, as a punishment for electing the wrong government, Greece was sentenced to an extra measure of surplus austerity. Recall the old Herbert Marcuse distinction, elaborated in his Eros and Civilization, between normal repression, the renunciation of libidinal goals, necessary for the survival of the human race, and surplus repression, necessary for the maintenance of the social relations of domination. The problem is that this distinction is theoretically false, in the same way that there is, in our libidinal economy, no normal level of repression exceeded by some kind of surplus repression. In capitalism there is also no normal or surplus level of austerity. Austerity as such is a false notion, so why, then, is the EU doing this to Greece? An ideal is gradually emerging from the European establishment's reaction to the Greek referendum, the ideal best rendered by the title of an article by Gideon Rachman in the Financial Times. Eurozone's weakest link is the voters. Point 7. In this ideal world, Europe gets rid of this weakest link and experts gain the power to directly impose necessary economic measures. If elections take place at all, their function is just to confirm the consensus of experts. The problem is that this policy of experts is based on a fiction, the fiction of extend and pretend, extending the payback period, and pretending that all debts will eventually be paid. Why is the fiction so stubborn? It is not only that this fiction makes debt extension more acceptable to German voters, it is also not only that a write-off of the Greek debt may trigger similar demands from Portugal, Ireland, Spain. It is that those in power do not really want the debt fully repaid. A decade or so ago, Argentina decided to repay its debt to the IMF ahead of time, with financial help from Venezuela, and the reaction was surprising. Instead of being glad that it got its money back, the IMF, or, rather, its top representatives, expressed their worry that Argentina would use this new freedom and independence from international financial institutions to abandon tight financial policies and engage in careless spending. Debt is an instrument with which to control and regulate the debtor, and, as such, it strives for its own expanded reproduction. The ongoing EU pressure on Greece to implement austerity measures fits perfectly what psychoanalysis calls superego. Superego is not an ethical agency proper, but a sadistic agent that bombards the subject with impossible demands, obscenely enjoying the subject's failure to comply with them. The paradox of the superego is that, as Freud saw clearly, the more we obey its demands, the more we feel guilty. Imagine a vicious teacher who gives to his pupils impossible tasks, and then sadistically jeers when he sees their anxiety and panic. This is what is so terribly wrong with the EU demands/commands, they don't even give Greece a chance. The Greek failure is part of the game. The true goal of lending money is not to get the debt reimbursed with a profit, but the indefinite continuation of the debt so that the debtor is in permanent dependency and subordination, for most debtors, anyway, for there are debtors and there are debtors. Not only Greece but also the US and Japan will not be able even theoretically to repay their debts, as is now publicly recognized. So there are debtors who can blackmail their creditors because they cannot be allowed to fail, big banks, debtors who can control the conditions of their repayment, the US government, and, finally, debtors who can be pushed around and humiliated, Greece. Furthermore, one should be very careful in criticizing the extend and pretend fiction. This fiction is not a local excess but an extreme expression of a tendency inscribed into the very core of capitalist economics, which thrives only through constantly borrowing from the future and endlessly postponing the final settlement of accounts. From this perspective, the horror of Syriza was threefold. Not only did it take democracy seriously, brought forward the voters' will and rejected the expertise of the experts, not only did it refuse to play the extend and pretend game, even worse, the debt providers and caretakers of debt basically accused the Syriza government of not feeling enough guilt. They are accused of feeling innocent. That's what was so disturbing for the EU establishment about the Syriza government. They admit debt, but without guilt. They got rid of the superego pressure. The very fact that they persist makes us all free. We all know that, as long as they are there, there is a chance for all of us. As if they didn't suffer enough, Greeks are victims of a campaign that mobilizes the lowest egotist instincts. When they talk about writing off part of the debt, our media present this as a measure that will hurt ordinary taxpayers, so it's the lazy and corrupted Greeks against the hard-working ordinary people in other countries. In Slovenia, my own country, those who sympathize with Syriza were even accused of national treason. So when, back in the 2008 financial breakdown, big banks became insolvent, it was okay for the state to cover their losses by spending thousands of billions, of taxpayers' money, of course, but when a whole people finds itself in misery, the debt should be paid. And among these banks were those that helped the Greek state to fake data in order to embellish its financial status. Varoufakis personified the resistance to the superego pressure in his dealings with Brussels and Berlin. He fully acknowledged the weight of the debt, and he argued quite rationally that, since the EU policy obviously didn't work, another option should be found. Paradoxically, the point Varoufakis and Tsipras made repeatedly was that the Syriza government is the only chance for the debt providers to get at least part of their money back. Varoufakis himself wonders about the enigma of why banks were pouring money into Greece and collaborating with a clientelist state while knowing very well how things stood. Greece would never have become so heavily indebted without the connivance of the Western establishment. His suspicion about the readiness of the EU and Western banks to extend credits to Greece sounds like a, fully justified, reversal of the old saying, "Beware Greeks who bear gifts." Today, it is rather Greeks themselves who should beware of receiving gifts in the form of easy credits. The Syriza government is well aware that the main threat does not come from Brussels, it resides in Greece itself, a clientelist corrupted state if there ever was one. What Europe, the EU bureaucracy, should be blamed for is that, while it criticized Greece for its corruption and inefficiency, it supported the very political force, New Democracy, that embodied this corruption and inefficiency. What the Greek no in the referendum and the ensuing compromise clearly demonstrated is that there is no illusion of democratic cooperation and solidarity in the EU. Any serious analysis was blocked, Greece was brutally blackmailed into submission, and it was a heroic act on its own to state this publicly. The really catastrophic thing about the Greek crisis is that the moment the choice appeared as a choice between Grexit or capitulation to Brussels, the battle was already lost. Both terms of this choice move within the predominant Eurocratic vision. The Syriza government was not fighting just for a greater debt relief and for more new money within the same overall coordinates, but for the awakening of Europe from its dogmatic slumber. The Europe that will win if Syriza is outmaneuvered is a Europe with Asian values, which, of course, has nothing to do with Asia, but with the clear and present tendency of contemporary capitalism to suspend democracy. So it is not only that Greece's fate is in the hands of Europe. We from Western Europe like to look upon Greece as if we are detached observers who follow with compassion and sympathy the plight of an impoverished nation. Such a comfortable standpoint relies on a fateful illusion. What went on in Greece concerns all of us, it is the future of Europe that is at stake. So when we read about Greece these days, we should always bear in mind that, as the old saying goes, de te fabula narrator, this story is about you. Leftists all around Europe complain how today no one dares to really disturb the neoliberal dogma. The problem is real, of course, the moment one violates this dogma, or, rather, the moment one is just perceived as a possible agent of such disturbance, tremendous forces are unleashed. Although these forces appear as objective economic factors, they are effectively forces of illusion, of ideology, but their material power is nonetheless utterly destructive. We are today under the enormous pressure of what we should call enemy propaganda. Let me quote Alain Badiou, "The goal of all enemy propaganda is not to annihilate an existing force, this function is generally left to police forces, but rather to annihilate an unnoticed possibility of the situation." In other words, they are trying to kill hope. The message of this propaganda is a resigned conviction that the world we live in, even if not the best of all possible worlds, is the least bad one, so that any radical change can only make it worse. Somebody has to make the first move and cut the Gordian knot of neoliberal dogma. Let us not forget that those who preach this dogma, from the US to Germany, violate it freely when it suits them. Gandhi's motto "Be yourself, the change you want to see in the world" fully holds for Syriza. They not only contributed to universal solidarity, they were universal solidarity at work. We often hear today that the left doesn't have any alternatives to propose. Syriza was the alternative, its struggle reaching far beyond a simple struggle for welfare. It is the struggle for an entire way of life, the resistance of a world threatened by rapid globalization. World stands here for a specific horizon of meaning, for an entire civilization or, rather, culture, with its daily rituals and manners that are threatened by post-historical commodification. Can this resistance actually be seen as conservative? Today's mainstream self-declared political and cultural conservatives are not really conservatives, fully endorsing capitalist continuous self-revolutionizing. They just want to make it more efficient by supplementing it with some traditional institutions, religion, etc., to contain its destructive consequences for social life and social cohesion. A true conservative today is the one who fully admits the antagonisms and deadlocks of global capitalisms, the one who rejects simple progressivism, and is attentive to the dark obverse of progress. So, in this sense, only a radical leftist can be today a true conservative. From syntagma to paradigma. In what, then, did the authentic greatness of Syriza reside? Insofar as the icons of the popular unrest in Greece were the protests on syntagma, constitution, square, Syriza engaged in a Herculean labor of enacting the shift from symptom to paradigm, in the long and patient work of translating the energy of rebellion into concrete measures that would change the everyday life of the people. We have to be very precise here. The no of the Greek referendum was not a no to austerity in the sense of necessary sacrifices and hard work, but a no to the EU dream of just going on with business as usual. Varoufakis repeatedly made this point clear. No more borrowing, but a genuine overhaul was needed to give the Greek economy a chance to rebound. The first step in this direction should be an increase in the democratic transparency of our power mechanisms. Our democratically elected state apparatuses are more and more redoubled by a thick network of agreements, TISA, TTIP, etc., and non-elected expert bodies that wield the real economic, and military, power. Here is Varoufakis's report on an extraordinary moment in his dealings with Jeroen Dijsselbloem. There was a moment when the president of the Eurogroup decided to move against us and effectively shut us out, and made it known that Greece was essentially on its way out of the Eurozone. There is a convention that communiques must be unanimous, and the president can't just convene a meeting of the Eurozone and exclude a member state. And he said, "Oh, I'm sure I can do that." So I asked for a legal opinion. It created a bit of a kerfuffle. For about 5 to 10 minutes the meeting stopped. Clerks, officials were talking to one another, on their phone, and eventually some official, some legal expert addressed me, and said the following words: "Well, the Eurogroup does not exist in law, there is no treaty which has convened this group. So what we have is a non-existent group that has the greatest power to determine the lives of Europeans. It's not answerable to anyone, given it doesn't exist in law, no minutes are kept, and it's confidential. So no citizen ever knows what is said within. These are decisions of almost life and death, and no member has to answer to anybody." Point 9. Sounds familiar? Yes, to anyone who knows how Chinese power functions today. After Deng Xiaoping set in action a unique dual system, the state apparatus and legal system are redoubled by the party institutions, which are literally illegal, or, as He Fang, a law professor from Beijing, put it succinctly, as an organization, the party sits outside, and above, the law. It should have a legal identity, in other words, a person to sue, but it is not even registered as an organization. The party exists outside the legal system altogether. 10 It is as if, in Walter Benjamin's words, the state-founding violence remains present, embodied in an organization with an unclear legal status. The journalist Richard McGregor says, "It would seem difficult to hide an organization as large as the Chinese Communist Party, but it cultivates its backstage role with care. The big party departments controlling personnel and the media keep a purposely low public profile. The party committees, known as leading small groups, which guide and dictate policy to ministries, which in turn have the job of executing them, work out of sight. The makeup of all these committees, and in many cases even their existence, is rarely referred to in the state-controlled media, let alone any discussion of how they arrive at decisions." Point 11. No wonder that exactly the same thing that happened to Varoufakis happened to a Chinese dissident who, some years ago, tried formally to bring to court the Chinese Communist Party, accusing it of being responsible for the Tiananmen Square massacre. After a couple of months he got a reply from the Ministry of Justice, They cannot pursue his charge since there is no organization called the Chinese Communist Party officially registered in China. And it is crucial to note how the obverse of this non-transparency of power is false humanitarianism. After the Greek defeat, there is, of course, time for humanitarian concerns. Jean-Claude Juncker, President of the European Commission, immediately stated in an interview that he was so glad about the bailout deal because it would immediately ease the suffering of the Greek people, which worried him very much. It was a classic scenario: after a political crackdown, humanitarian concerns and aid, postponing debt payments, etc. What should one do in such a hopeless situation? One should especially resist the temptation of Grexit, seeing it as a great heroic act of rejecting further humiliations and stepping outside, into what? What new positive order are we stepping into? The Grexit option appears as the real impossible, as something that would lead to an immediate social disintegration. Paul Krugman has written, Tsipras apparently allowed himself to be convinced, some time ago, that Euro exit was completely impossible. It appears that Syriza didn't even do any contingency planning for a parallel currency. I hope to find out that this is wrong. This left him in a hopeless bargaining position. Point 12. Krugman's point is that Grexit is an impossible real that can happen with unpredictable consequences and which, as such, can be risked. All the wise heads saying that Grexit is impossible, that it would lead to a complete implosion, don't know what they are talking about. When I say that, I don't mean that they're necessarily wrong. I believe they are, but anyone who is confident about anything here is deluding himself. What I mean instead is that nobody has any experience with what we're looking at. Point 13. While in principle this is true, there are nonetheless too many indications that a sudden Grexit now would lead to utter economic and social catastrophe. Syriza economic strategists, including Varoufakis, were well aware that such a gesture would cause an immediate further fall in the standard of living by a minimum of 30% or bringing misery to a new unbearable level, with the threat of popular unrest and even military dictatorship. The prospect of such heroic acts is thus a temptation to be resisted. It is nonetheless not enough to say that, yes, Syriza put up a heroic fight, testing what is possible, but it's now over. The fight goes on. It has just begun. Instead of dwelling on the contradictions of Syriza policy, after a triumphant no they accept the very program that was rejected by the people, and of getting caught in mutual recriminations about who is guilty. Did the Syriza majority commit an opportunistic treason, or was the left irresponsible in its preference for Grexit? One should rather focus on what the enemy is doing. The contradictions of Syriza are a mirror image of the contradictions of an EU establishment that is gradually undermining the very foundations of a united Europe. In the guise of Syriza contradictions, the EU establishment is merely hearing its own message echoed in its true form. And this indicates what Syriza should be doing now. With a ruthless pragmatism and cold calculation, it should exploit the tiniest cracks in the opponent's armor. It should use all those who resist the predominant EU politics. It should shamelessly flirt with Russia and China, playing with the idea of giving an island to Russia as its Mediterranean military base, just to scare the shit out of NATO strategists. To paraphrase Dostoevsky, now that the EU god has failed, everything is permitted. The heroism of Syriza was that, after winning the democratic political battle, they risked a step further into disturbing the smooth flow of the reproduction of capital. The lesson of the Greek crisis is that capital, though ultimately a symbolic fiction, is our real. That is to say, today's protests and revolts are sustained by the combination, overlapping, of different levels, and this combination accounts for their strength. They fight for normal parliamentary democracy against authoritarian regimes, against racism and sexism, especially the hatred directed at immigrants and refugees, for welfare states against neoliberalism, against corruption in politics and in the economy, companies polluting the environment, etc., for new forms of democracy that reach beyond multi-party rituals, participation, etc., and, finally, they question the global capitalist system as such, trying to keep alive the idea of a non-capitalist society. Two traps are to be avoided here: false radicalism. What really matters is the abolition of liberal parliamentary capitalism, all other fights are secondary, as well as false gradualism. Now we fight against military dictatorship and for simple democracy. Forget your socialist dreams, that comes later, maybe. When we have to deal with a specific struggle, the key question is, how will our engagement in it or disengagement from it affect other struggles? The general rule is that, when a revolt begins against an oppressive half-democratic regime, as was the case in the Middle East in 2011, it is easy to mobilize large crowds with slogans that one cannot but characterize as crowd pleasers, for democracy, against corruption, etc. But then we gradually approach more difficult choices. When our revolt succeeds in its direct goal, we come to realize that what really bothered us, our unfreedom, humiliation, social corruption, lack of prospect of a decent life, goes on in a new guise. In Egypt, protesters succeeded in getting rid of the oppressive Mubarak regime, but corruption remained, and the prospect of a decent life moved even further away. After the overthrow of an authoritarian regime, the last vestiges of patriarchal care for the poor can fall away, so that the newly gained freedom is de facto reduced to the freedom to choose the preferred form of one's misery. The majority not only remains poor, but, to add insult to injury, it is being told that, since they are now free, poverty is their own responsibility. In such a predicament, we have to admit to there having been a flaw in our goal itself, that this goal, say, standard political democracy, was not specific enough. Standard political democracy can also serve as the very form of unfreedom. Political freedom can easily provide the legal framework for economic slavery, with the underprivileged freely selling themselves into servitude. We are thus brought to demand more than just political democracy, we need the democratization also of social and economic life. In short, we have to admit that what we first took as the failure to fully realize a noble principle, of democratic freedom, is a failure inherent to this principle itself. Understanding this is the big step of political pedagogy. Referendum. The W-turn that took the Greek crisis in July 2015 cannot but appear as a step not just from tragedy to comedy but, as Stathis Kavlakis noted, from tragedy full of comic reversals directly into a theater of the absurd. Is there any other way to characterize the extraordinary turn from one extreme into its opposite that would bedazzle even the most speculative Hegelian philosopher? Tired of the endless negotiations with the EU executives in which one humiliation followed another, the Syriza referendum on Sunday, July 5 asked the Greek people if they supported or rejected the EU proposal of new austerity measures. Even though the government clearly stated that it supported no, the result was a surprise for the government itself. An overwhelming majority of over 61% voted no to European blackmail. Rumors began to circulate that the result, victory for the government, was a bad shock for Tsipras himself, who secretly hoped that the government would lose, so that a defeat would allow him to save face in surrendering to the EU demands. We have to respect the voters' voice. However, literally the morning after, Tsipras announced that Greece was ready to resume the negotiations, and days later Greece negotiated an EU proposal that was basically the same as what the voters rejected, in some details even harsher. In short, he acted as if the government had lost, not won, the referendum. Kavlakis writes, "How is it possible for a devastating no to memorandum austerity policies to be interpreted as a green light for a new memorandum? The sense of the absurd is not just a product of this unexpected reversal. It stems above all from the fact that all of this is unfolding before our eyes as if nothing has happened, as if the referendum were something like a collective hallucination that suddenly ends, leaving us to continue freely what we were doing before. But because we have not all become lotus eaters, let us at least give a brief resume of what has taken place over the past few days. From Monday morning, before the victory cries in the country's public squares had even fully died away, the theater of the absurd began. The public, still in the joyful haze of Sunday, watches as the representative of the 62%er subordinated to the 38%er in the immediate aftermath of a resounding victory for democracy and popular sovereignty. But the referendum happened. It wasn't a hallucination from which everyone has now recovered. On the contrary, the hallucination is the attempt to downgrade it to a temporary letting off of steam, prior to resuming the downhill course towards a third memorandum. Point 14. And things went on in this direction. On the night of July 10, the Greek parliament gave Tsipras the authority to negotiate a new bailout by 250 votes to 32, but 17 government MPs didn't back the plan, which means he got more support from the opposition parties than from his own. Days later, the Syriza political secretariat, dominated by the left wing of the party, concluded that the EU's latest proposals were absurd and exceed the limits of Greek society's endurance. Leftist extremism? The IMF itself, in this case a voice of minimally rational capitalism, made exactly the same point. An IMF study published a day earlier showed that Greece needs far more debt relief than European governments have been willing to contemplate. European countries would have to give Greece a 30-year grace period on servicing all its European debt, including new loans, and a dramatic maturity extension. No wonder that Tsipras himself publicly aired his doubts about the bailout plan. "We don't believe in the measures that were imposed upon us," he said during a TV interview, making it clear that he supported it out of pure despair, to avoid a total economic and financial collapse. The Eurocrats use such confessions with breathtaking perfidy. Now that the Greek government has accepted their tough conditions, they doubt the sincerity and seriousness of their commitment. How can Tsipras really fight for a program he doesn't believe in? How can the Greek government be really committed to the agreement when it opposes the referendum result? However, statements like those from the IMF demonstrate that the true problem lies elsewhere. Does the EU really believe in their own bailout plan? Does it really believe that the brutally imposed measures will set in motion economic growth and thus enable the payment of debts? Or is it that the ultimate motivation for the brutal extortionist pressure on Greece is not purely economic, since it is obviously irrational in economic terms, but politico-ideological, or, as Krugman puts it, substantive surrender isn't enough for Germany, which wants regime change and total humiliation, and there's a substantial faction that just wants to push Greece out, and would more or less welcome a failed state as a caution for the rest. 15. One should always bear in mind what a horror Syriza is for the European establishment. A conservative Polish member of the European Parliament even directly appealed to the Greek army to stage a coup d'état in order to save the country. Why this horror? Greeks are now asked to pay the high price, but not for a realistic prospect of growth. The price they are asked to pay is for the continuation of the extend and pretend fantasy. They are asked to accept their actual suffering in order to sustain another's, the Eurocrats', dream. Gilles Deleuze said decades ago, "Si vous êtes pris dans le rêve de l'autre, vous êtes foutus." If you are caught in another's dream, you are fucked, and this is the situation in which Greece finds itself now. The one who now needs awakening is not Greece but Europe. Everyone who is not caught in this dream knows what awaits us if the bailout plan is enacted. Another 90 or so billion euros will be thrown into the Greek basket, raising the Greek debt to 400 or so billion, and most of that will quickly return back to Western Europe. The true bailout is the bailout of German and French banks, not of Greece, and we can expect the Greek crisis to explode in a couple of years. But is such an outcome really a failure? At an immediate level, if one compares the plan with its actual outcome, obviously yes. At a deeper level, however, it may be that, as we suggested earlier, the true goal is not to give Greece a chance but to change it into an economically colonized semi-state kept in permanent poverty and dependency, as a warning to others. But at an even deeper level, there is another failure, not of Greece, but of Europe itself, of the emancipatory core of the European legacy. One should never forget that the unexpectedly strong no in the Greek referendum was a historical vote cast in a desperate situation. In my work I often used the well-known joke from the last decade of the Soviet Union about Rubinovich, a Jew who wants to emigrate. I am told that a new version of this joke is now circulating in Athens. A young Greek man visits the Australian consulate in Athens and asks for a work visa. "Why do you want to leave Greece?" asks the official. "For 2 reasons, replies the Greek. "First, I am worried that Greece will leave the EU, which will lead to new poverty and chaos in the country, but," interrupts the official, "this is pure nonsense. Greece will remain in the EU and submit to financial discipline." "Well," responds the Greek calmly, "that is my second reason," quoting Stalin again, "there is no worse choice, both choices are worse." But are both choices worse? The moment has come to move beyond the irrelevant debates about the possible mistakes and misjudgments of the Greek government. The stakes are now much too high. The fact that a compromise formula eluded Greece and the EU administrators is in itself deeply symptomatic, since it doesn't really concern actual financial issues. At this level, the difference is minimal. The EU usually accuse Greeks of talking only in general terms, making vague promises without specific details, while Greeks accuse the EU of trying to control even the tiniest details and imposing on Greece conditions that are more harsh than those imposed on the previous government. But what lurks behind these reproaches is another, more significant, conflict. Tsipras recently remarked that if he were to meet alone with Angela Merkel for dinner, they would have found a formula in 2 hours. His point was that he and Merkel, the two politicians, would treat the disagreement as a political one, in contrast to technocratic administrators like the Eurogroup head, Jeroen Dijsselbloem. If there is an emblematic bad guy in this whole story, it is Dijsselbloem, whose motto is, "If I get into the ideological side of things, I won't achieve anything." This brings us to the crux of the matter. Tsipras and Varoufakis talk as if they are part of an open political process where decisions that are ultimately ideological, based on normative preferences, are to be made, while the EU technocrats talk as if it is all a matter of detailed regulatory measures. And when the Greeks reject the EU approach and raise more fundamental political issues, they are accused of lying, of avoiding concrete solutions, etc. And it is clear that the truth is here on the Greek side. The denial of the ideological side by Dijsselbloem is ideology at its purest. It masks, falsely presents, as purely expert regulatory measures decisions that are effectively grounded in politico-ideological premises, advocacy of deregulations, etc. On account of this asymmetry, the dialogue between Tsipras or Varoufakis and their EU partners often appears as a dialogue between a young student who wants a serious debate on basic issues, and an arrogant professor who, in his answers, humiliatingly ignores the issue and scolds the student with technical points. "You didn't formulate that correctly. You didn't take into account that regulation," or even as a dialogue between a rape victim who desperately reports what has happened to her and a policeman who continually interrupts her with requests for administrative details. This passage from politics proper to neutral expert administration characterizes our entire political process. Strategic decisions based on power are increasingly masked as administrative regulations based on neutral expert knowledge, and they are more and more negotiated in secrecy and enforced without democratic consultation. Recall TTIP. This is why the Syriza government was fighting a battle for all of us. It was a battle in which the very meaning of democracy was to be decided. Many critics of the Greek referendum claimed that it was a case of pure demagogic posturing, mockingly pointing out that it's not clear what this referendum was about. At that moment, there was no EU proposal on the table to be accepted or rejected, so what should the Greeks vote about? The claim was that the referendum was really about the euro versus the drachma, about Greece in the EU or outside it, but this is patently untrue. The Greek government repeatedly emphasized its desire to remain in the EU and in the eurozone. Again, the critics automatically translate the key political question raised by the referendum into an administrative decision about particular economic measures. In his interview on Bloomberg on July 2, Varoufakis made clear the true stakes of the referendum. 16 The choice was between the continuation of the EU's politics of the previous years, which brought Greece to the edge of ruin, the already mentioned fiction of extend and pretend, and a new realist beginning that would no longer rely on such fictions, i.e. that would provide a concrete plan to start the actual recovery of the Greek economy. Without such a plan, the crisis would just reproduce itself again and again. On the same day, even the IMF conceded that Greece needed large-scale debt relief to create a breathing space and get the economy moving. They proposed a 20-year moratorium on debt payments, thereby confirming Varoufakis's point that a new approach is needed to really resolve the crisis. The referendum was thus much more than a simple choice between two different approaches to economic crisis. The Greek people have heroically resisted the despicable campaign of fear that mobilized the lowest instincts of self-preservation. They have seen through the brutal manipulation of their opponents, who falsely presented the referendum as a choice between the euro and the drachma, between Greece in Europe and Grexit. Their no was a no to the Eurocrats who prove daily that they are unable to drag Europe out of its inertia. It was a no to the continuation of business as usual, a foreshadowing of what was to come with Trump supporters, though in a different guise, a desperate cry telling us all that things cannot go on in the same way. It was a decision for an authentic political vision against the strange combination of cold technocracy and hot racist clichés about the lazy free-spending Greeks which colored the EU pressure on Greece. It was a rare victory of principles against egotist and ultimately self-destructive opportunism. The no was a yes to a full awareness of the crisis Europe is in, a yes to the need to enact a new beginning. After the referendum, it is up to the EU to act. Will it be able to awaken from its self-satisfied inertia and understand the sign of hope delivered by the Greek people? Or will it unleash its wrath on Greece in order to be able to continue its dogmatic dream? The Apocalypse. When a short essay of mine on Greece after the referendum was republished by In These Times, its title was changed to How Alexis Tsipras and Syriza Outmaneuvered Angela Merkel and the Eurocrats. Although I effectively think that accepting the EU terms was not a simple defeat, I am far from such an optimistic view. The reversal of the no of the referendum to the yes to Brussels was a genuinely devastating shock, a shattering, painful catastrophe. More precisely, it was an apocalypse in both senses of the term, the usual one, catastrophe, and the original, literal one, disclosure, revelation. The basic antagonism, the deadlock, of the situation was clearly disclosed. But we are not at the end. The Greek retreat is not the last word, for the simple reason that the crisis will hit again, in a couple of years if not earlier, and not only in Greece. The task of the Syriza government is to get ready for that moment, to patiently occupy positions and plan options. Keeping political power in these impossible conditions may provide a minimal space for preparing the ground for future action and for political education. Therein resides the paradox of the situation. Although the bailout plan will not work, one should not lose nerve and withdraw but follow it till the next explosion. Why? Because of the obvious non-preparedness of Greece for Grexit, there was no plan for how to do this very difficult and complex operation. Till now, the Syriza government operated without really controlling the state apparatus. With its 2 million employees, the police and judiciary mostly belong to the political right. The administration is part and parcel of the corrupted clientelist machine, etc. And it is precisely this vast state machinery that would have to be relied on to undertake the immense work of Grexit. We should also bear in mind that Grexit was the enemy's plan. There are even rumors that Schäuble offered 50 billion euros to Greece if it left the Eurozone. What makes the Syriza government so troubling is precisely the fact that it is the government of a country inside the Eurozone. The vehemence with which it has been opposed is due precisely to Greece's existence within the Eurozone. Who would really care, now that there is no Cold War, if a government of the left had come to power in a little country with the drachma as its currency? 17. What space for maneuver does the Syriza government have when it is reduced to enacting the politics of its enemy? Should it step down and call new elections rather than enact the policy that is directly opposed to its program? Syriza needs most of all to gain time, and the EU powers are doing everything they can to deprive Syriza of that time. They try to push Syriza into a corner, enforcing a fast decision, either total capitulation or Grexit. Time for what? not only for preparing itself for the next crisis. We should always bear in mind that the basic task of the Syriza government concerns neither the euro nor the settling of accounts with the EU but, above all, the radical reorganization of Greece's long-term corrupt social and political institutions. Syriza's extraordinary problem, which would not be faced by any other political party in government, was to alter internal institutional frameworks under conditions of external institutional assault 18, like Germany itself did in the early 1800s. Under French occupation. The problem Greece is confronting now is the one of left government ability. 19 The hard reality of what it means for the radical left to govern in the world of global capital. What options has the government? The obvious candidates: simple social democratization, state socialism, withdrawal from the state and reliance on social movements, are obviously not enough. The true novelty of the Syriza government is that it is a governmental event, the first time that a Western radical left, not the old-style communist one, has taken state power. The entire rhetoric, so beloved by the new left, of acting at a distance from the state, has to be abandoned. One has to heroically assume full responsibility for the welfare of the entire people and leave behind the basic leftist critical attitude of finding a perverse satisfaction in providing sophisticated explanations of why things had to take a wrong turn. The no that won the referendum should not be mystified into some principled readiness to break out of global capitalism even if it would still bring immense suffering. For the large majority of voters, no meant they had had enough of suffering and misery and wanted a better life, with no clear strategic idea of what this means. This is also why I think it is too simplistic to say that the government was not at the level of its people. The game was decided in advance, there was no real chance. The talk about subjective betrayal obfuscates the objective deadlock. In whatever way we redefine what is, possible, there was no authentic revolutionary opening in the situation. The accusations of betrayal by the Syriza government are made to avoid the true big question: how can we confront capital in its modern shape? How can we govern, how can we run a state, with people? It is too easy to say that Syriza is not just a government party but has its roots in popular mobilization and social movements. Syriza is a loose, self-contradictory, and internally antagonistic coalition of leftist thought and practice, very much dependent on the capacity of social movements of all kinds, thoroughly decentralized and driven by the activism of solidarity networks in a broad sphere of action across class lines of conflict, gender and sexuality activism, immigration issues, anti-globalization movements, civil and human rights advocacy, etc. 20. One can thus easily understand the calls for Syriza to return to its roots. Syriza should not become just another governing parliamentary party. True change can only come from the grassroots, from the people themselves, from their self-organization, not from the state apparatuses. However, such calls are ultimately just another case of empty posturing, since they avoid the crucial problem, which is how to deal with the international pressure concerning debt, or, more generally, how to exert power and run a state. Grassroots self-organization cannot replace the state, and the question is how to reorganize the state apparatus to make it function differently. The big question remains: how does or should this reliance on popular self-organization affect running a government? Can we even imagine today an authentic communist power? What we seem to get is disaster: Venezuela, capitulation, Greece, or a full return to capitalism, China, Vietnam. The Bolivarian Revolution has transformed social relations in Venezuela and had a huge impact on the continent as a whole. But the tragedy is that it was never properly institutionalized and thus proved to be unsustainable. 21 It is all too easy to say that authentic emancipatory politics should remain at a distance from the state. The big problem that lurks behind is what to do with the state. Can we indeed imagine a society without a state? We should deal with these problems here and now. We can't wait for some future situation and in the meantime keep a safe distance from the state. The choice that the Syriza government faced was a genuinely difficult choice that should be dealt with in brutally pragmatic terms. It is not a big principled choice between the true act and opportunistic betrayal. In his Greece has been betrayed, Tariq Ali wrote. At the beginning of the month they were celebrating the no vote. They were prepared to make more sacrifices, to risk life outside the Eurozone. Syriza turned its back on them. The date July 12, 2015, when Tsipras agreed to the EU's terms, will become as infamous as April 21, 1967. The tanks have been replaced by banks, as Varoufakis put it after he was made finance minister. 22. I consider this parallel between 2015 and 1967 convincing but simultaneously profoundly deceiving. Yes, tanks does rhyme with banks, which means, Greece is now de facto under financial occupation, with strongly reduced sovereignty and all government proposals having to be approved by the Troika before they are submitted to Parliament. Not only financial decisions but even data are under foreign control. Varoufakis didn't have access to the data of his own ministry, he was accused of treason for trying to obtain it, and, to add insult to injury, insofar as the democratically elected government obeys these rules, it voluntarily provides a democratic mask to this financial dictatorship. We are dealing here with obscenity at its purest, while billions disappeared in the last decades, and the state manufactured fabricated financial reports. The only person charged was the journalist who rendered public the names of the owners of illegal foreign bank accounts. Should, then, Grexit be risked? We are confronting here la tentation evenementially, the eventual temptation, the temptation, in a difficult situation, to accomplish the crazy act, to do the impossible, to take the risk whatever the costs, with the underlying logic that things cannot be worse than they are now. The catch is that they certainly can get much worse, up to developing into a full-scale social and humanitarian crisis. The key question is, was there really an objective possibility of a proper emancipatory act, drawing all the politico-economic consequences from the no vote? When Badiou talks about an emancipatory event, he always emphasizes that an occurrence is not an event in itself, it only becomes one retroactively, through its consequences, through the hard and patient work of love of those who fight for it, who practice fidelity to it. One should thus abandon, deconstruct, even, the topic of the opposition between the normal run of things and the state of exception characterized by the fidelity to an event that disrupts the normal run of things. In a normal run of things life just goes on, following its inertia, and we are immersed in our daily cares and rituals. Then something happens, an eventual awakening, a secular version of a miracle, social emancipatory tumult, a traumatic love encounter. If we opt for fidelity to this event, our entire life changes, we are engaged in the work of love and endeavor to inscribe the event into our reality. Then at some point the eventual sequence is exhausted and we return to the normal flow of things. But what if the true power of an event should be measured precisely by its disappearance, when the event is erased in its result, in the change in normal life? Let's take a socio-political event, what remains of it in its aftermath, when its ecstatic energy is exhausted and things return to normality, how is this normality different from the pre-evental one? So, back to Greece. It is easy to count on the heroic gesture of promising blood, sweat, and tears, to repeat the mantra that authentic politics means one should not remain within the confines of the possible but rather risk the impossible. But what would this imply in the case of Grexit? First, let's not forget that, as we have seen, the referendum result was a demand for a better life, not a readiness for more suffering and sacrifice. Second, in the case of Grexit, would the Greek state not be compelled to enforce a series of measures, nationalization of banks, higher taxes, etc., that would constitute simply a revival of the old national sovereignty/state socialist economic policies? There may be nothing against such politics, but would it work in the specific conditions of today's Greece, with its inefficient state apparatus, and as part of the global economy? Here are the three main points of the left platform anti-austerity plan, listing a series of absolutely manageable measures. 1. The radical reorganization of the banking system, its nationalization under social control, and its reorientation towards growth. 2. the complete rejection of fiscal austerity, primary surpluses and balanced budgets, in order to effectively address the humanitarian crisis, cover social needs, reconstruct the social state, and take the economy out of the vicious circle of recession. 3. The implementation of the beginning procedures leading to exit from the euro and to the cancellation of the major part of the debt. There are absolutely manageable choices that can lead to a new economic model oriented towards production, growth, and the change in the social balance of forces to the benefit of the working class and the people. Plus 2 additional specifications. The elaboration of a development plan based on public investment, which will however also allow in parallel private investment. Greece needs a new and productive relationship between the public and private sectors to enter a path to sustainable development. The realization of this project will become possible once liquidity is re-established, combined with national saving. Regaining control of the domestic market from imported products will revitalize and enhance the role of small and medium-sized enterprises, which remain the backbone of the Greek economy. At the same time, exports will be stimulated by the introduction of a national currency. 23. This plan, advocated by the left platform, debt default, nationalization of banks, capital controls, alternative currency, and then printing new money for investments, etc., does not do what is required. If enacted, it would merely amount to a new version of state socialism. The weak point of the left platform was its advocacy of Grexit. They presented Grexit as a heroic step into the unknown, an act of defying the EU technocracy, and therefore found it difficult to explain why Grexit was directly suggested by Schäuble when he promised Varoufakis financial help if Greece temporarily left the Eurozone. It's like today in the UK, where a weird coalition of left and right advocated Brexit. Varoufakis sensed correctly that Grexit ultimately amounts to the same as surrendering to Brussels' demands. The Eurozone remains intact, totally subordinated to Brussels' rules. What was so subversive about the Syriza government was that it wanted to stay in the Eurozone and disturb its rules. In a homologous way, the moment Syriza split into those who accepted the EU blackmail and the left platform, its moment was over. The explosive combination fell apart into its two traditional components, social democracy and the radical left. Measures advocated by the left platform, if properly calibrated, might work, but would they work for Greece, with an enormous foreign debt of private individuals and companies, which cannot be cancelled, and an economy fully integrated into and dependent on Western Europe, reliant on food, industrial and medical imports? In other words, where, in what outside, would Greece find itself? In an outside of Belarus and Cuba? As Paul Krugman recently wrote, see above, here, one has to admit that nobody really knows what the consequences of Grexit would be. It's uncharted territory. But one thing is nonetheless clear, Grexit is a name for none other than a politics of national independence. 24. So no wonder that some partisans of the left platform even resort to the extremely problematic and, for me, totally unacceptable self-characterization national populism. 25. So the choice was not simply Grexit or capitulation. The Syriza government found itself in a unique situation, obliged to do what it was opposed to. To persist in such a difficult situation and not to leave the field is true courage. The enemy of the Syriza government is now not primarily the left platform but those who take sincerely the defeat and really want to play the EU card. This danger becomes clear when one takes into account the effect of the capitulation on Syriza itself. The capitulation, Varoufakis says, de-radicalized those left in the ministries, the result being that they are either incapable of or unwilling to, lest they upset the Troika, plan for the next rupture. Moreover, the Troika is keeping them like guinea pigs on a treadmill, making them run faster and faster to implement its toxic measures. Within days they have become co-opted and incapable of planning anything of the sort that you mention. Crucially, the Troika is cleverly forcing upon the government legislation that spreads and entrenches further its own fiefdoms within the state. So, the tax-fighting units are now absorbed by the General Secretariat of Public Revenues, whose ownership by the Troika I exposed, so that the government has no instruments left at its disposal to fight tax evasion by the oligarchs. Similarly with privatizations. The Troika is setting up new organs that it controls fully. 26. The true miracle of the situation was that, in spite of the capitulation to Brussels, around 70% of Greek voters still supported the Syriza government. The majority perceives the Syriza government as doing the right thing in an impossible situation. There is a risk that the Syriza capitulation will turn out to be just that and nothing more, enabling the full reintegration of Greece into the EU as a humble, bankrupt member, in the same way that there was a risk of Grexit turning into a large-scale catastrophe. There is no clear a priori answer here. Any decision can only be retroactively justified by its consequences. And, lately, signs are multiplying that the Syriza government is not doing properly even the job of efficient state administration. There are factional struggles for power and influence that occasionally involve physical violence. It looks like the old Greek politics of mismanagement and corruption is coming back at full speed. What one should fear is not only the prospect of the further suffering of the Greek people, but also the prospect of another fiasco that will discredit the left for years to come, while the surviving leftists argue how their defeat proves yet again the perfidiousness of the capitalist system. A plea for bureaucratic socialism. Is, then, today's radical left really condemned to fight tooth and nail for social democracy, to prove it cannot work? 27. In order to break out of this perverted cycle, one has to change the entire perspective. When one hears anarchists deploying their idea of local communities working in a transparent way, with no alienated representative mechanisms, with all members actively engaged in organizing their lives, the first thing that comes to mind is Thomas Metzinger's definition of transparency. For any phenomenal state, the degree of phenomenal transparency is inversely proportional to the introspective degree of attentional availability of earlier processing stages. 28. Transparency is thus paradoxically a special form of darkness. 29. We are not able to see something because it is transparent, rather, we see through it. Metzinger's basic thesis is that such transparency is formative of our consciousness at two levels. First, generally, we do not experience the reality surrounding us as the content of a representational process, nor do we represent its components as internal placeholders of another, external level of reality. We simply experience it as the world in which we live our lives. 30. Then, the same holds for our conscious self, for the immediacy of our self-awareness, which is a representation in our mind and thus also relies on such an illusion, on an epistemically illegitimate short circuit of perceiving what effectively is a mere representation, a model our organism formed of itself, as the thing itself. We do not experience the contents of our self-consciousness as the contents of a representational process, and we do not experience them as some sort of causally active internal placeholder of the system in the system's all-inclusive model of reality, but simply as ourselves, living in the world right now. 31. The basic mechanism of transparency is well known from the Hegelian Marxian tradition of the critique of fetishist illusion. The agent's own reflexive determination, their wish or desire, is misperceived as a property of the perceived object itself. The ruler is misperceived as an embodiment of some quality, love, fear. What Metzinger does is to bring the logic of this illusion to its extreme, applying it to the perceiving agent itself. The logic of perceiving our phenomenal experience as directly referring to objects out there is applied to the subject itself. I myself do not really exist but only appear as the result of a fetishist illusion. There never can be a subject, self, fully opaque to itself. You can never fully know yourself, in the sense of perceiving one's own generative mechanism. Every such understanding is limited, embedded in a global context. Cognitive self-reference always takes place against the background of transparent, preconceptual self-modeling. 32. A sense of self is ultimately a part of naive, everyday experience. Are not communities imagined by anarchists transparent in a similar way? Their survival relies on a thick texture of alienated institutional mechanisms. Where do electricity and water come from? Who guarantees the rule of law? To whom do we turn for health care? The more a community is self-ruling, the more this network has to function smoothly and invisibly. Maybe, we should change the goal of emancipatory struggles from overcoming alienation to enforcing the right kind of alienation, achieving a smooth functioning of alienated, invisible, social mechanisms which sustain the space of non-alienated communities. We have an old name for these alienated mechanisms, bureaucracy, which is why what the left needs today is to reinvent bureaucratic socialism. The standard characterization of Stalinist regimes as bureaucratic socialism is totally misleading and, mystifying. It is the way the Stalinist regime itself perceived its problem, the cause of its failures and troubles. If there are not enough products in the stores, if the authorities do not respond to people's demands, etc., what is easier than to blame the bureaucratic attitude of indifference, petty arrogance, and so on? No wonder that, from the late 1920s onwards, Stalin was writing attacks on bureaucracy, on bureaucratic attitudes. Bureaucratism was nothing but an effect of the functioning of Stalinist regimes, and the paradox is that it is the ultimate misnomer. What Stalinist regimes really lacked was precisely an efficient bureaucracy, an alienated, depoliticized and competent administrative apparatus. Although it ended in a failure, the great proletarian cultural revolution was unique in attacking the key point, not just the takeover of state power, but the new economic organization and reorganization of daily life. Its failure was precisely the failure to create a new form of everyday life. It remained a carnivalesque excess, with the state apparatus, under Zhou Enlai's control, guaranteeing the continuation of daily life, of production. The lesson of this failure is that the focus should be shifted from the utopian goal of the full reign of productive expressivity that no longer needs representation, state order, capital, etc., to, what kind of representation should replace the existing liberal democratic representative state? Is Negri's proposal of a citizen's income not an indication in this sense? It is a measure enacted by the state, not by some kind of people's self-organization. It is not linked to an individual's productivity, but it is the representative condition and frame for opening up the possible space of expressive productivity. Trotsky advocates the same duality when he makes a plea for the interplay between class self-organization and the political leadership of the Revolutionary Vanguard Party. Especially interesting is one of Trotsky's arguments for the need for a vanguard party. The self-organizing councils cannot also take on the role of the party. For a politico-psychological reason, people cannot live for years in an uninterrupted state of high tension and intense activity. 33. Lenin was fully aware of this problem, and his solution was an almost Kantian one: freely debate at public meetings during weekends, but obey and labor hard while at work. He wrote of the common man. Before the October Revolution he did not see a single instance of the propertied, exploiting classes making any real sacrifice for him, giving up anything for his benefit. He did not see them giving him the land and liberty that had been repeatedly promised him, giving him peace, sacrificing great power interests and the interests of great power secret treaties, sacrificing capital and profits. He saw this only after October 25, 1917, when he took it himself by force, and had to defend by force what he had taken. Naturally, for a certain time, all his attention, all his thoughts, all his spiritual strength, were concentrated on taking a breath, on unbending his back, on straightening his shoulders, on taking the blessings of life that were there for the taking, and that had always been denied him by the now overthrown exploiters. Of course, a certain amount of time is required to enable the ordinary working man not only to see for himself, not only to become convinced, but also to feel that he cannot simply take, snatch, grab things, that this leads to increased disruption, to ruin, to the return of the Kornilovs. The corresponding change in the conditions of life, and consequently in the psychology, of the ordinary working men is only just beginning. And our whole task, the task of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, which is the class-conscious spokesman for the strivings of the exploited for emancipation, is to appreciate this change, to understand that it is necessary, to stand at the head of the exhausted people who are wearily seeking a way out and lead them along the true path, along the path of labor discipline, along the path of coordinating the task of arguing at mass meetings about the conditions of work with the task of unquestioningly obeying the will of the Soviet leader, of the dictator. During the work, we must learn to combine the public meeting democracy of the working people, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood, with iron discipline while at work, with unquestioning obedience to the will of a single person, the Soviet leader, while at work. 34. It is easy to make fun of Lenin here, or to be horrified by what he is saying, easy to accuse Lenin of being caught in the industrialist paradigm, etc., but the problem remains. The main form of direct democracy for the expressive multitude in the 20th century were so-called councils, Soviets. Almost everybody in the West loved them, up to liberals like Hannah Arendt, who perceived in them the echo of the old Greek life of polis. Throughout the age of really existing socialism, the secret hope of democratic socialists was the direct democracy of the Soviets, local councils as the form of self-organization, and it is deeply symptomatic how, with the decline of really existing socialism, this emancipatory shadow, which haunted it all the time, has also disappeared. Is this not the ultimate confirmation of the fact that the council version of democratic socialism was just a spectral double of the bureaucratic really existing socialism, its inherent transgression with no substantial positive content of its own and unable, therefore, to serve as the permanent basic organizing principle of a society? What both really existing socialism and council democracy shared is a belief in the possibility of a self-transparent organization of society that would preclude political alienation, state apparatuses, institutionalized rules of political life, legal order, police, etc., and is the basic experience of the end of really existing socialism, not precisely the rejection of this shared feature, the resigned postmodern acceptance of the fact that society is a complex network of subsystems. Which is why a certain level of alienation is constitutive of social life, so that a totally self-transparent society is a utopia with totalitarian potentials. 35 No wonder, then, that the same holds for contemporary examples of direct democracy, from favelas to the post-industrial digital culture. Do the descriptions of the new tribal communities of computer hackers not often evoke the logic of council democracy? They all have to rely on a state apparatus, i.e., for structural reasons they cannot take over the entire field. Apart from the obvious associations with really existing socialism, there is another more serious reproach to our plea for bureaucratic socialism. Is bureaucracy, as we learned from Kafka, at least, not, in principle, not for contingent reasons of bad organization, inefficient, caught in its own circular jouissance? As the saying goes, the true aim of bureaucratic machinery is not to pursue its goal, to solve the problems it is dealing with, but to repeatedly recreate or even magnify these problems and in this way reproduce the reason for its own existence. Bureaucracy thus confronts us again with surplus enjoyment, the enjoyment generated not by fulfilling its official goal, solving a problem, but by the self-reproducing cycle of its own movement. Kafka's genius was to eroticize bureaucracy, the non-erotic entity if ever there was one. In Chile, Isabel Allende tells us, when a citizen wants to identify himself to the authorities, the clerk on duty demands that the poor petitioner produce proof that he was born, that he isn't a criminal, that he paid his taxes, that he registered to vote, and that he's still alive, because even if he throws a tantrum to prove that he hasn't died, he is obliged to present a certificate of survival. The problem has reached such proportions that the government itself has created an office to combat bureaucracy. Citizens may now complain of being shabbily treated and may file charges against incompetent officials, on a form requiring a seal and 3 copies, of course. 36. This is state bureaucracy at its most crazy. Yet are we aware that this is our only true contact with the divine in our secular times? What can be more divine than the traumatic encounter with the bureaucracy at its craziest, when, say, a bureaucrat tells us that, legally, we don't exist? It is in such encounters that we get a glimpse of another order beyond the mere terrestrial everyday reality. Like God, bureaucracy is simultaneously all-powerful and impenetrable, capricious, omnipresent, and invisible. Kafka was well aware of this deep link between bureaucracy and the divine. It is as if, in his work, Hegel's thesis on the state as the terrestrial existence of God is buggered, given a properly obscene twist. It is only in this sense that Kafka's works engage in a search for the divine in our barren secular world. More precisely, they not only search for the divine, they find it in state bureaucracy. There are two memorable scenes in Terry Gilliam's Brazil, 1985, that perfectly express the crazy excesses of bureaucratic jouissance perpetuating itself in its auto-circulation. After the hero's plumbing breaks down and he leaves a message with the official repair service asking for urgent help, Robert De Niro arrives, a mythical mysterious criminal whose subversive activity is that he listens into emergency calls and then immediately goes to the customer, repairing his plumbing for free, bypassing the inefficient state repair service's paperwork. Indeed, in a bureaucracy caught in a vicious cycle of jouissance, the ultimate crime is to simply and directly do the job one is supposed to do. If a state repair service actually does its job, this is, at the level of its unconscious libidinal economy, considered an unfortunate byproduct, since the bulk of its energy goes into inventing complicated administrative procedures that enable it to invent ever new obstacles and thus postpone the work indefinitely. In a second scene, we meet, in the corridors of a vast government agency, a group of people permanently running around, a leader, a big-shot bureaucrat, followed by a bunch of lower administrators who shout at him all the time, asking him for a specific opinion or decision, and he nervously spurts out fast, efficient replies, "This is to be done tomorrow latest. Check that report. No, cancel that appointment." The appearance of nervous hyperactivity is, of course, a facade that masks a self-indulgent nonsensical spectacle of imitating, of playing efficient administration. Why do they walk around all the time? The leader, whom they follow, is obviously not on the way from one meeting to another. The meaningless fast walk around the corridors is all he does. The hero from time to time stumbles on this group, and the Kafkaesque explanation is, of course, that this entire performance is here to attract his gaze, staged for his eyes only. They pretend to be busy, but all their activity is here to provoke the hero while he addresses a demand to the group's leader, who then snaps back, "Can't you see how busy I am?" or, occasionally, does the reverse, greets the hero as if he has been waiting for him for a long time, mysteriously expecting his presence. Is the idea of an efficient bureaucracy not therefore self-defeating, the worst of utopias? The art of good social management is to turn around the entire perspective, not diminishing the surplus enjoyment and making bureaucracy as efficient as possible, but accepting the bureaucratic surplus enjoyment as a fact and limiting oneself to restructuring it in such a way that, as a kind of secondary byproduct, it also solves some real problems. One should also value the anonymous coldness of the bureaucratic treatment of individuals. Yes, we are all mistreated by bureaucracy, but this also means that we are all treated in the same way. While one cannot even imagine a bureaucracy that treats us in a warm, human way, except a robotic voice program to do so, we can imagine a bureaucracy that reduces personal favor and ignores us all equally. So, to recapitulate. At the time of the Greek referendum, there were two possibles: follow the Brussels dictates and accept the imposed austerity politics, the line adopted by the Tsipras government, or step out of it, perform Grexit and endeavor to get the national economy in motion through autonomous fiscal politics, the left platform proposal. There is no risking the impossible in this second option. It remains entirely within the global capitalist system, which without any problem can allow local states to disengage. No wonder that, as we have already mentioned, when Varoufakis threatened Schäuble with Grexit, Schäuble accepted this immediately and even offered Greece financial help to facilitate it. Schäuble's position was, "You don't want to follow our proposal of continuing austerity politics, so, okay, no problem, get out." In spite of all his problematic and naive ideas, especially about democratizing Europe, The only political agent who touched on an impossible and caused panic in the European establishment was Varoufakis, and he had to step down as the finance minister before the referendum. The proof that his plan touched the impossible was that, after the referendum, the Liberal Conservative Party New Democracy, ND, proposed to the Parliament the establishment of a special committee of inquiry assigned to probe Plan X, the imposition of capital controls in June 2015. In short, they wanted to criminalize what Varoufakis had been doing. The ND proposal was rejected, but, interestingly, the Social Democratic Party PASOK voted for it, while both the hardline communist KKE and the fascist Golden Dawn voted present and not against, i.e. they abstained. What Varoufakis proposed was that Greece should remain in the Eurozone but act independently within it. This would have been an authentic act, an act of disturbing the lines of separation that define the possibilities of a situation and intervening in the European system from within, enforcing a change in its rules. It is difficult to do the impossible. It means much more than just saying no and heroically resisting pressure. Castro said no to the US, but no really new social form was invented in Cuba. One gets tired of the conflicting stories, the economic failure and human rights abuses pointed to by Cuba's opponents, and the successes in education and healthcare constantly evoked by the friends of the revolution. One gets tired even of the really great story of how a small country resisted the biggest superpower, with the help of the other superpower. It's true. All these stories do not change the sad fact that the Cuban Revolution did not produce a social model relevant for the eventual communist future. The even sadder thing about today's Cuba is a feature clearly portrayed in Leonardo Padura's Mario Conde police procedurals, set in contemporary Havana. The atmosphere is one not so much of poverty and oppression as of missed chances, of living in a part of the world to a large extent bypassed by the tremendous economic and social changes of the last decades. Recently, a Cuban guide made a bitter comment to a group of European tourists: "I know why you are here. You know we are doomed, a weird eccentricity, and you just want to catch the last moment to see this Cuba before it will disappear." Is being the object of a gaze looking at us as if we are already dead not the most tragic comment imaginable on 20th century communism? The gradual opening of the Cuban economy is a compromise that does not resolve the deadlock but just allows the predominant inertia to drag on. After the fall of Chavismo in Venezuela, Cuba had three choices: 1. Continue to vegetate in a mixture of Communist Party regime and pragmatic concessions to the market; 2. Embrace fully the Chinese model, wild capitalism with party rule; 3. Simply abandon socialism and, in this way, admit the full defeat of the revolution. Whatever happens, the distressing prospect is that, under the banner of democratization, all the small but important achievements of the revolution, from healthcare to education, will be undone, and the Cubans who escape to the US will enforce a violent reprivatization. There is a small hope that this extreme fallback will be prevented and a reasonable compromise negotiated. So what is the overall result of the Cuban Revolution? What comes to my mind is Arthur Miller's experience on Havana's Malecon, where two men were sitting at a bench near him, obviously poor and in need of a shave, engaged in a vociferous discussion. A taxi then pulled up to the curb in front of them and a lovely young woman stepped out with two brown paper bags full of groceries. She was juggling the bags to get her purse open, while a tulip in one of the bags was waving dangerously close to snapping its stem. One of the men got up and took hold of one of the bags to steady it, while the other joined him to steady the other bag, and Miller wondered if they were about to grab the bags and run. Nothing like this happened. Instead, one of them gently held the tulip stem between forefinger and thumb until she could get the bags secured in her arms. She thanked them with a certain formal dignity and walked off. Miller's comment: "I'm not quite sure why, but I thought this transaction remarkable. It was not only the gallantry of these impoverished men that was impressive, but that the woman seemed to regard it as her due and not at all extraordinary. Needless to say, she offered no tip, nor did they seem to expect any, her comparative wealth notwithstanding. Having protested for years the government's jailing and silencing of writers and dissidents, I wondered whether despite everything, including the system's economic failure, a heartening species of human solidarity had been created, possibly out of the relative symmetry of poverty and the uniform futility inherent in the system from which few could raise their heads short of sailing away. 37. It is at this most elementary level that our future will be decided. What global capitalism cannot generate is precisely such heartening species of human solidarity. So, in the spirit of de mortuis nihil nisi bonum, this scene on Malecon is perhaps the nicest thing I can remember about Castro. And one cannot say even this for the Khmer Rouge, who also said no to the US and their own collaborators, but whose very murderous radically again bears witness to the fact that no new social form was created. Were the Khmer Rouge really extreme? In a way, yes, their reign set new standards of brutality, but was it not that they precisely failed in their extremism? They utterly failed to effectively change human nature. Instead of creating a new man, their brief reign just collapsed in a destructive rage, and the old human nature swiftly returned. One can argue that the explosive mixture of biogenetics and the digitalization of our lives is far more efficient in pursuing this goal. A new man is effectively emerging here. This is why if one wants to produce something truly new in politics, it is not enough to have a government directly relying on a strong popular presence. The unique enthusiasm of such a situation gets soon diluted into inertia or even despair if a political organization does not propose a concrete plan of what to do, and, once again, in Greece only Varoufakis had something at least resembling it. Furthermore, there is nothing arrogant about mentioning ordinary people's material concerns. The poor have the right to do it, and to talk about a readiness for great sacrifices, or suffering whatever the price, is as a rule the ideology of the privileged, who are quite content to let the people suffer for them. So do I display distrust in the people? Yes, there is nothing non-communist in it. People are an inconsistent multiplicity capable of breathtaking acts of solidarity that surprise cynical intellectuals, but they can also get lost in the lowest fascist passions. It may appear that, while the basic theoretical problems have been properly dealt with for a long time, what is missing is actual politics, since the spirit of capitulation predominates in the last decades. Actual politics is not failing because the spirit of capitulation has been winning for the last 30 years, on the contrary, the spirit of capitulation is spreading around because actual politics lacks a vision that can only be provided by theory. The big problem of the left is that, after the breakdown of really existing socialism and of the welfare state social democracy, it lacks any serious vision of how to reorganize society. The true event is not the enthusiastic mobilization of the people but a change in everyday life, felt when things return to the normal. This does not justify capitulation. One should look around for any place, any particular struggle, where there is a chance to faire bouger les choses, for moments which may trigger what you call the return of history, and which may open up the way for a true political event. 3. Religion and its contents. China's alternative modernity. The Three-Body Problem, writer Liu Cixin's sci-fi masterpiece 1 and the first part of the trilogy Remembrance of Earth's Past, begins in Mao's China during the Cultural Revolution, in which Ye Wenjie, a young woman, has just seen her father killed for continuing to teach, and proclaim his belief in, Einstein's theory of relativity. Disgusted by humanity, she hijacks a government program meant to make contact with aliens and attempts to encourage extraterrestrials to invade Earth. The story then moves to the near future, where the now old Wenjie is contacted by Wang Miao, a researcher developing a new nanotechnology who has started having strange experiences. Scientists he knows are killing themselves because they say the laws of physics are no longer working as expected. When he takes photos with his fancy new camera, there's a number on each negative when it is developed. When he tries to explore possible linkages between these phenomena, he finds himself drawn into a virtual reality game, Three-Body, in which players find themselves on an alien planet called Trisolaris, whose 3 suns rise and set at strange and unpredictable intervals and positions, sometimes too far away, making the planet horribly cold, sometimes far too close and destructively hot, and sometimes not at all for long periods of time. The players can somehow dehydrate themselves and the rest of the population to weather the worst seasons, but life is a constant struggle against apparently unpredictable elements. Despite that, players slowly find ways to build civilizations and attempt to predict the strange cycles of heat and cold. After contact between the two civilizations is established in reality, outside the game, our Earth appears to the desperate Trisolarians as an ideal world of order, and they decide to invade it to ensure the survival of their race. The outcome of this encounter will probably be that both civilizations have to de-idealize the other, realizing that the other also has its faults, something akin to what Lacan called separation. There is another Lacanian motif in the novel. The virtual game that turns out to simulate the real life on Trisolaris reminds us of Lacan's motto that truth has the structure of a fiction. However, the most interesting feature of the novel is how the opposition between Earth and Trisolaris echoes the opposition between the traditional Confucian view of heaven as the principle of cosmic order and Mao's praise for heaven in disorder, is the chaotic life on Trisolaris, where the very rhythm of seasons is perturbed, not a naturalized version of the chaos of the Cultural Revolution? Is the terrifying insight that there is no physics, no stable natural laws, the insight that, in the novel, pushes many scientists to suicide, not the recognition of how, as Lacan put it, there is no big other? This tension between the order of heaven and disorder in heaven also provides the basic coordinates of the ideological turmoil that pervades contemporary China, as is clear from the China Wave 2, a bestseller in China and abroad, in which Zhang Weiwei presents, in a popular way, a justification of the Chinese authoritarian political system. Zhang's starting point is that China is a unique civilizational state, a state that overlaps with an entire civilization defined by the Confucian tradition. Its values, not in the Western sense of values opposed to facts, but rather values as principles that sustain and are embedded in a life form, are, among others, practical humanism, i.e., the rejection of otherworldly spiritualism and a focus on the good and harmonious life on this earth, an organic approach that avoids extremes of individualism and totalitarian centralized order, of fossilized tradition and rushed modernization, and combines openness to other cultures with fidelity to one's own roots, a pragmatic approach versus hanging on to unrealistic principles. For example, instead of clinging to the formal rules of democracy, one should focus on the true goal of democracy. People should be ruled by competent and virtuous men who work for their welfare, dignity, and freedom. Human rights should be conceived holistically, not just as a set of political and personal freedoms, of speech, etc., but also as the right to a safe and satisfied life. With all material and spiritual needs met, what's the use of a free press and a multi-party system if the result is social chaos and pointless struggles? Zhang's point is that it was fidelity to this Confucian tradition that enabled China to enact the economic miracle of the last decades, combining rapid social and economic development, which lifted hundreds of millions out of poverty and created a gigantic middle class, with social stability. In short, China succeeded in realizing an alternative modernity, engaging in the process of capitalist modernization at record-breaking speed while avoiding the explosion of social antagonisms. So how did this work? John quotes Martti Ahtisaari, ex-president of Finland, who said on January 18, 2009, "The Politburo of the Communist Party of China was like the board of directors of a corporation, the general secretary of the party was like the chairman of the board, the premier was like the CEO of the corporation, and the governance of China was more or less like managing a company." 3. Zhang replies, "Indeed, we have reflected on this question. Why do no companies in the world elect its CEO through one person, one vote? If it is done this way, the company may risk bankruptcy. Likewise, in terms of political system, we should consider how a country can be best governed. To my mind, the essence of democracy is the will of the people and good governance of a country, rather than democracy for the sake of democracy or election for the sake of election." 4. One is almost tempted to add to this a variation of Heidegger's thesis that the essence of technique is nothing technical, the essence of democracy is nothing democratic, since, as Zhang implies, a strong authoritarian regime can be more essentially democratic than a simple democracy. One should be nonetheless careful here not to dismiss Zhang's arguments as hypocritical demagoguery fabricated to legitimize China's autocratic regime. The paradox is that, precisely because it lacks democratic legitimacy, an authoritarian regime can sometimes be more responsible towards its subjects than a democratically elected government. Since it lacks democratic legitimacy, it has to legitimize itself by providing services to the citizens, with the underlying reasoning being, true, we are not democratically elected, but, as such, since we do not have to play the game of striving for cheap popularity, we can focus on citizens' real needs. A democratically elected government, on the contrary, can fully exert its power for the narrow private interests of its members. They already have the legitimacy provided by elections, so they don't need any further legitimization and can feel safe doing what they want. They can say to those who complain, "You elected us, now it's too late." However, things take a weird turn when Zhang recommends avoiding the European-style excessive welfare state 5, a recommendation that is already followed by most European countries through austerity politics, thus belying Zhang's point that, in the West, the welfare package can only go up, not down. Therefore it is impossible to launch such reforms as what China did to its banking sector and state-owned enterprises. 6. To blame the excesses of the welfare state on too much democracy is an insight that would be met with enthusiasm by every neoconservative. In many cases, the principle evoked by Zhang may appear fair and reasonable, but one particular example used to illustrate it provides a specific twist, i.e., it points towards the true political aim underlying the principle. Zhang claims that individual rights could also be pursued at the expense of collective rights, as in the case of the freedom of expression exercised by one individual Danish cartoonist that has affected the collective right of a billion Muslims to religious freedom. 7. There is a strange non sequitur in this argument. Maybe millions of Muslims did feel hurt and humiliated, but how does this affect their religious freedom? Religious freedom is affected much more by bans on burqas on public transport, for example. And in another of Zhang's problematic claims he states that the banning of Muslim headscarves in schools in France and other European countries is inconceivable in China. 8. Really? In August 2014, in Xinjiang, home to the Muslim Uyghur minority, 5 types of people were banned from public transport: people wearing headscarves, veils, burqas or clothes adorned with the crescent moon and star symbol, and youths with long beards. Passengers who do not cooperate, particularly the 5 types of people, will be reported to the police, said the authorities, who added that all commuters would be subject to bag checks. The security measures will ensure social stability and protect the lives, property, and safety of citizens of all races. 9. Other prohibitions followed. For example, authorities also banned Ramadan fasting and ordered food stores to remain open during Ramadan. A similar problem arises when Zhang mentions the situation in Haiti. In many poverty-stricken countries, giving priority to democratization leads to a situation of failed states like Haiti, where poverty causes chaos and anarchy, and eventually the country can only rely on the UN peacekeeping forces to restore peace and stability. 10. It is, to put it mildly, very strange to blame too much democracy for the continuing misery of Haiti, a country marked by a long history of dictatorship and military rule. But the basic problem resides elsewhere, in Zhang's reliance on the Confucian notion of organic social harmony. In Chinese culture, you are born into a social role as a son, a daughter, a father, a mother, a colleague of others, and rights and obligations are always linked. I genuinely feel that China's humanistic culture can enrich the Western individual-based concept of human rights. 11. This opposition is deceptive, the opposite of a harmonious hierarchic society in which everyone plays his or her role is not just unconstrained individualism but also an egalitarian society, a society whose first great model is the Christian Holy Ghost. That's why Christ's words, "If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26. Do not designate a society of extreme individualism, where everyone just cares for him or herself and hates or exploits others, but a society kept together by a universal bond of love. It is difficult not to read Zhang's reference to the traditional concept of Tian or the heaven, which means the core interest and conscience of Chinese society. 12 In contrast to Mao Zedong's old motto, everything under heaven is in utter chaos, the situation is excellent. The basic insight of the radical left is that, although crises are painful and dangerous, they are inevitable, and they are the terrain on which battles have to be waged and won. Zhang refers to the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, as the embodiment of Tian, heaven, as a disinterested organization elevated above social conflicts and basically caring only for the harmonious development of all its parts. But what guarantees this neutrality? Is there not a struggle also in heaven? Is heaven not also divided? And, incidentally, is the divided heaven not one of the best characterizations of class struggle? Beneath Confucian wisdom versus individualist Western democracy there is another battle going on, Confucianism versus legalism. For the Confucians, the land was in chaos because old traditions were not obeyed, and states like Qin, with their centralized military organization dismissive of the old customs, were perceived as the embodiment of what can go wrong. In contrast to this approach, which perceived nations like Qin as a threat to peace, the great legalist Han Fei proposed the unthinkable, that maybe the way of the Qin government was not an anomaly to be addressed, but a practice to be emulated. 13 The solution resided in what appeared as the problem. The true cause of the troubles was not the abandonment of old traditions, but these traditions themselves, which daily demonstrated their inability to serve as guiding principles of social life. As Hegel put it in the foreword to his Phenomenology of Spirit, the standard by which we measure a situation and establish that the situation is problematic is part of the problem and should be abandoned. Exactly the same reversal is at work in democracy. As Claude Leffert has demonstrated. 14 The achievement of democracy is to turn what is in traditional authoritarian power the moment of its greatest crisis, the time of transition from one master to another, when, briefly, the throne is empty, which causes panic, into the very source of its strength. Democratic elections are the moment of passing through the 0 point when the complex network of social links is dissolved into a purely quantitative multiplicity of individuals, whose votes are mechanically counted. The moment of terror, of the dissolution of all hierarchic links, is thus reenacted and transformed into the foundation of a new and stable positive political order. Zhang's arguments against Western democracy as a political order that brings instability and conflicts should thus be transposed back into the Chinese context. He rehabilitates Confucian organicist corporatism in opposition to the Maoist egalitarian orientation that culminated in the terror of the Cultural Revolution. It is wrong and meaningless to interpret the excesses of the Cultural Revolution as the result of Western influence on China. Such millenarian explosions of social negativity are a feature of all societies, they are the shadow that accompanies every hierarchic social order. And if anything can be said about Western democracy, it is precisely that, where it functions well, it enables a society to operate in a more stable way than any traditional hierarchic society, because it integrates conflicts and outpourings of negativity into the normal functioning of society, thereby rendering violent explosions superfluous. Power can be changed democratically, so there is no need for a violent overthrow when people are not satisfied with it. So although democracy has its own limitations, the destabilization of society is certainly not one of them. On the contrary, it provides the scaffolding for arguably the most stable societies. Authoritarian societies are today much more unstable, since they perceive every demand for social and political change as a threat. Democracy is effectively an egalitarian social link based on terror. Terror stands here for the negative act of sweeping away all social hierarchies. If the democratic axiom is that the place of power is empty, that there is no one who is directly qualified for this post either by tradition, charisma or, say, expertise and leadership qualities, then, before democracy can enter the stage, Terror has to do its work so that the summit of state power is kept apart from the experts. Interestingly, Hegel's solution to this same problem is to keep apart the monarch and the state bureaucracy. While bureaucracy rules by expertise, i.e., while bureaucrats are chosen on account of their abilities and qualifications, the king is a king by his birth, i.e., ultimately, by lottery, on account of natural contingency. The danger Hegel is thereby trying to avoid emerged a century later in Stalinist bureaucracy, which is precisely the rule of communist experts. Stalin is not a figure of a master, but the one who really knows, who is an expert in all imaginable fields, from economics to linguistics, biology to philosophy. For this reason, fully rational elections would not be elections at all, but a transparent, objectivized process. Traditional, pre-modern, societies resolved this problem by invoking a transcendent source that verified the result, conferring authority on it, God, King. Therein resides the problem of modernity. Modern societies perceive themselves as autonomous, self-regulated, i.e., they can no longer rely on an external, transcendent, source of authority. But, nonetheless, the moment of hazard has to remain operative in the electoral process, which is why commentators like to dwell on the irrationality of votes. One never knows where votes will swing in the last days before elections. In other words, democracy would not work if it were to be reduced to permanent opinion polling, fully mechanized and quantified, deprived of its performative character. As Leffert has pointed out, voting has to remain a sacrificial ritual, a ritualistic self-destruction and rebirth of society. 15 The reason is that this hazard itself should not be transparent, it should be minimally externalized/reified. People's will is our equivalent of what the ancients perceived as the imponderable. God's will or the hand of fate. What people cannot accept as their direct arbitrary choice, the result of a pure hazard, they can accept if it refers to at least a minimum of the real. Hegel knew this long ago. It is the entire point of his defense of monarchy. And, last but not least, the same goes for love. There should be an element of the answer of the real in it. We were forever meant for each other. I cannot really accept that my falling in love hinges on a pure contingency. And, perhaps, this brings us to the ultimate difference between the modern secular West and traditional societies. The latter still fully trust the authority of the big other, the symbolic authority that sustains a way of life, like heaven in Chinese ideology, while the secular West increasingly assumes the void, inconsistency, impotence, etc., of the big other, not only in ethics but also in politics. Back to Leffert's theorization of democracy as a political order in which the place of power is originally empty, and is only temporarily filled by the elected representatives. Democracy admits the gap between the symbolic, the empty place of power, and the real, the agent who occupies this place, postulating that no empirical agent naturally fits the empty place of power. Other systems are incomplete, they have to engage in compromises, in occasional shake-ups or revolutions, to function. Democracy elevates incompleteness into a principle, it institutionalizes the regular shake-up in the guise of elections. Democracy here goes further than the realistic stance, according to which, in order to actualize a certain political vision, one should allow for concrete unpredictable circumstances and be ready to make compromises, to leave the space open for people's vices and imperfections. Democracy instead turns imperfection itself into a positive asset. Far from being a limitation, the fact that elections do not pretend to select the most qualified person is what protects them from the totalitarian temptation, which is why, as was clear to the ancient Greeks, the most democratic form of selecting who will rule us is a lottery. Such a reversal of a negative feature into a positive one is the core mechanism of what we can call the dialectic of historical progress. What initially appeared as an obstacle or threat turns into the grounds for a new order. A similar reversal takes place when a traditional ideology finds a new lease of life functioning as an unexpected support of modernization, as in Japan when, after the Meiji Restoration, the reassertion of strong state authority and the divinization of the emperor provided the institutional framework for rapid industrialization. Is it not the same with Confucianism in China? It has returned transfunctionalized, like Zen Buddhism for corporate managers, to sustain capitalist rhythm. The rediscovered Confucianism is a profoundly reactive phenomenon. It is a defense mechanism destined to keep in check the exponential growth of capitalism and the forces of disintegration it unleashes. This obsession on the part of the Chinese authorities with stability and harmony during the capitalist transformation of their economy, when economic inequalities are growing rapidly, means primarily one thing: no class struggle, no free trade unions. One has to bear in mind that the process of change in the last decades in China has been extremely violent in its social impact. Communities were ruined, families were torn apart, elementary forms of solidarity are disappearing. See the films of Žižek, but also reports of how, when a woman or man is beaten or molested, passers-by just look the other way. In April 2016, a man approached a woman in a Beijing hotel as she entered her room and then tried to drag her violently into the corridor. In an online account published on Tuesday, the victim, who uses the online alias Wan, said bystanders and hotel staff did nothing as she was beaten and dragged by the man. I kept asking the cleaner for help and said, I don't know him, he can't even say my name, but the cleaner didn't pull him away. The attack has sparked an impassioned debate about violence against women and triggered a renewed bout of soul-searching as to why witnesses to violent incidents or accidents so often failed to intervene in China. 16. So when Zhang writes that top-level decision-makers or members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of China are selected by criteria that usually include two terms as provincial governors or ministers, 17, we should highlight the passive verb form, are selected. So who selects them, and how? At a party congress every 8 years or so, a new center of power, the 9, now 7, members of the Standing Committee of the Politburo, is presented as a mysterious revelation, with no prior public debate. The selection procedure involves complex and totally opaque behind-the-scenes negotiations, so that the assembled delegates, who unanimously approve the list, learn about it only when they vote. We are not dealing here with some kind of secondary democratic deficit. This impenetrability is structurally necessary. Within the authoritarian system, the only alternatives are a de facto monarchy, as in North Korea, or the traditional Stalinist model of a leader who simply stops ruling when he dies. One can argue that the CCP works like the British aristocracy in the early growth of capitalism. As Marx put it, the bourgeoisie wisely left party politics to the old aristocracy, thereby avoiding the transposition of its internal conflicts into the political sphere. The aristocracy, the non-bourgeois class, appeared as the best representative of the class interests of the bourgeoisie in its entirety, rather than of just certain factions within it. Similarly, one could claim that the CCP, a non-bourgeois organization, is the best representative of the entire new capitalist class, protecting China from struggles between different factions of the bourgeoisie, and thus the new bourgeoisie has been wise to leave political power in the hands of the CCP. The true opposition that underlies Zhang's edifice is thus the one between the Confucian harmonious hierarchic state, where everything is in its proper place and antagonisms are absent, or kept in check, at least, and the Maoist populist egalitarian orientation, whose historical model is legalism. One should note that, with all the talk about unity in diversity, about finding a proper position between the opposite extremes, Zhang privileges the Confucian model in a one-sided way, i.e., he does not, as one would have expected, advocate a holistic balance between the two extremes in the guise of a historical rhythm of exchange between order and chaos, between hierarchic stability and egalitarian explosions. A closer look at how the Chinese state actually functions makes it clear that it is not a new version of the old Confucian state. The big difference is that state power is redoubled, something absent in the Confucian state. With Deng Xiaoping's reforms, at the level of economy, and, up to a point at least, of culture, what is usually perceived as communism was abandoned, and the gates were opened wide for what, in the West, is called liberalization, private property, profit-making, the lifestyle of hedonist individualism, etc., while the party maintained its ideologico-political hegemony, not in the sense of doctrinal orthodoxy. In the official discourse, Confucian references to a harmonious society practically replaced references to communism, but in the sense of maintaining the unconditional political hegemony of the Communist Party as the only guarantee of China's stability and prosperity. In this way, the Chinese Communists can have their cake and eat it. The radical change in social politics, economic liberalization, is combined with the continuation of the same party rule as before. But how does this combination work in institutional practice? How do you combine the political hegemony of the party with the modern state apparatus needed to regulate a rapidly expanding market economy? What institutional reality sustains the official slogan that good stock market performance, high returns on investments, is the way to fight for socialism? That is to say, what we have in China is not simply a private capitalist economy and communist political power. One should bear in mind that, through a series of transparent and non-transparent channels, state and party own the majority of, especially large, companies. It is the party itself that demands that these corporations perform well on the market. An anecdote from the times of Deng Xiaoping illustrates this weird situation. When Deng was still alive, although already retired from the post of General Secretary of the CCP, one of the top nomenclatura was purged, and the official reason given to the press was that, in an interview with a foreign journalist, he divulged a state secret, namely, that Deng was still the supreme authority, making effective decisions. The irony is that this fact was common knowledge. Everybody knew that Deng was still pulling the strings. It was in all the media all the time. The difference was just with regard to the big other. This fact was never officially stated. A secret is thus not simply a secret, it lets itself be known as a secret, i.e., people are not supposed simply not to know of the hidden party structure redoubling the state agencies, they are supposed to be fully aware of it as a hidden network. The front stage is occupied by the government and other state organs, which ostensibly behave much like they do in many countries. 18 The Ministry of Finance proposes the budget, courts deliver verdicts, universities teach and deliver degrees, even priests lead rituals. So, on the one hand, we have the legal system, the government, the elected National Assembly, the judiciary, the rule of law, etc. But, as the officially used term party and state leadership indicates, with its precise hierarchy of who comes first and who second, this state power structure is redoubled by the party, which is all present while remaining in the background. Is this redoubling not yet another case of diffraction, of the gap between the two vacuums, the false summit of state power, and the true summit of the party? There are, of course, many states, some even formally democratic, in which a half-secret exclusive club or sect de facto controls the government. In apartheid South Africa, it was the exclusive Boer Brotherhood, for example. However, what makes the Chinese case unique is that this redoubling of power into public and hidden is itself institutionalized, done openly. All decisions on nominating people to key posts, in the party and state organs, but also in large companies, are first made by a party body, the Central Organization Department, whose large headquarters in Beijing has no listed phone number and no sign indicating the tenant inside. Once the decision is made, legal organs, state assemblies, manager boards, are informed and go through the ritual of confirming it by a vote. The same double procedure, first in the party, then in the state, is reproduced at all levels, up to basic economic policy decisions, which are first debated in the party organs and, once the decision is reached, formally enacted by government bodies. This gap that separates the pure voluntarist power above the law from the legal bodies is most palpable in the anti-corruption struggle. When there is a suspicion that some high functionary is involved in corruption, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, a party organ, enters the scene and investigates the charges unbound by any legal niceties. They basically kidnap the suspected functionary and can hold him for up to 6 months, subjecting him to harsh interrogations. Significantly, The only limitation imposed on the interrogators is the extent to which the suspected functionary is protected by some top-ranking party cadre, like a Politburo member. Once the verdict is reached, and this verdict doesn't just depend on any facts discovered but is also the result of complex behind-the-scenes negotiations between different party cliques, and if the functionary is found guilty, he is finally delivered to the organs of law. At this level, things are already decided and the trial is a formality. The only thing, sometimes, negotiable is the length of the sentence. One of the consequences of such a power structure is that, while certain things are clearly prohibited in China, some of these prohibitions cannot be publicly stated but are themselves prohibited. It is not merely prohibited to raise the question of workers' self-organization against capitalist exploitation as the central tenet of Marxism, it is also prohibited to publicly claim that it is prohibited to raise this question. 19. While I was doing my military service in the Yugoslav People's Army in 1975-6, I remember noticing a clear case of an unwritten rule that it was prohibited to pronounce openly. According to the Yugoslav constitution, all languages spoken among the nations and nationalities of Yugoslavia were equal, which is why in the National Assembly all speeches and debates were translated from the language in which they were spoken: Serbo-Croat, Slovene, Macedonian, Albanian, into the other three. The constitution also specified that all these four languages were equal in the army, with the exception of issuing commands, where orders were given in Serbo-Croat, the language spoken by most people, a quite understandable exception since, in the midst of a battle, one cannot shout orders in four languages. However, de facto, in everyday life, not only in education but also in conversations, only Serbo-Croat was used, and this clear violation of the constitution was imposed without debate. I remember once an Albanian soldier in my unit raised the obvious question. He asked the officer at a class of political education, why are we not allowed to use our own language, although the constitution claims it is equal to others in the army? Before he could finish the question he was interrupted by the officer with the threat: if he asks questions like that, he will be arrested for spreading separatist propaganda. Another clear case of a prohibition whose open proclamation was itself prohibited. 20. In this way, we violate what Kant called the transcendental formula of public law: all actions relating to the right of other men are unjust if their maxim is not consistent with publicity. A secret law, a law unknown to its subjects, would legitimize the arbitrary despotism of those who exercise it. Compare with this formula the title of a recent report on China: Even What Secret is a Secret in China. 21. Troublesome intellectuals who report on political oppression, ecological catastrophes, rural poverty, etc., can get years in prison for betraying a state secret. The catch is that many of the laws and regulations that make up the state secret regime are themselves classified, making it difficult for individuals to know how and when they're in violation, and what Edward Snowden's revelations made palpable is the extent to which the agencies that monitor terrorists' secret plans function in the Chinese way. The problem is, of course, that the party itself, with its complex network outside public control, is the ultimate source of corruption. The inner circle of nomenclatura, the top party and state functionaries as well as managers, are connected through an exclusive phone network. The red machine, possessing one of its unlisted numbers, is the clearest indicator of one's status. However, what do people talk about when they use the red machine? One vice minister told me that more than half of the calls he received on his red machine were requests for favors from senior party officials, along the lines of, "Can you give my son, daughter, niece, nephew, cousin, or good friend and so on, a job?" 22. One can easily concoct here a scene reminiscent of Kafka's The Castle, where the hero, K, accidentally gets connected to the exclusive phone line of the castle. Overhearing a conversation between two high officials, he hears only muffled, eroticized, obscene whispers. In the same way, one can imagine an ordinary Chinese accidentally being connected to a red machine conversation, expecting to hear top party political or military debates and decisions. He finds himself overwhelmed by dirty private exchanges concerning personal favors, corruption, sexuality. So we should render more complex the formula of party, state as the defining feature of 20th century communism. There is always a gap between the two, corresponding to the gap between ego-ideal, symbolic law, and superego, i.e., the party remains a half-hidden obscene shadow redoubling the state structure. There is no need to demand a new politics of distance towards the state, the party is this distance. Its organization gives body to a kind of fundamental distrust of the state, its organs and mechanisms, as if they need to be controlled, kept in check, all the time. A true 20th century communist never fully accepts the state. There always has to be a vigilant agency outside the control of the state, law, with the power to intervene in the state, such as the army or the secret police controlled by the party. The deadlock in which the CCP finds itself can be best illustrated by Rick Yancey's novel The Fifth Wave, in which the human race stands on the brink of extinction as a series of alien attacks systematically tries to destroy it. The others proceed in 5 waves. In the first wave, they release an EMP wave that takes out all electronics and lighting technology. In the second wave, they cause gigantic tsunamis and earthquakes that wipe out 3 billion people. In the third wave, they use birds as carriers of a deadly virus, and this plague claims 97% of the remaining humans. In the fourth wave, the others invent a way to take over a human body, so that not all humans are actually humans, and the surviving humans are now threatened also by living entities who appear and act like humans. These, non-humans begin to capture the surviving human children and train them as perfect killers. Children are being told by their trainers that the others are preparing the last, 5th, wave of attack, and that they, the trained children, are the last defense against the others. They equip the children with special helmets that supposedly enable them to identify the real others and immediately eradicate them. In reality, those who are in this way identified as others are in fact the last surviving humans, so the children are unknowingly doing the dirty work for the others. They are themselves the 5th wave from which they think they are protecting humanity. Is not something homologous taking place in today's China? The pest that is engulfing China is, of course, the pest of global capitalism, and this pest is progressing in waves. First, the traditional network of solidarity is gradually eradicated, followed by the catastrophic disintegration of stable social relations. And was this not the real function of the Cultural Revolution? Some naive leftists claim that the legacy of the Cultural Revolution and Maoism in general acts as a counterforce to unbridled capitalism, preventing its worst excesses, maintaining a minimum of social solidarity. What if, however, the exact opposite is the case? What if, in a kind of unintended, and for that reason all the more cruelly ironic, cunning of reason, the Cultural Revolution, with its brutal erasure of past traditions, was the shock that created the conditions for the ensuing capitalist explosion? As has been demonstrated in detail by Naomi Klein, neoliberal transition requires the mobilization of the state, at least for its initial coup de force. 23 It is not a process of market forces and corporations winning over the state, but a process set in motion by the full mobilization of the state apparatus. The obvious example is the role of Pinochet's authoritarian rule in Chile's embrace of neoliberalism, but what if China has to be added to Klein's list of states in which a natural, military, or social catastrophe cleared the slate for a new capitalist explosion? The supreme irony of history is thus that it was Mao himself who created the ideological conditions for rapid capitalist development by tearing apart the fabric of traditional society. Incidentally, the commercial poisoning of social relations that results from these waves is perfectly depicted in the work of Jia Zhang, undoubtedly the greatest living Chinese filmmaker. But now comes the final trick. In order to combat this pestilence and disintegration caused by the other/capital, the CCP mobilizes, especially young, cadres, teaching them how to identify the others, enemies of communism, and how to crush the last wave of bourgeois counter-revolution. But, in reality, the Communist Party is itself this last wave of counter-revolution, and the communist cadre fighting for the party are the executioners of this last wave of capitalism, like the trained children in the fifth wave. One often hears how Europe has systematically betrayed its own proclaimed values, inflicting unheard of horrors on millions of its own and other people, from the Holocaust and the Gulag to colonial slaughters in Congo. However, this obvious hypocrisy is precisely the point. Europe was betraying its own values and was thus opening up the space for merciless self-critique. The very European values provide the best tool for criticizing Europe. Others' values cannot do the job. If we criticize Europe from the standpoint of, say, Chinese Confucian values, as Chinese ideologues are doing today, the result is that, since Europe has frequently violated its own proclaimed democratic principles, we should abandon democracy itself. The model of this critique is the good old Stalinist critique of bourgeois formal democracy. It is just an empty form legitimizing and concealing ruthless exploitation, so, let's drop democracy itself. And, effectively, there is no democratic alienation in today's China, not because democracy is non-alienated, but simply because there is no democracy tout court, alienated or not. To avoid a misunderstanding, of course the democratic form is not innocent here. Of course the critique of the content legitimized by formal democracy should be radicalized into a critique of the form itself. However, this self-critique is thoroughly immanent to the democratic form, it is its own obverse. One should be very precise here. What I am advocating is not the process of democratic self-purification by means of which we get rid of the dirty water, abuses of democracy, without losing the healthy baby, authentic democracy. The task is rather to transvalue the democratic values themselves, to throw out the baby, the democratic form, while keeping in the dirty water of chaotic popular participation, of large-scale authoritarian decisions. China, religion, and atheism. The immanent tension of the Chinese social model emerges at its purest in the strangely twisted way that the dominant power relates to religion. It promotes patriotic religions or cultures like Confucianism as a tool of social stability, but it avoids the last step of fully legitimizing them. Members of the ruling Communist Party are, again, prohibited from participating in religious life. Why? Recall Badiou's claim that democracy is our fetish. An exemplary case of this is provided by bestsellers and Hollywood blockbusters From All the President's Men to The Pelican Brief, in which a couple of ordinary guys discover a scandal that reaches up to the president, forcing him to step down. Even if the corruption is shown to reach the very top, ideology resides in the upbeat final message of such works. What a great democratic country is ours, where a couple of guys like you and me can bring down the president, the mightiest man on earth. This is why the most inappropriate, stupid even, name for a new radical political movement is one that combines socialism and democracy. It effectively joins together the ultimate fetish of the existing world order with a term that blurs the key distinctions. Everyone can be a socialist today, right up to Bill Gates. It suffices to profess the need for some kind of harmonious unity of a society, for the common good, for the care of the poor and downtrodden. An exemplary case of today's socialism is China, where the CCP is now engaged in an ideological campaign of self-legitimization which promotes three theses. 1. Only Communist Party rule can guarantee successful capitalism. 2. Only the rule of the atheist Communist Party can guarantee authentic religious freedom. And, the most surprising one, 3, only a continuing Communist Party rule can guarantee that China will be a society of Confucian conservative values, social harmony, patriotism, moral order, as capitalism merges with local culture there, allowing it to thrive. Instead of dismissing these claims as nonsensical paradoxes, we should discern their reasons. Without the stabilizing power of the party, 1. Capitalist development would ignite into a chaos of riots and protests. 2. Religious factional struggles would disturb social stability, and 3. Unbridled hedonist individualism would corrode social harmony. The third point is crucial, since what lies in the background is the fear of the corroding influence of Western universal values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and hedonist individualism. The ultimate enemy is not capitalism as such, but Western rootless culture, which invades China through the free flow of the internet, and one has to fight it with Chinese patriotism. Even religion should be Sinicized to ensure social stability. Xinjiang CCP official Zhang Chunqian recently said that, while hostile forces are stepping up their infiltration, religions must work under socialism to serve economic development, social harmony, ethnic unity, and the unification of the country. Only when one is a good citizen can one be a good believer. 24. But even this Sinicization, when non-Han Chinese societies come under Han influence, historically Korea, Vietnam, and Taiwan, of religion is not enough. Any religion, no matter how Sinicized, is incompatible with membership of the Communist Party. An article in the newsletter of the party's Central Commission for Discipline Inspection claims that, because of the founding ideological principle that Communist Party members cannot be religious, party members don't enjoy any right to religious freedom. Chinese citizens have the freedom of religious belief, but Communist Party members aren't the same as regular citizens. They are fighters in the vanguard for a communist consciousness. 25. But how does this exclusion of believers from the party help religious freedom? Marx's analysis of the political imbroglio of the French Revolution of 1848, touched on in the previous chapter, comes to mind again. The ruling party of order was the coalition of the two royalist wings, the Bourbons and the Orleanists. The two parties were, by definition, unable to find a common denominator at the level of royalism. Since one cannot be a royalist in general, one has to support a particular royal house, so the only way for the two to unite was under the banner of the anonymous Kingdom of the Republic. In other words, the only way to be a royalist in general is to be a republican. 26. The same holds true for religion. One cannot be religious in general, one can only believe in some God, to the detriment of others, and the failure of all the efforts to unite religions proves that the only way to be religious in general is under the banner of the anonymous religion of atheism. And, effectively, only an atheist regime can guarantee religious tolerance. The moment this neutral atheist frame disappears, factional struggle among different religions has to emerge. This is why, although fundamentalist Islamists attack the godless West, the greatest struggle goes on among them. ISIS focuses on killing Shia Muslims. There is, however, a much deeper fear at work in this forbidding of religious belief for CCP members. It would have been best for the Chinese Communist Party if its members were not to believe in anything, not even in communism, since numerous party members joined some of the churches, most of them the Protestant one, precisely because of their disappointment at how even the smallest trace of their communist ideals have disappeared from contemporary Chinese politics. 27. In short, the biggest opposition to the Chinese leadership today are truly convinced communists, a group composed of old, mostly retired, party codders who feel betrayed by the unbridled capitalist corruption, and of the proletarian losers of the Chinese miracle, farmers who have lost their land, workers who have lost their jobs and wander around in search of the means of survival, workers exploited in Foxconn-like companies, all those who have suffered injustices and humiliations and have no one to turn to. They often participate in mass protests wearing posters with Mao quotes, and one can imagine how potentially explosive such a combination of experienced codders and the poor who have nothing to lose is. China is not a stable country with an authoritarian regime guaranteeing harmony and thus keeping under control the capitalist dynamics. Every year, thousands, tens of thousands even, of chaotic rebellions of workers, farmers, minorities, etc., have to be squashed by the police and the army. No wonder the official propaganda obsessively insists on the motif of the harmonious society. This very insistence bears witness to the opposite, to the threat of chaos and disorder. That is to say, one should apply here the basic rule of the Stalinist hermeneutics. Since official media do not openly report on troubles, the most reliable way to detect them is to search for excessive positives in the state propaganda. The more harmony is celebrated, the more chaos and antagonisms there should be. It is only against this background that one can understand the religious politics of the CCP. The fear of belief is effectively the fear of communist belief. the fear of those who remain faithful to the universal emancipatory message of communism. Significantly, one looks in vain in the ongoing ideological campaign for any mention of this basic class antagonism that is erupting daily in workers' protests. There is no talk about the threat of proletarian communism, all the fury is directed against the foreign enemy. Certain countries in the West advertise their own values as universal values, and claim that their interpretations of freedom, democracy, and human rights are the standard by which all others must be measured. They spare no expense when it comes to hawking their goods and peddling their wares to every corner of the planet, and stir up color revolutions both before and behind the curtain. Their goal is to infiltrate, break down, and overthrow other regimes. At home and abroad, certain enemy forces make use of the term universal values to smear the Chinese Communist Party, socialism with Chinese characteristics, and China's mainstream ideology. They scheme to use Western value systems to change China, with the goal of letting Chinese people renounce the Chinese Communist Party's leadership and socialism with Chinese characteristics, and allow China to once again become a colony of some developed capitalist country. Point 28. There are some true points in the quoted passage, but they function as particular truths covering up a global lie. It is of course true that one cannot and should not naively trust the universal values of freedom, democracy, and human rights promoted by Western powers, that their universality is a false one, hiding a specific ideological bias. However, if Western universal values are false, is it enough to oppose them with a particular way of life like China's Confucian mainstream ideology? Don't we need a different universalism, a different project of universal emancipation? The ultimate irony here is that socialism with Chinese characteristics effectively means socialism with a market economy, with capitalist characteristics, i.e., a socialism that fully integrates China into the global market. The universality of global capitalism is left intact, it is silently accepted as the only possible frame, and the project of Confucian harmony is mobilized only in order to keep under control the antagonisms that come from global capitalist dynamics. Mao repeatedly said that China can only progress if it moves away from Confucianism, and one should bear in mind the ambiguity of anti-Confucianism. It stands for legalist state terror but also for egalitarianism, anti-hierarchy, and revolutionary change. Democracy and terror overlap in destroying traditional communal hierarchies. But do the last years not prove him wrong? Is the recent state-sponsored triumphant return of Confucianism not precisely the predominant ideological form of the ongoing wild capitalist development? Superficially, this is true, but at a deeper level, it isn't, since today's state-sponsored Confucianism is also a reactive formation, an attempt to control and regulate an explosive dynamic totally foreign to it. All that remains of socialism are the Confucian five colors that should enable the party to keep in check the antagonisms engendered by capitalist globalization. Such a socialism with national colors, a national socialism, is a socialism whose social horizon is the patriotic promotion of one's own nation, and the imminent antagonisms generated by capitalist development are projected onto a foreign enemy that poses a threat to social harmony. What the CCP aims at in its patriotic propaganda, when it talks about socialism with Chinese characteristics, is yet another version of alternative modernity, capitalism without class struggle. If what goes on in China today can be characterized as capitalist socialism, what, then, to do with fundamentalist movements like Boko Haram? From the perspective of a traditional communal life, women's education is a key moment in the devastating effect of Western modernization. It liberates women from family ties and trains them for becoming a part of the Third World cheap labor force. The struggle against women's education would thus seem to be a new form of what Marx and Engels, in the Communist Manifesto, called reactionary, feudal, socialism, the rejection of capitalist modernity on behalf of traditional forms of communal life. However, on a closer look, we can clearly see the limitation of applying this concept here. Whatever Boko Haram is, it does not practice a return to pre-modern communal life, since it is, in its organizational form, an extremely modern organization that brutally imposes its universal model on traditional communal life in the territory it occupies. Boko Haram is run like a modern centralized terrorist/revolutionary organization, with leaders exerting total control, not as a tribal network where paternal chiefs meet to deliberate and decide on communal matters. It is thoroughly internationalist. It pursues a universal model, ignoring particular ways of life or particular ethnic identities. In short, Boko Haram is itself a form of perverted modernization. It obliterates traditional communal forms of life even more brutally than Western capitalist modernization. What this means is that we should reject not only all manifestations of alternative modernity, which amount to a capitalism, without its destructive aspect, but also all attempts to rely on particular traditional life worlds, local cultures, as potential sites of resistance against global capitalism. The only path to freedom leads through the zero point of the brutal loss of roots, i.e., the bringing to an end the disintegration of traditional ties set in motion by capitalism. When capitalism relies on traditional cultural roots, it tries to contain its own destructive force. Atheism. What kind of atheism? The ambiguous attitude towards religion in modern China. It is tolerated, supported even, as an instrument of social stability and harmony, but nonetheless kept at a distance from the power structure proper, is far from being a Chinese local characteristic. We find its counterpart in the troubles with religion in the developed West. While a decade or two ago atheism became an acceptable option for a large part of the U.S. public, we even find in some bookshops special shelves for atheism. Religion is more than persisting. Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris recently dismissed regressive leftists who, while exposing to their scathing criticism all our sacred cows, from democracy to Christianity, from human rights to individual freedom, weirdly exempt Islam from this critique. Even a soft attack on Islam is immediately rejected as Islamophobia, as intolerance towards another culture, as a brutal display of Western cultural imperialism. While there is a very limited point in this position, one should counter it with noticing how even the most ruthless rejections of religious faith are often secretly biased with regard to religion. For example, there is a deep necessity, not just a personal idiosyncrasy, in the fact that Sam Harris ends his scathing critique of religious faith, the end of faith, with the anti-materialist concession, elaborated by David Chalmers, that consciousness may be a rudimentary phenomenon irreducible to material processes, plus he is quick to concede two exceptions to his overall condemnation of religion. First, he praises spiritual mysticism. Spiritual experiences are a fact that should be closely studied. Mysticism is a rational experience. Religion is not 29-second. A closer look also renders visible Harris's covert Jewish bias. Judaism is a far less fertile source of militant extremism. Jews tend not to draw their identity as Jews exclusively from the contents of their beliefs about God. It is possible, for instance, to be a practicing Jew who does not believe in God. The same cannot be said for Christianity and Islam. Point 30. In fact, the same goes for the majority of Christians today, and Islam even recognizes a distinction between private thoughts and public acts, and fully protects the private domain. As for how not believing effectively functions, an interesting accident took place in New York in June 2015, when gay groups were publicly celebrating their great victory, the federal legalization of gay marriages, and some of their opponents organized counter-demonstrations. The Orthodox Jews of the Jewish Political Action Committee hired Mexican laborers to dress up as Jews and do the protesting for them, bearing signs that read things like "Judaism prohibits homosexuality" and "God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve." Heshi Fried, the group's representative, justified this act by claiming that the Mexicans were filling in for the Jews to protect them from moral corruption. The rabbi said that the yeshiva boys shouldn't come out for this because of what they would see at the parade. As an acerbic critic commented, the Jewish boys were probably down in the street rockin' out with their cocks out in the parade. 31 A wonderful new and unexpected vision of interpassivity. I hire others to protest for me while I participate in the very thing I protest against through others. Harris relies on an all too primitive notion of belief, as if believing simply means taking it to be factually true. What lurks in the background here is the standard Jewish argument for the unique character of Judaism: only Judaism keeps open the enigma of the other, it doesn't obfuscate the anxiety when we encounter God. What does he want from us? Christianity covers up this abyss by providing a soothing answer: God loves us, we can be sure of his care and mercy. We should imagine an interrogation of Christ similar to the final dialogue in Wilder's Some Like It Hot: you are a loser crucified by the establishment. But I accepted my death for your benefit. You cannot really help us. But you have all my sympathy in your suffering. What this means is that you are not a real God. Well, nobody's perfect, and even Christ's sympathy for us, the sinners, should not be sentimentalized. As for Christ forgiving us our sins, remember what Ford Madox Ford wrote in Parade's End: the true cruelty is to forgive someone without mercy. This is how Christ does it, just brutally forgiving us, with no sentimentality, no place for expressions of gratitude. At the most basic level, Harris dismisses religious faith as epistemological nonsense out of sync with our present knowledge of the world. Every religion involves accepting as truth statements that are clearly incompatible with what we know, i.e., statements that obviously could only have been generated in a society much more primitive than ours. When engaging in religious acts, we are thus obviously ready to suspend our normal standards of veracity. Who, when dealing with everyday reality, would accept stories about water changing into wine, about birth without impregnation, etc.? In this discrepancy, Harris sees the main danger for the survival of humanity. The prospect of nuclear weapons in the hands of Muslim fundamentalists puts the means of our destruction at the disposal of people who mentally belong to the 14th century. The worst, for Harris, is the enlightened, tolerant view that tells us that, in the name of religious freedom, we should not prevent others displaying any beliefs they want, and the concomitant claim that terrorist fundamentalism is a terrible perversion of the great authentic religions. Harris asks here the pertinent question: why then do we have only Muslim, and, to a smaller extent, Hindu, terrorists? The suffering of the Tibetans is no less terrible than the plight of Palestinians, for example, and yet there are no Tibetan terrorists. But is this true? Have we not encountered in the last decades alone Buddhist terror in, among other countries, Sri Lanka, Thailand and, in anti-Islamic form, in Burma/Myanmar? There is another twist to be added to this story. When Harris writes, it is possible, for instance, to be a practicing Jew who does not believe in God, he fails to mention how the non-believer can nonetheless draw all practical consequences from this belief. For example, you might not believe in God yet nonetheless believe that God gave your people the land they claim as theirs. Deputy Foreign Minister Tzipi Hotovely told new members of the Foreign Ministry staff in a speech that Israel should no longer speak in veiled terms about possessing the land because God gave it to the Jews. Hotovely quoted a medieval Jewish rabbi, Rashi, who wrote about the creation of the world. In that account, the rabbi suggested, for if the nations of the world should say to Israel, you are robbers, for you conquered by force the lands of the 7 nations of Canaan, they will reply, the entire earth belongs to the Holy One, blessed be he created it. This we learn from the story of the creation, and gave it to whomever he deemed proper when he wished. He gave it to them, and when he wished, he took it away from them and gave it to us. According to Hotovely, Israel should be following the same policy today because it is time to tell the world we're right, and smart. 32. If such a direct legitimization of one's claim to land by reference to God's will is not religious fundamentalism, then one should wonder if this term has any meaning at all. However, one should note here the openly cynical twist introduced by the concluding predicate, we're right, and smart. We're right in claiming God gave us this land, and smart in using this religious justification even though we know it's nonsense. The irony reaches its peak when we bear in mind that, according to some surveys, Israel is the most atheist state in the world. More than 60% of Jews in Israel don't believe in God. Unfortunately, the Israeli government has been sucked deeper and deeper into this mire. In his speech to the World Zionist Congress on October 21, 2015 in Jerusalem, Benjamin Netanyahu suggested that Hitler had wanted only to expel Jews, and that it was Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Palestinian Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who somehow persuaded him instead to kill them. Netanyahu then described a supposed meeting between Haj Amin al-Husseini and Hitler in November 1941. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time, he wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, "If you expel them, they'll all come here to Palestine." According to Netanyahu, Hitler then asked, "What should I do with them?" and the Mufti replied, "Burn them." Many leading Israeli Holocaust researchers immediately problematized these statements, pointing out that mass killings of Jews by SS mobile units were already underway when the two men met. Reacting to Netanyahu's comments, the opposition leader Isaac Herzog wrote, "This is a dangerous historical distortion and I demand Netanyahu correct it immediately as it minimizes the Holocaust, Nazism and Hitler's part in our people's terrible disaster." He added that Netanyahu's remarks played into the hands of Holocaust deniers. The Zionist Union MP Itzik Shmuley called on Netanyahu to apologize to Holocaust victims. "This is a great shame, a prime minister of the Jewish state at the service of Holocaust deniers, this is a first." Denouncing Netanyahu's comments, Erekat, the chief Palestinian peace negotiator, wrote, "It is a sad day in history when the leader of the Israeli government hates his neighbor so much so that he is willing to absolve the most notorious war criminal in history, Adolf Hitler, of the murder of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust." A spokesman for Angela Merkel also rejected Netanyahu's framing, "All Germans know the history of the murderous race mania of the Nazis that led to the break with civilization that was the Holocaust. I see no reason to change our view of history in any way. We know that responsibility for this crime against humanity is German and very much our own." 33. We should be fully aware what such statements by Netanyahu mean, they are a clear sign of the regression of our public space. Things that were till now confined to the obscure underworld of racist obscenities are gaining a foothold in official discourse. There is nonetheless one good thing about religious fundamentalisms, they also cannot tolerate each other, i.e., there is no danger of the united front of Christian and Muslim fundamentalists in Europe, if one disregards minor events like their shared effort to criminalize disrespectful writing about religion as hate speech. The European Muslim community confronts a paradoxical predicament: the only political force that does not reduce them to second-class citizens and allows them the space to deploy their religious identity are the godless atheist liberals, while those who are closest to their religious social practice, their Christian mirror image, are their greatest political enemies. The paradox is that not those who first published the Mohammed caricatures, Danish Islamophobic conservatives, but those who, out of solidarity with freedom of expression, reprinted the caricatures, leftists all around Europe, are their only true allies. There is a kind of poetic justice in the fact that the all-Muslim outcry against godless Denmark was immediately followed by heightened violence between Sunnis and Shiites, the two Muslim factions in Iraq. The lesson of all totalitarianisms is writ large here: the fight against the external enemy sooner or later always turns into the fight against the inner enemy. After all the recent arguments proclaiming the post-secular return of the religious, the limits of disenchantment and the need to rediscover the sacred, perhaps what we truly need is a dose of good old atheism. One of the common ideas today is that reckless and cynical Western libertarians must learn their lesson: here are the limits of secular disenchantment. But is this really the lesson to be learned from the mobs killing, looting and burning on behalf of religion? For a long time, we have been told that, without religion, we are merely egotistical animals fighting for our lot, our only morality that of the wolf pack, and that only religion can elevate us to a higher spiritual level. Today, as religion emerges as the main source of murderous violence around the world, one grows tired of the constant assurances that Christian, Muslim, or Hindu fundamentalists are only abusing and perverting the noble spiritual message of their creed. Isn't it time to restore the dignity of atheism, perhaps our only chance of peace? As a rule, where religiously inspired violence is concerned, we put the blame on violence itself. It is the violent political agent who misuses a noble religion, so the goal becomes to retrieve the authentic core of a religion from its political instrumentalization. What, however, if one should take the risk of inverting this relationship? What if what appears as a moderating force, compelling us to control our violence, is its secret instigator? Religious ideologists usually claim that, true or not, religion makes some otherwise bad people do good things. From today's experience, one should rather stick to Steve Weinberg's claim that, while, with or without religion, good people can do good things and bad people bad things, only religion can make good people do bad things. Whither Zionism? In July 2008, the Viennese daily Die Presse published a caricature of two stocky Nazi-looking Austrians, one of them holding in his hands a newspaper and commenting to his friend, "Here you can see again how a totally justified anti-Semitism is being misused for a cheap critique of Israel." This joke turns around the standard Zionist argument against the critics of the policies of the State of Israel. Like every other state, the State of Israel can and should be judged and eventually criticized, but the critics of Israel misuse the justified critique of Israeli policy for anti-Semitic purposes. When today's Christian fundamentalist supporters of Israel reject leftist critiques of Israeli policies, is their implicit line of argumentation not uncannily close to the caricature from Die Presse? Remember Anders Breivik, the Norwegian anti-immigrant mass murderer. He is anti-Semitic, but pro-Israel, since Israel is the first defense line against Muslim expansion. He even wants to see the Jerusalem temple rebuilt. His view is that Jews are okay as long as there aren't too many of them, or, as he wrote in his manifesto, "There is no Jewish problem in Western Europe, with the exception of the UK and France, as we only have 1 million in Western Europe, whereas 800,000 out of these 1 million live in France and the UK. The US, on the other hand, with more than 6 million Jews, 600% or more than Europe, actually has a considerable Jewish problem." His figure thus realizes the ultimate paradox of a Zionist anti-Semite, and we find the traces of this weird stance more often than one would expect. Reinhard Heydrich himself, the mastermind of the Holocaust, wrote in 1935, "We must separate the Jews into two categories, the Zionists and the partisans of assimilation. The Zionists profess a strictly racial concept and, through emigration to Palestine, they help to build their own Jewish state. Our good wishes and our official goodwill go with them." 34. On his visit to France to commemorate the victims of the recent Paris killings, Netanyahu issued a call to France's Jewish community, which is the largest in Europe, to move to Israel for safety reasons. Even before his departure for Paris, Netanyahu announced that he planned to tell French Jews that they would be welcomed with open arms in Israel. The headline in the main Polish daily Gazeta Wyborcza tells it all: "Israel wants France without Jews, so do the French anti-Semites," one might add. How come we are now back at the starting place? The constitution of the State of Israel was, from the standpoint of Europe, the realized final solution of the Jewish problem, getting rid of the Jews, entertained by the Nazis themselves. That is to say, was the State of Israel not, to turn Clausewitz around, the continuation of the war against Jews by other, political, means? Is this not the stain of injustice that pertains to Israel? September 26, 1937 is a date anyone interested in the history of anti-Semitism should remember. On that day, Adolf Eichmann and his assistant boarded a train in Berlin in order to visit Palestine. Heydrich himself had given Eichmann permission to accept the invitation of Feivel Pokes, a leading member of Haganah, the Zionist secret organization, to visit Tel Aviv and discuss there the coordination of Nazi and Zionist organizations to facilitate the emigration of Jews to Palestine. Both the Germans and the Zionists wanted as many Jews as possible to move to Palestine. Germans preferred them out of Western Europe, and Zionists themselves wanted the Jews in Palestine to outnumber the Arabs as fast as possible. The visit failed because, owing to some violent unrest, the British blocked access to Palestine, but Eichmann and Polks did meet days later in Cairo and discussed the coordination of activities. 35 Is this weird incident not the supreme example of the Nazis and the radical Zionists sharing a common interest? In both cases, the purpose was a kind of ethnic cleansing, i.e., to change violently the ratio of ethnic groups in the population. Incidentally, one should state clearly and unambiguously that, from the Jewish side, this deal with the Nazis is seen as an irreproachable act done in a desperate situation. Those whose memory extends at least a couple of decades back cannot avoid noticing how the entire frame of argumentation of those who defend Israeli policies towards Palestinians is changing. Till the late 1950s, Jewish and Israeli leaders were very honest about the fact that they have no full right to Palestine, and they even proudly declared their violent actions, even when they were described as terrorist ones. Imagine we were to read the following statement in today's media. Our enemies called us terrorists. People who were neither our friends nor our enemies, also used this Latin name. And yet, we were not terrorists. The historical and linguistic origins of the political term terror prove that it cannot be applied to a revolutionary war of liberation. Fighters for freedom must arm, otherwise they would be crushed overnight. What has a struggle for the dignity of man, against oppression and subjugation, to do with terrorism? One would automatically attribute this to an Islamic terrorist group and condemn it. However, the author of these words is none other than Menachem Begin, in the years when the Haganah was fighting the British forces in Palestine. 36 It is almost attractive to see the first-generation Israeli leaders openly confessing the fact that their claims to the land of Palestine cannot be grounded in universal justice, that we are dealing with a simple war of conquest between two groups between whom no mediation is possible. Here is what David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, wrote. Everyone can see the weight of the problems in the relations between Arabs and Jews. But no one sees that there is no solution to these problems. There is no solution. Here is an abyss, and nothing can link its two sides. We as a people want this land to be ours, the Arabs as a people want this land to be theirs. 37. The problem with this statement today is clear. Such an exemption of ethnic conflicts for land from moral considerations is simply no longer acceptable. Arthur Koestler, the great anti-communist convert, proposed a profound insight: if power corrupts, the reverse is also true, persecution corrupts the victims, though perhaps in subtler and more tragic ways. This is the fatal flaw in the one strong argument for the creation of a Jewish nation-state after the Holocaust. In creating their own state, the Jews would overcome the situation of being delivered up to the mercy of the diaspora states and the tolerance or intolerance of their nation's majority. Although this line of argument is different from the religious one, it has to rely on religious tradition to justify the geographic location of the new state. Otherwise, one finds oneself in the situation of the old joke about a madman looking for his lost wallet under the streetlight, and not in the dark corner where he has lost it, because one sees better under the light, because it was easier. The Jews took land from the Palestinians and not from those who caused them so much suffering and thus owed them a reparation. Sometime in the 1960s, and especially after the 1967 war, a new formula emerged: peace for land, the return to the borders of the pre-1967 Israel in exchange for full Arab recognition of Israel, and the two-state solution, an independent Palestinian state on the West Bank and in Gaza. However, this solution, although officially endorsed by the UN, USA, and Israel, was de facto gradually abandoned. What is replacing it is more and more openly signaled by big media. Caroline B. Glick, the author of The Israeli Solution, a one-state plan for peace in the Middle East, claimed in a New York Times article entitled "There Should Be No Palestinian State" that those who propose to recognize Palestine as a state know that in recognizing Palestine they are not helping the cause of peace. They are advancing Israel's ruin. If they were even remotely interested in freedom and peace, the Europeans would be doing the opposite. They would be working to strengthen and expand Israel, the only stable zone of freedom and peace in the region. They would abandon the phony two-state solution, which, is merely doublespeak for seeking Israel's destruction and its replacement with a terror state. With strategic blindness and moral depravity now serving as the twin guideposts for European policy toward Israel, Israel and its supporters must tell the truth about the push to recognize Palestine. It isn't about peace or justice. It's about hating Israel and assisting those who most actively seek its obliteration. 38. What was, and still is, the official international policy is now openly denounced as a recipe for Israel's ruin. And it is clear that, far from standing for an extremist minority view, this stance just renders explicit the strategic orientation of the gradual colonization of the West Bank in the last decades, the disposition of new settlements, with a large number of them in the east, close to the Jordanian border, makes it clear that a West Bank Palestinian state is out of the question. In some of his latest statements, Netanyahu himself has openly rejected the idea of an independent Palestinian state. Furthermore, one cannot but note the irony of how, the stronger Israel gets, the more it presents itself as threatened. This rewriting of the past reached its peak in December 2016, when Benjamin Netanyahu warned New Zealand that the UN resolution it was co-sponsoring was a declaration of war against Israel. 39 But this resolution, which called for Israel to stop building settlements on occupied Palestinian land, including East Jerusalem, declaring the settlements illegal, merely restated the old international position. So what was till now common policy is now an act of war. The same shift, the expansion of the criteria of what counts as anti-Semitism, is also discernible in other domains. Here is what happened when the Metropolitan Opera recently staged again John Adams's The Death of Klinghoffer. At the first performance, men and women in evening attire walked through a maze of police barricades, while protesters shouted shame, and terror is not art. One demonstrator held aloft a white handkerchief splattered with red. Others, in wheelchairs set up for the occasion, lined Columbus Avenue. Political figures, including former Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani, joined a rally, several hundred strong at Lincoln Center, to denounce an opera that has become the object of a charged debate about art, anti-Semitism, and politics. Klinghoffer, considered a masterpiece by some critics, has long aroused passions, simply because of its subject matter, the murder of Leon Klinghoffer, an American Jewish passenger in a wheelchair, by members of the Palestine Liberation Front during the 1985 hijacking of the Achille Lauro cruise ship. One protester at the rally, Hillary Barr, 55, a pediatric nurse from Westchester County, said she believed the opera made excuses for terrorism. By putting this on a stage in the middle of Manhattan, the message is, go out, murder someone, be a terrorist and we'll write a play about you, she said. 40. How come this opera, which was mostly accepted without problems at its premiere, is now denounced as anti-Semitic and pro-terrorist? Another sign of the same shift, in a recent interview, activist Ayaan Hirsi Ali claimed that Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu should be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for waging the ongoing military campaign by the IDF against Hamas militants in Gaza. Asked whom she admired, Ali, who dismisses Islam as a nihilistic cult of death, included Netanyahu on her list, saying that she admires him because he is under so much pressure, from so many sources, and yet he does what is best for the people of Israel, he does his duty. I really think he should get the Nobel Peace Prize, in a fair world he would get it. 41 Instead of dismissing this claim as ridiculous, we should detect cruel irony in its partial truth. Of course Israel is sincere in its striving for peace. Occupiers of a country by definition want peace in the region they occupy. The real question is thus, is Israeli presence on the West Bank an occupation, and is it legal for the inhabitants to resist it, and with arms? In order to defend the right of Israel to hold the West Bank, John Voight recently attacked Javier Bardem and Penelope Cruz for their critique of the IDF bombing of Gaza. The two of them are obviously ignorant of the whole story of Israel's birth, when in 1948 the Jewish people were offered by the UN a portion of the land originally set aside for them in 1921, and the Arab Palestinians were offered the other half. 42. but who is here really ignorant? The passive form set aside obfuscates the key question, by whom? Voigt is, of course, making an oblique reference to the Balfour Declaration, a colonial master, the British Foreign Secretary, promising to others land that does not belong to his country. Not to mention the fact that Voigt makes it appear as if all of it was set aside for the Jewish people who then graciously accepted only the half. Plus Voigt presents Israel as a peace-loving nation which merely defended itself when attacked, but what about the 1956 Israeli occupation of the entire Sinai Peninsula, together with the British, French occupation of the Canal Zone after its nationalization by Nasser? Even the US condemned this act as an aggression and pressured Israel into withdrawal. As for the claim that Jews have a historical right to the land of Israel since it was given to them by God, how? The Old Testament describes it in terms of ethnic cleansing. After their liberation from slavery in Egypt, the Israelites arrived on the edge of the Promised Land, where God then commanded them to destroy totally the people occupying these regions. The Canaanites the Israelites were to save alive nothing that breathed, Deuteronomy 20:16. The book of Joshua records the carrying out of this command. They utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, and ox and sheep, and ass, with the edge of the sword, 6:21. Several chapters later, we read that Joshua left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded, 10:40, 11:14. The text mentions city after city where Joshua, at God's command, puts every inhabitant to the sword, totally destroying the inhabitants and leaving no survivors, 10:28, 30, 33, 37, 39, 40, 11:8. Does this mean that Jews are somehow guilty of an original act of ethnic cleansing? Absolutely not. In ancient, and not so ancient, times, more or less all religious and ethnic groups functioned like this, Buddhist ones included. 43 What one should do is not only unambiguously reject the direct use of these passages as a legitimization of contemporary politics, one should also not just ignore them, on the grounds that they are not essential to the religious edifice in question but merely secondary points conditioned by specific historical circumstances. The lesson is simply that every legitimization of a claim to land by reference to some mythic past should be rejected. In order to resolve, or contain, at least, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we should not dwell in the ancient past. We should, on the contrary, forget the past, which is in any case constantly reinvented to justify present actions. Another, even more crucial, lesson is that the Jewish people themselves will ultimately pay the price for the politics of ethnic fundamentalism that brings them uncannily close to anti-Semitic conservatism. It will push Jews towards becoming just another ethnic group craving for their particular Blut und Boden. Islamocentrism. No, thanks. One should also submit to critical analysis the anti-Eurocentrist idea that Western modernity derives from the misapprehension of the insights of Muslim philosophy. There are many attempts to demonstrate this lineage. Suffice it to mention Rashid Areen, who, in response to the Western vision of Christianity as the peak of civilization, turns the cards around and elevates Islam to the peak of human history, proposing a progressive triad of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Note how he remains within the field of the religions of the book, dismissing all other religions as inferior, an exemplary case of how critics of Eurocentrism easily adopt the same stance they criticize their opponents for. In what, then, is this superiority of Islam grounded? To cut a long story slightly shorter, Rashid proposes a rather simple progressive view of the evolution of human consciousness. Here are some passages from his Language of Human Consciousness 44. Humanity's first self-awareness emerged from the consciousness which was primitive. It was the experience of the things seen by the eye which created the first or primitive phase of consciousness, leading to the means by which humans began to express themselves through the images we can now see in the caves. This was the first expression of human consciousness, considered now as the first form of art, which then bypassing through Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and the Romans, and developing into a language of art in which the human body or figure was central, became the basis of Christian art, ultimately becoming the basis of what was seen and imposed upon the world by the West as the most advanced civilization in which humanity's ultimate fulfillment and salvation were supposed to have lied. Hegel also adopts this trajectory for his historical dialectic, involving a worldview which relegates other cultures or civilizations to an inferior or secondary status. In his view, they do not fully possess what he calls self-consciousness, which in fact is based on the sensuousness of the naked human body and its expression in art, which Hegel discovered in the beauty of Greek sculpture. He then historicizes it as the pinnacle of art's greatest achievement. Hegel's aesthetics is based on the sensuousness of form, realized specifically from looking at and experiencing the human body, with the result Hegel is unable to see any significance in what goes beyond and defies the images produced by the primitive consciousness, and which in fact leads him to his frivolous view about the ban on graven images in Islam. He is thus unable to understand that Islam had emerged in opposition and defiance of what demanded the worship of these images, and therefore it did not need the graven images for its representation. In fact, the concept of the divine in Islam has no physical form and it therefore cannot be represented through worldly images, let alone the graven images which are perceived by and looked at by the eye. It was therefore necessary for Islam to go beyond and confront what was and have remained trapped in the darkness of the primitive consciousness. It was actually not the question of ban on graven images which was and is important, but the liberation of consciousness from these images, a historically significant difference which Hegel failed to grasp and recognize, which then enabled the Muslim mind to go beyond the primitive consciousness, or what Lacan calls the mirror stage, and penetrate the invisibility of things. From this had actually emerged a form of geometry in art, whose complex multi-layered configurations created by the Arab/Muslim artists around more than 1,000 years ago had enabled humanity to see and think about what was beyond the visible, what the consciousness of the eye could not see or perceive, and offered not only an enlightened view of the divine but also what was historically an advanced concept and understanding of the whole cosmos. The first thing one should note here is that Arene is offering an utterly simplified scheme of human history, which runs in a direct line from the primitive fascination by corporeal sensual forms to the contemporary society of the spectacle, similar to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectics of enlightenment, which runs in a direct line from primitive magic thought to contemporary technological manipulation. In both cases, contemporary society, the administered world, the society of spectacle, appears as the extreme point bringing out the destructive potential that was latent at the very beginning. The second thing to be noted is that Arene's thesis on the liberation of consciousness from graven images in Islam is strangely inconsistent. A true liberation would not have to rely on prohibition, it would not be traumatized by these images since it would entertain towards them a calm indifference. Incidentally, this is why modernist abstract painting is thoroughly different from the abstract configuration of forms in the Islamic art praised by Arene. Modernist art is not the result of a prohibitive function. The consequences of this inconsistency become apparent when Arene applies his general principles to a concrete case, the murder of Kandil Baloch by her brother Muhammad Wasim on July 15, 2016, of which Arene says that it was indeed a sort of honor killing, but what triggered this killing was not merely the moral codes of the tribe she came from, whose violation can often lead to honor killing. Here is his line of thought. The role of mass media, particularly of the TV, in Pakistan is enormous, particularly in defining and creating what is considered to be desirable modern life, and this role has now become supplemented by the so-called social media. It was clear to Kandil what she had to do to become famous and successful. She in fact called herself Pakistani Kim Kardashian, and justified it by also calling herself a modern feminist. But when she presented herself in the social media, almost semi-naked, all hell broke loose. It wasn't so much a problem for the Pakistani public, as this kind of media spectacle is quite common now in Pakistan, as elsewhere in most of the Muslim world. It's in fact now considered to be an essential part of the modernity of the urban life of the bourgeoisie in Pakistan, which adopts and celebrates uncritically whatever comes from the West. But for a traditional bullish family not everything was acceptable, as Kandil had crossed the line. A brief historical trajectory of Western art, from its beginning when images were created for worship and then their secularization, their evolution first into photography and then cinema, and eventually their appearance in the private space of almost every home, and now their proliferation through the social media, can explain the connection, not only between the past and the present but also their underpinning, philosophically, Hegel, Clarke, Gombrich, based on what was conceived to be representable visually through a human form, which would then appear to the eye for worship or admiration. Are the media images of celebrities not almost worshipped by the masses? Although this West's mission was largely accepted by the colonist world, including the Muslim world, there was also resentment, often hidden, against it, and in fact, in many cases an open revolt. This mission has now evolved globally into the media spectacles, particularly of TV and its extension into the social media, and its impact particularly on the Muslim world. If I have been beating around the bush, let me say now what I actually wanted to say, clearly and conclusively. I have been trying to make a connection between the killing of Kandil by her brother and what the ISIS is doing. I can in fact argue that the killing of Kandil is the metaphor for the brutal violence of ISIS and its followers. However, the actual causes in both cases are not what they are generally perceived to be, particularly by the Western mass media and its propaganda against Islam. The issue here is not just the misrepresentation of Islam, but what deceives the masses, and what thus covers up the enormous violence of the dominant Western system, not against only Muslims but all people. The conclusion is clear: while Irene of course rejects the brutal violence of honor killings and of ISIS, he sees in it a wrong and misdirected, true, reaction to the much more brutal violence of the dominant Western system and its regime of images of the human body, which culminates in the contemporary global culture of the spectacle, a culture that is inherently pornographic. This violence is properly metaphysical, it enslaves human beings and diverts them from the pursuit of spirituality. If we leave aside the question of to what extent the prohibition of images is itself an extremely violent gesture, one cannot avoid noting that the ultimate body image is that of a naked woman, which is why it should be covered in order to prevent it exerting its fatal attraction on the public. Following Irene's logic, should we not then say that all male violence against women, up to honor killings, is ultimately just a reaction to the more basic violence exerted by the public display of women's bodies? But is Islamic iconoclasm not a clear case of the Hegelian abstract negation? Do men not remain forever enslaved by the naked feminine body, unable to resist it? Recall the ridiculous Taliban prohibition of metal heels for women, as if, even if women are entirely covered with cloth, the clicking sound of their heels would still provoke men. The need to keep women veiled implies an extremely sexualized universe in which any encounter with a woman is a provocation that a man is unable to resist. Repression has to be so strong because sex itself is so strong. What a society is this in which the click of metal heels can make men explode with lust? Muslim roots of modernity? One cannot finish without mentioning a conservative attempt to trace the common roots of the two extremes, Islamic fundamentalism and PC hedonist permissiveness. In the current decades, we are witnessing a revival of aggressive Catholic fundamentalism, which proposes a new global cognitive mapping of our situation. Islamic fundamentalism, with its clear definition of the subordinate role of women, and multicultural universalism, inclusive of gender theory and transgender demands which reduce sexual identity to a contingent cultural convention, are considered as two faces of the same coin. Even if they appear radically opposed, they both endeavor to destroy the Christian legacy that forms the core of European identity. This diagnosis is based on a two-level conspiracy theory. Gender theory is conceived as the ultimate offspring of cultural Marxism, whose main proponent is the Frankfurt School. The rise of the Frankfurt School followed the defeat of communist revolutions in Western and Central Europe in the 1920s. Communists came to the conclusion that they lost because they underestimated the tenacity of the basic Christian legacy, so they adopted a change in strategy, before engaging in a new revolutionary attempt, they should patiently work on undermining Christian family life, denouncing the patriarchal family as an instrument of oppression, advocating sexual freedoms, etc. Or, to quote a Slovene right-wing idiot, whose anonymity I should gracefully preserve, today's communist ideology does not survive in the orthodox form of Marxism and Leninism but in an essentially more treacherous and thereby dangerous form of the cultural Marxism of the Frankfurt School. In short, the opposition between Western Marxism and the Stalinist orthodoxy is only apparent, and, according to some conspiracy theorists, the Frankfurt School was established under the direct orders from the Stalinist Comintern. So, on the other side of the coin, what is the link with Islam? Things get even crazier here in an interesting way. From the conservative Catholic standpoint, communism is the ultimate consequence of the nihilism of modern subjectivity, whose first flag-bearers are Cartesian philosophy and Protestantism, and the ultimate source of modern subjectivity is, yes, the misreading of Aristotle by medieval Muslim commentators like Avicenna and Averroes. Such a view has some foundation, as in the case of the Haiti Revolution, Islam can play an unexpected progressive role. 45, while Christianity, with the exception of some evangelical sects, does not conceive of the scriptures as the direct word of God but as merely inspired by God and, as such, in need of proper interpretation. The Quran is for Muslims the direct word of God, to be read literally, with little room for interpretation. Epistemologically, this means that the divine truth is not an abyssal impenetrable otherness but directly revealed to our mind, in the Quran. In other words, we do not have to explore the mystery of reality to gain access to the Absolute is already here for the believers, exempted from the meanderings of external reality. The key point here is that a gap opens up between our mind and external reality, one that persists even when we no longer strive for direct access to the Absolute. In this case, the gap turns into the one that characterizes nominalism, the gap between external reality and the names we give to things in that reality. Universal notions are no longer grounded in objective reality, as they are in the Aristotelian ontology of Thomas Aquinas, but are instead free constructions formed on the basis of confused impressions. These universal notions are either contingent, which opens up the way to cultural relativism, or necessary, which opens up the way to Kantian transcendentalism. In both cases, the gap between our universal notions and external reality is insurmountable. We can see now how the same gap, the same break with Aristotelian realism, can lead to three different epistemological and ontological positions. 1. Dogmatic ontological absolutism of truth. Truth is directly accessible to our mind. 2. Historical and cultural relativism. Truth is a contingent cultural construct. 3. Transcendental subjectivism. There is a priori necessary universal truth, but it is the truth of a transcendental subject that frames our access to reality, not the truth of reality itself. Furthermore, for an Aristotelian realist, it is easy to establish the logic of the passage from direct absolutism to nominalist relativism, since real knowledge is only possible through a long and arduous inquiry into reality. Every direct assertion of absolute truth is ultimately an absolutized subjectivism, the elevation of a contingent construct into the absolute. This is why modernity oscillates between dogmatic objectivism, direct knowledge of objective reality, and subjectivist relativism. Even today is our cognitive field not split between dogmatic scientific objectivism, naturalist reductionism, and postmodern cultural relativism? From this standpoint, the original sin of modernity is the Cartesian primacy of epistemology over ontology. Before getting to know reality, one should ascertain the foundation of our knowledge, its methods, and its reliability. Such epistemology, which analyzes the subject's cognitive capacities independently of objective reality, thus de facto functions as subjectivist ontology, grounding our notion of objective reality in the way the subject approaches it. Mind is thereby not grounded in reality, it is an external instrument that has a truth of its own. For Neo-Thomists, the only way to break out of this circle is to return to Aquinas' realism, where universal notions are features that are immanent to external objective reality, and where the process of knowledge is a long and arduous penetration through particular objects to their universal essences. Sounds familiar? Of course it does. This kind of realism is uncannily close to the classic Soviet dialectical materialism, as was often recognized by many neo-Thomist historians of philosophy like Joseph M. Bochinsky 46, who praises dialectical materialism's realism and rationalism, its basic claim that reality exists outside our mind and that it is knowable, in contrast to subjective idealist wild speculations or skepticism. He also praises the dialectical materialist claim that reality is a complex interplay of different levels, mechanical, biological, social, spiritual, against all kinds of reductionist monism. There is a supreme irony in the fact that the fundamentalist Catholic anti-communist vision relies on a philosophy that comes close to dialectical materialism, the most worthless aspect of orthodox Marxism. But this closeness is not as paradoxical as it may sound. Both orientations, dialectical materialism and neo-Thomism, are ultimately traditionalist reactions to modernity. The question to be raised here is what then remains of paradigmatically modern notions like democracy, human rights and freedoms, etc., which are all grounded in modern subjectivity. Can one then imagine a common front of radical Islam and modern subjectivity directed against the alliance of Christian and dialectical materialist orthodoxies? Yes, we can, but not without a radical transformation of both terms. The return of religion? In his analysis of today's return of religion as a political force, Boris Budin 47 rejects the predominant interpretation which sees this phenomenon as a regression caused by the failure of modernization. For Budin, religion as a political force is an effect of the post-political disintegration of society, of the dissolution of traditional mechanisms that guaranteed stable communal links. Fundamentalist religion is not only political, it is politics itself, i.e., it sustains the space for politics. Even more poignantly, it is no longer just a social phenomenon but the very texture of society, so that in a way society itself becomes a religious phenomenon. It is thus no longer possible to distinguish the purely spiritual aspect of religion from its politicization. In a post-political universe, religion is the predominant space in which antagonistic passions return. What has happened recently in the guise of religious fundamentalism is thus not the return of religion in politics but simply the return of politics as such. Why, then, is Islam the most politicized religion today? Judaism is the religion of genealogy, of matrilineal succession of generations. When, in Christianity, the son dies on the cross, this means that the father also dies, as Hegel was fully aware, and the patriarchal genealogical order as such dies. The Holy Spirit does not fit the family series, it introduces a post-paternal/familial community. In contrast to both Judaism and Christianity, Islam excludes God from the domain of the paternal logic. Allah is not a father, not even a symbolic one. God is neither born nor gives birth to creatures. There is no place for a holy family in Islam. This is why Islam emphasizes so much the fact that Muhammad himself was an orphan. This is why, in Islam, God intervenes precisely at the moments of the suspension, withdrawal, failure, blackout, of the paternal function, when the mother or the child is abandoned or ignored by the biological father. What this means is that God remains thoroughly in the domain of impossible real. He is the impossible real external to the Father, so that there is a genealogical desert between man and God. 48 This was the problem with Islam for Freud, since his entire theory of religion is based on the parallel of God with the Father. Even more importantly, this inscribes politics into the very heart of Islam, since the genealogical desert renders impossible the grounding of a community in the structures of parenthood or other blood links. The desert between God and Father is the place where the political institutes itself. 49 With Islam, it is no longer possible to ground a community, in the mode of totem and taboo, through the murder of the father and the ensuing guilt bringing brothers together, thence Islam's unexpected actuality. This problem is in the very heart of the, famous Ummah, the Muslim community of believers, it accounts for the overlapping of the religious and the political. The community should be grounded directly in God's word, as well as for the fact that Islam is at its best when it grounds the formation of a community out of nowhere, in the genealogical desert, as the egalitarian revolutionary fraternity. No wonder Islam succeeds when young men find themselves deprived of a traditional family safety network. This properly political dimension survives in Shia communities much more than in the Sunni majority. Khomeini stated clearly that the foundation of Islam is in politics. The religion of Islam is a political religion. It is a religion in which everything is politics, including its acts of devotion and worship. Here is his most succinct formulation: Islam is politics or it is nothing. 50. Butin quotes Živko Kastić, a Croat Catholic nationalist priest who declared that Catholicism is a sign that you are not ready to renounce your national and cultural heritage, the integral, traditional Croat being. 51. What this quote makes clear is that it is no longer a question of belief, of its authenticity, but of Catholicism as a politico-cultural project. Religion is here just an instrument and a sign of our collective identity, of how much public space our side controls, of asserting our hegemony. That's why Kastić quotes approvingly an Italian communist who said, "Io sono cattolico ateizzato, I am an atheist Catholic." That's why Breivik, also an atheist, refers to the Christian legacy underpinning European identity, or, to quote Butin again, belief appears now as culture, in its difference to another culture, either the culture of another confession or the culture of atheism in its modernist forms. 52. One can see clearly how religious fundamentalists, who otherwise despise cultural relativism and historicism, already function within its horizon. The space of difference became now something exclusively cultural. In order for us to perceive political differences and divisions and to recognize them as such, they should first be translated into the language of culture and declare themselves as cultural identities. Culture thus became the ultimate horizon of historical experience. 53. Our answer should be here the politics of truth, a universalist politics which leaves behind every form of communitarian culturalism. Part 2. The ideological theater of shadows. 4. The terrorist threat. Forms of false solidarity. When we are all in a state of shock after a brutal event like the killing spree in the Charlie Hebdo offices, it is the right moment to gather the courage to think, not later, when things calm down, as proponents of cheap wisdom try to convince us. The difficult thing is to combine the heat of a moment and the act of thinking. Thinking in the cold of the aftermath does not generate a more balanced truth, it rather normalizes the situation, allowing us to avoid the cutting edge of truth. The first thing to reject is the formula of pathetic identification, I am, or we are all, which only functions within certain limits, beyond which it turns into obscenity. Yes, we can proclaim Je suis Charlie, but things quickly start to crumble with examples like we all live in Sarajevo. During the early 1990s when Sarajevo was under siege, or we are all in Gaza. When Gaza was bombarded by the IDF, the brutal fact that we are not all in Sarajevo or Gaza is too strong to be covered up by a pathetic identification. Such identification becomes absurd in the case of Muslims, Musulmanen, who have nothing to do with actual Muslims. They were the living dead in Auschwitz, those who had lost the basic will to engage in life. It is not possible to say we are all Muslims. In order to show our solidarity with them, simply because in Auschwitz the dehumanization of victims went so far that identifying with them in any meaningful sense is impossible. Muslims in Auschwitz were precisely excluded from the symbolic space of group identification, which is why it would have been utterly obscene to proclaim pathetically, we are all Musulmanen. And, in the opposite direction, it would also be ridiculous to assert one's solidarity with 9/11 victims by claiming we are all New Yorkers. Millions in the Third World would emphatically say, yes, we would love to become New Yorkers, give us a visa. And the same goes for the Charlie Hebdo killings. While we can all easily identify with Charlie, it would have been much more difficult, uneasy even, to pathetically announce, we are all from Baga. There are simply not enough grounds for identification here. For those who don't get it, Baga is a small town in the northeast of Nigeria where, after occupying it, Boko Haram executed all of its 2,000 residents. Thinking means to move beyond the pathos of universal solidarity that exploded in the days after the event and culminated in the Sunday, January 11th spectacle of big political names from all around the world holding hands, from Cameron to Lavrov, from Netanyahu to Abbas. If there ever was an image of hypocritical falsity, this was it. When the Paris procession passed under his window, an anonymous citizen played Beethoven's Ode to Joy, the unofficial anthem of the European Union, adding a touch of political kitsch to the disgusting spectacle staged by the very leaders most responsible for the mess we are in. What about the obscenity of Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov joining the line of dignitaries protesting against the death of journalists? If he were to join such a protest in Moscow, where dozens of journalists have been murdered, he would be immediately arrested. What about the obscenity of Netanyahu pushing himself into the front line, when in Israel the very public mention of al-Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948 for Palestinians, is prohibited, where here is empathy with the other's pain and suffering? And the spectacle was literally staged. The pictures shown in the media gave the impression that the line of political leaders was at the front of a large crowd walking along an avenue, thereby signaling their solidarity and unity with the people, except that the event was simply staged as a photo opportunity. A photograph taken of the entire scene from above clearly shows that behind the politicians there were just 100 or so people, with a lot of empty space patrolled by police behind and around them. Really, the true Charlie Hebdo gesture would have been to publish on its front page a big caricature brutally and tastelessly mocking this event, with drawings of Netanyahu and Abbas, Lavrov and Cameron, and other couples passionately embracing and kissing while sharpening knives behind their backs. Although I am resolutely atheist, I think that this obscenity was too much even for God, who felt obliged to intervene with an obscenity of his own worthy of the spirit of Charlie Hebdo, while President François Hollande was embracing Patrick Pelloux, the doctor and columnist at Charlie Hebdo. In front of the magazine's offices, a bird defecated on Hollande's right shoulder, with the staff of the magazine trying to rein in their uncontrollable laughter, a truly divine answer of the real to the disgusting ritual. Recall the Christian motif of a dove descending to deliver a divine message, plus, in some countries, when a bird shits on your head it's considered a sign of luck. So, yes, the Paris terrorist attacks should be unconditionally condemned. It is just that they should be really condemned, for which more is needed than the simple pathetic spectacle of the solidarity of all of us, free, democratic, civilized people, against the murderous Muslim monster. We should, of course, unambiguously condemn the killings as an attack on the very substance of our freedoms, and condemn them without any hidden caveats. Charlie Hebdo was provoking and humiliating the Muslims too much. The attacking brothers were deeply affected by the horrors of the American occupation of Iraq. Okay, so why didn't they attack some US military installation instead of a French satirical journal? The problem with invoking the complex background is that it can just as well be used apropos. For example, Hitler, he also succeeded in mobilizing the injustice of the Versailles Treaty, but it was nonetheless fully justified to fight the Nazi regime with all means at our disposal. The point is not whether the grievances which condition terrorist acts are true or not, the point is the politico-ideological project which emerges as a reaction against injustices. Rashid Arine's recent interventions in the cyberspace debate on refugees and terror are paradigmatic of this stance. Since the terror attack in Paris, in particular, everyone is busy talking about Islam and its extreme form of the ISIS, and how to defeat it. There is little talk or discussion about who or which created ISIS, that it is a product of what was created by the American/Saudi imperialism to fight Soviets in Afghanistan, and then the invasion of Iraq by the combined Anglo-American military forces. Was it not the dismantling and disintegration of the Iraqi army that some of its army officers escaped to the north of Iraq and formed themselves into a group to resist and fight Anglo-American imperialism, which eventually became ISIS? 1. Arine emphasizes the absence of this in the public debate. What we get in the public media is complete garbage about Islam and Islamic extremism. No one ever mentioned the word imperialism, that it is the continuing Western imperialism which is responsible for what is happening particularly in the Middle East, and the migration of people is its consequence. The violent Muslim fundamentalism was created by the American/Saudi alliance in the 1980s in order to fight the Soviet presence in Afghanistan, which is now everywhere as Taliban or Al-Qaeda and their offshoot ISIS. This spirit was created and was let out of the bottle by some powers of the West, and it doesn't matter whether you attribute it to Western imperialism or not, the responsibility for what happened as a result of this lies with the West. And therefore all this talk about Islamic extremism is humbug. If there is an Islamic extremism, it is the result of what the West has been doing to the Muslim world particularly since 1980s. This passage contains a whole series of problematic points. First, is it true that nobody talks about Western responsibility for the rise of ISIS? Isn't it widely debated? Second, what about the decline of the secular left in Arab countries, which was very strong in the 50s and 60s, Mossadegh, Bourguiba, Nasser? It is all too simple to blame the West for failed Arab modernization. Significantly, the two states that recently disintegrated and became the main source of refugees are Iraq and Syria, the only two which were officially secular, where Islam was not the state religion. Third, does the assertion of the sole responsibility of the West not involve a total passivization of Arabs as victims? Isn't it clear that Arab Muslims are now also engaged in a series of active political projects, from the expansion of Islam into Europe to the conflict between Sunnis and Shias? Following Iran's logic, one could say that the responsibility for Hitler is that of Western capitalism, so let's focus on that. While this is in some sense true, Max Horkheimer wrote in the 1930s that those who do not want to talk about capitalism should also keep silent about fascism. It didn't preclude the urgency to fight fascism with all means, Western democracies and the USSR together. There is, furthermore, one feature of the recent events in France that seemed to pass mostly unnoticed. There were stickers and posters announcing not only Je suis Charlie but also Je suis flic, I am the police. The all-national unity celebrated and enacted in large public gatherings was not just the unity of the people reaching across all ethnic groups, classes, and religions, but also, and perhaps above all, the unification of the people with the forces of order and control. France was till now the only country in the West, to my knowledge, where policemen were constantly the butt of brutal jokes portraying them as stupid and corrupt, a common practice in communist countries. Now, in the aftermath of the Charlie Hebdo killings, the police are applauded and lauded, embraced like protecting mothers, not just the police but also special forces, the CRS, which in '68 inspired the chant CRS, SS, Secret Services, the entire state security apparatus. No place for Snowden or Manning in this new universe. To quote Jacques-Alain Miller, resentment against police is no longer what it was, except among the poor youth of Arab or African origins, an unprecedented event in the history of France. What one does see occasionally around the world and in France is, in rare privileged moments, the ecstatic osmosis of a population with the national army which protects it from external aggressions. But the love of a population for the forces of internal repression. 2. The terrorist threat thus succeeded in achieving the impossible, reconciling the generation of the '68 revolutionaries with their arch-enemy, in something like a French popular version of the Patriot Act, enforced with popular acclamation, with people offering themselves to surveillance. In short, the ecstatic moments of the Paris manifestations gave body to a triumph of ideology. They united the people against an enemy whose fascinating presence momentarily obliterated all antagonisms. The public was offered a sad and depressing choice: you are either part of the same body as a flic or, in solidarity with, a terrorist. So the question to be raised is, what do these choices obfuscate? What is it their function to obfuscate? The reply to this question has nothing whatsoever to do with the cheap relativization of the crime. Who are we in the West, perpetrators of terrible massacres in the Third World, to condemn such acts? It has even less to do with the pathological fear of many Western liberal leftists of being guilty of Islamophobia. For these false leftists, any critique of Islam is denounced as an expression of Western Islamophobia. Salman Rushdie was denounced for unnecessarily provoking Muslims and was thus, partially, at least, responsible for the fatwa condemning him to death, etc. The result of such a stance is what one can expect in such cases. The more the Western liberal leftists probe into their guilt, the more they are accused by Muslim fundamentalists of being hypocrites who try to conceal their hatred of Islam. This constellation perfectly reproduces the paradox of the superego: the more you obey what the other demands of you, the guiltier you are. It is as if the more you tolerate Islam, the stronger its pressure on you will be. One of the after effects of the superego stance is how our liberal media prefer to downplay sexual incidents with refugees and immigrants. Here are two cases. In 2015, a No Borders activist woman was gang-raped by a group of Sudanese immigrants in an Italian refugee camp near the French border. However, her co-workers convinced her not to report the crime, arguing that the publicity would hurt the refugee and open borders cause. 3 And after the New Year's Eve carnivalesque spectacle at Cologne railway station, an internal police memo detailed a request from the ministry instructing police to cancel the use of the word rape in their reports. 4. Although this downplaying is understandable, the danger is that it feeds distrust of the media and thereby raises the visibility of the anti-immigrant right-wing press, which can be perceived as telling what others don't dare to say. However, with a recent incident in Norway, the politically correct stance reached a new extreme. In April 2016, it was reported that, a couple of years previously, Karsten Nordal Hauken, a young left-wing politician from Norway, a self-professed anti-racist and feminist, was anally raped at his home by a Somali refugee, who was then caught and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Having completed his sentence, the authorities intended to deport him back to Somalia. When Hauken learned about the deportation, he published a series of texts in which he explained that he now feels guilty and responsible. I had a strong feeling of guilt and responsibility. I was the reason that he would not be in Norway anymore, but rather sent to a dark, uncertain future in Somalia. Hauken also wrote that he sees his rapist mostly like a product of an unfair world, a product of an upbringing marked by war and despair. Hauken in no way denies the traumatic impact of the rape on him. He admits that, in order to survive the crisis, he took refuge in alcohol and drugs. I feel forgotten and ignored. But I dare not talk about it. I'm afraid of attacks from all sides. I am afraid that no girls want me and that other men laugh at me. Afraid that I'll be perceived as anti-feminist when I say that young men who are struggling should get more attention. Men and boys must learn that it's okay to talk about their feelings. Boys and men are ignored. For me it resulted in years of depression, abuse, loneliness, and isolation. 5. It is easy to succumb here to the populist common sense, mocking the madness and masochism of political correctness brought to an extreme. So the first thing to do is to point out that the event raised so much interest because the crime was committed by an immigrant. There are rapes going on all the time that are ignored by the media. The second thing is that the law should be the same for all, no special treatment for immigrants, neither more severity nor more tolerance. Finally, one should commend how Hauken highlights the important topic of male victims of sexual violence and its consequences. The problem resides elsewhere, in Hauken's feeling of guilt and responsibility for what happened to his rapist. This stance embodies the extreme version of the axiom of political correctness: we, white Western men, are ultimately responsible even when horrible things are done to us, so we should feel responsible for the perpetrator when he is punished. The perpetrator is not really an agent but a passive victim of circumstances. His crime is a product of an unfair world, a product of an upbringing marked by war and despair. I consider this stance an exemplary case of perverse pathology. If taken seriously, it can be expanded indefinitely. Are we not all victims of circumstances and upbringing? Does this not hold also for a pedophiliac priest who abuses dozens of children? Or for a rapist who brutally abuses women? So should his victim, the raped and beaten woman, also feel guilty and responsible? Hauken's stance is therefore not a weird eccentricity but the extrapolation of the politically correct stance. We should follow here the basic axiom of psychoanalysis: what one is radically responsible for is the way one enjoys things. Enjoyment